Volume 4, Chapter 151.1. It had been 2 days since they occupied the Temple of the Sun. The partial Avita's allied forces rapidly expanded their control over the entire land of lakes, using the capital Helio as their base. Naturally, the busiest among them was Salif. Not only did he have to ascend as the new lord of Varaha and control the old vassals, but he also had to carve out a considerable portion of the family's vast wealth and offer it to the allied forces. It was inevitable. They say the subordinates are not listening. I heard they are trying to sow discord between the two houses to revive themselves. They are saying that the great house Varaha cannot become a vassal domain of another house just like this. Who said that? Shall I kill them? When you say it, it doesn't sound like a joke, so please don't. At Turon's words, Salif shook his head with a fed-up expression and put down the document he was holding. Of course, most nobles would leave such matters to their subordinates, but without sufficient trust in them, he had no choice but to supervise everything personally. By the way, where is Mesa? She went back to Kalamaf with Armenia for now. If anyone attacks, at least one of us must stay to defend. Ah, now that you mention it, I remember hearing about it, but I forgot for a moment because I was so busy. So how is your work going? Things are almost sorted out here too. Over the past 2 days, while Salif had been consolidating power as the new family head of House Varaha and Mesa was managing the main house, Turon had been holed up deep inside the Temple of the Sun. Some considered this laziness typical of great nobles, but in reality he had been busy with critical tasks as well. Specifically, pulling out all of Varaha's half-human, half-elves from the stone tablets, confining them individually in jewel boxes and interrogating them. There were 6 in total, no 5 now. One guy was being too stubborn. I showed the others what happens by tearing him apart right before their eyes. But thanks to that, the others got scared and started giving out more reliable information. Since there were several of them, cross-verification became possible and it made things easier. At the stage when information was only coming from Rishon, it was hard to verify its truth without testing it firsthand, but as more half-elves of Varaha were added, this weakness was resolved. By subtly cross-checking one's information with others, lies were easily exposed. In fact, it turned out that such worries were unnecessary, as Rishon had been consistently cooperative since defecting. It seemed that, having already betrayed his group, he had half given up, realizing there was no turning back. Since Rishon had served as the leader of the group and the head of House Varaha, he knew the most, and the other half-elves were used mainly for cross-verification while dealing primarily with him. As a result, Turon was able to uncover an incredible amount of information. First, I found out what the needles stuck in your and Mesa's heads are. What are they? A leash. A leash. Long ago, the first generation of wizards born from the union between the pre-god tribe and humans were hard to control. Although they obeyed their god parents, they looked down on ordinary people so much that they often massacred them as naturally as breathing. So they implanted devices to suppress such aggression. It was made to be hereditary through bloodlines. When Turon heard this story, he immediately thought of Anil from House Carmen, a delinquent feared by all because he mercilessly harmed those weaker than himself. Such individuals, occasionally born in noble houses, might have had issues with this leash. If the average personality of the first-generation wizards was that bad, then such a control measure was understandable. Of course, it was unknown how the individuals themselves felt about it. According to Rishon, the very structure of the current world society is being maintained because of this measure. If it were according to human nature, wizards with great power would abuse and trample on ordinary people like insects, rather than carefully nurturing and helping them thrive as they do now. Humans would worship wizards, and wizards would protect humans. The fundamental teachings mentioned in the first chapter of Pre-Faith had not been passed down naturally, but had been almost brainwashed into the descendants, the wizards, by the gods. At this unexpected revelation, Salif clicked his tongue and suddenly asked what came to his mind. Then, what about the headache I experienced back then? Well, that was the original purpose, but later, a few more things were added along the way. Things like instilling obedience to the gods or defensive measures in case they tried to attack. Though now that their bodies are no longer their own, it usually does not react, but it seems to apply when they are in their spirit forms. And in an astonishing and horrifying revelation, the pain that Salif and Mesa had experienced last time was said to have been weakened because the gods of Varaha had become partially elf-like. If they had maintained their full god spirit forms, their spirit heads would have burst the moment they confronted them. So we need to remove them as soon as possible, do not worry. I also learned a few techniques to remove the needles, so it should be over quickly. But still, just pulling them out feels a bit. According to what you're saying, isn't that needle what keeps me from becoming a crazy murderer? If removing all the needles turned him into a monster who slaughtered ordinary people for fun like the first-generation wizards, how would that be any different from dying? At Salif's anxiety, Turon pointed at himself with a small chuckle. Look at me, do I look like such a monster? Honestly, a little. Facing Turan's expressionless face, Salif mumbled, "Just kidding, man. Anyway, the problem only arises when an immature personality gains excessive power from a young age. Once you are an adult, even if the needle is removed, there is a high possibility there will not be any issue with self-control. Now that you mention it, I just remembered, why don't you have a needle in your head? You did not remove it yourself, right? That I do not know either. I investigated it pretty thoroughly, but it seems that really no one knows. The leash was designed and installed by the biologist who was skilled in dealing with living beings and souls. Although Odas, the night hunter who founded Zahar and ruled the Emerald Desert, was not on good terms with the biologist, even he agreed this measure was necessary and entrusted his descendants to the biologist. However, at Odas's request, the leash's design was made somewhat looser compared to other bloodlines, which could explain the characteristic cruelty of the Zahar bloodline. In the end, does this mean that bloodlines govern not just our power but also our thoughts? Not completely, but yes. Turan recalled a conversation he had with his grandfather Talais not long ago. Judging from the hints given at the time, it was clear that he was fully aware of this matter as well. There were many more stories that followed. For example, the reason Rishon risked danger to launch a surprise attack on Osul, the head of House Lavidas, or the price they had paid to involve the great noble House Reuven. As the gloomy stories continued, the atmosphere grew heavier, so Turan deliberately raised his voice. And as a bonus, this time I also learned something good. Really? That's right. The skills of the Silver Sun. All right, Turan handed Salif, who looked like he had received a gift, a skill chart he had prepared in advance. It contained detailed information, including methods of drawing symbols combinations that Turan had directly copied through mental imagery, the names and effects of various skills, and instructions for their use. Probably before long, you will be the best among the three of us at handling the skills. Mesa and I are just learning randomly as we go. Heh, since growth is basically over for me from now on, I have to master at least this. Do not worry, I will make sure to learn it thoroughly. Pleased with Turan's gift, Salif read and reread the skill chart with an excited face. Turan watched him with a smile for a while, but soon a shadow fell over his face. Skills. Turan intentionally did not tell Salif one crucial piece of information he had gained while interacting with the half-elves. No, to be exact, he planned not to tell anyone else either. It was because he could not possibly predict how others would react once this truth was revealed. Compared to the secret he had heard this time, things like the pre-god tribe ruling the world from the shadows were nothing. Turan turned his head and gazed at the moon that hung unusually clear without a single cloud. This world was created as a fictional fabrication, and a true world exists elsewhere. Chapter 151.2 This world is fake. Yes, well, to be precise, it is not exactly fake. Perhaps a created world, a world that was overlaid onto something else. Maybe that would be a better way to describe it. At Rishon's words, Turan frowned, a fake world. What kind of incomprehensible nonsense was that? Head of House Parsha. Have you ever thought about this? How can grasslands and wastelands, deserts and swamps coexist side by side within barely 10 meters of boundary? Or how is it that even at the same latitude one area is a bountiful plain while another is a frozen tundra? Does it not seem strange? Not at all. Isn't it natural that as you walk, a desert suddenly becomes a swamp? Isn't that just how the world is shaped? And what does a region's latitude have to do with its climate? At Turan's words, though Rishon's expression could not be seen, he seemed to speak with a tone that hinted at a bitter smile. Of course, you would think that way. Having been born and raised in this world, you have never seen a normal world. It is hard to explain, but the normal world is not like this. Maybe the reason scientific achievements are hard to come by here is that the world itself does not operate by scientific principles. While explaining such hard-to-understand things, Rishon eventually shared more with Turan. About worlds built upon scientific civilizations, about a special entertainment called games, and about the worldviews that existed within them. To add, this world itself is not the exact game world we used to enjoy. The terrain seems to have been transplanted, but there were no different races, magical beasts, or beings like your wizards. Strictly speaking, while the world was overlaid, the living creatures might still be true. But by that point, the conversation had drifted into an excessively academic domain. Questions like whether what is seen is truth, and what standards can discern true existence. Turan was not someone who particularly enjoyed pondering such scholarly discussions. For him, truth was simply what he could feel through his five senses and spiritual perception combined with his intuition. Honestly, what I am most curious about right now, head of House Parsha, is you. There have been times when the natives of this world raised the banner of rebellion against us, but there was never anyone like you, with such certain and powerful strength. And on top of that, you naturally lack the leash. Are you suggesting I am not human? At Turan's question, Rishon's jewel-like eyes curved round. Although it was hard to tell, it seemed like he was smiling slyly. It is not for us to decide that. Anyway, it would not be bad for you to figure that out yourself. In our world, there are sayings like know yourself, and if you know yourself and know your enemy, you will not be imperiled in 100 battles. My lord, are you sleeping? A woman's voice called him, awakening him from his deep thoughts. Turon blinked several times, only then realizing he was in the middle of a meal. As his consciousness, which had momentarily sunk, returned, he remembered he had returned to Kalamaf the night before and had hosted a banquet to announce his well-being to the people of the estate. Perhaps because he had been zoning out, the people who had been paying attention to him resumed eating and chatting cheerfully. I was just lost in thought. I see. About what I asked earlier, do you happen to know where Mr. Salif went? We were supposed to finish a puzzle together. Turon subtly frowned at the chatter of Barit Zahar, his sixth cousin and the hostage spy from House Zahar. At that, her babbling mouth shut tight in an instant. He had some work to do and was dispatched temporarily. Where he went is confidential within the house, so I cannot tell you. Ah, I see. Normally, seeing someone cling so desperately might stir a bit of sympathy in most people, but Turon felt not even a shred of it for her sullen expression. Because behind that tearful face, there was overflowing hostility toward Turon for not yielding easily, along with a fierce determination to dig into the secrets no matter what. Before long, Barit switched her target to Mesa and started acting coy again. Big sis, could you please tell me, pretty please? No, and why am I your big sis? The stronger one is the big sis, right? Is age that important? It was quite the spectacle to see Barit, who was already over 30 years old, calling the younger Mesa big sis with such affected sweetness, prompting a few onlookers to click their tongues in disbelief at her lack of pride. Of course, since both were high nobles, there was not much visible age difference between them. While Mesa looked a little troubled by Barit clinging to her, Bige, who had been eating next to Turon, suddenly flew over, snapped her beak with a sharp click and threatened Barit. Do not bother Mesa. Of course, only Turon could hear Bige's voice, but even just from her attitude, the meaning was clear enough that Barit screamed and quickly backed away. Those around burst into laughter at the scene. After the banquet ended, Turon took a walk in the garden around the mansion with Mesa, chatting quietly. How's your head? You have not had any pain since that day, right? I am fine. I did not expect that to be the first thing you asked. Then what? I thought you would ask first about the family situation or the surrounding circumstances. I already asked Ashes about that yesterday. More importantly, your condition matters more. At the sudden and straightforward words, Mesa blinked her eyes wide for a moment, then smiled softly and shook her head. How about Salif? He seems to be managing fairly well. Since he was originally the heir, he had already learned some methods of governance, and with the backing of two great houses, he has enough control over the vassals too. More importantly, many of the loyalists who had actively supported the former family head were wiped out during the last battle. On top of that, Turon mentioned that in the past, Rishon had once tried to forcibly detain and execute the runaway Salif. Even if the family head was absolute and the heir was supposed to obey, executing him just for running away was an excessive act. Naturally, the remnants of Varaha's forces furiously cried slander and conspiracy, but it had spread that a few of the high nobles, who had been part of the pursuit squad in the past, had secretly leaked such stories to those around them. It seemed that, being human after all, they could not completely keep their mouths shut about the shocking fact that Salif had all his rights stripped away and was to be returned as a prisoner. Thanks to this, a subtle atmosphere was forming where Salif's ascension was seen not as a terrible act of betrayal, but as an unavoidable act of self-defense. Of course, since there was no definitive proof, it remained a rather ambiguous justification, but even a flimsy excuse like this was necessary to legitimize governance. I hope things get back to normal quickly, that way the dispatched troops can also return. It will probably take about half a year. After chatting while walking around the garden, the two entered a bedroom located deep within the main house. It was to carry out a secret task that must not be seen by others. I really hate this, but we still have to do it, if you do not want to go through something like what happened again. No, it might even be worse. As could be seen from Rishon alone, a few among the former pre-gods possessed spiritual bodies even stronger than Turon's current one. To restrain and handle such beings, the help of Mesa and Salif was absolutely necessary. I know, I was just saying. After letting out a deep sigh, Mesa lay down on the bed and closed her eyes. Before long, her spiritual body, revealing the symbols of the three bloodlines, appeared. To give you some consolation, with the method I learned this time, I should be able to pull them out faster. If we do it every day, it probably won't even take 3 days. Does it hurt less that way? At Mesa's somewhat fearful question, Turon shook his head with a sympathetic expression. Salif said he would prefer we use the old method even if it is a bit slower. Moments later, a spiritual scream, inaudible to human ears, spread beyond the room. Chapter 152.1. About a month had passed since the Parshala Vita's allied forces occupied House Varaha. The land of the lakes, the territory ruled by House Varaha, after a period of turmoil, began to regain a certain degree of stability. Of course, it was not the same as before everything had happened. Due to the last war, the number of Varaha's wizards had drastically decreased, and as a result, it was impossible to assign wizards to remote areas that were not core regions. Dozens of small villages near the Mist region at the eastern end were destroyed by the attacks of magical beasts, and the fall of one city was nothing but a trivial matter for the ruler. Although for the people directly involved, it would be the story of their lives collapsing. Just as stabilization was progressing, a diplomatic delegation arrived at Helio, the capital of Varaha. They were people from the great noble house in the north, House Reuven. We from Reuven have come to request the compensation according to the contract. Compensation? The previous family head of Varaha promised to transfer the Garam region in the northwest and the warship Gelfiosa in return for dispatching 21 nobles from Reuven. Since you have inherited the name of Varaha, we believe it is only proper for you to fulfill the agreement as well. In the reception hall of the Temple of the Sun, Salif, the new family head of House Varaha, clicked his tongue as he looked at the woman in front of him who was really spouting nonsense. The Garam region she was talking about was a high-quality iron mine zone that had once been offered as Salif's ransom, and the warship Gelfiosa was the magic-imbued ship that Rishon had taken when he moved to Lavitas. No, seriously. Have you bastards forgotten who your army fought against? You are demanding compensation from me for an operation that interfered with me. Are you crazy? Family head, please speak with more dignity, but this person is making me angry. Do you think I am in the mood to talk with dignity right now? An old noble of Varaha, who had cautiously tried to restrain Salif, flinched and stepped back at the rough reply. Originally, Varaha was the house that obsessed most over formality among many great noble houses, but since Salif's ascension, that tradition had significantly declined. It was inevitable since the very family head who should have been the model for everyone was behaving like this. Facing Salif, the woman from Reuven continued her shocking remarks without blinking an eye. The head of House Reuven has decided not to claim blood money for the death of the main house's nobles in that battle. We hope House Varaha will respond to this kindness with kindness. My goodness. Is she crazy? Even the Varaha nobles who had been trying to maintain their dignity could not help but be agitated by that remark. At this rate, it was as if they were outright provoking a fight. Salif, realizing that fact, asked calmly, unlike a moment ago when he had flared up. Let's keep it simple. What do you want? Do you want a war? If the family head of House Varaha refuses to honor the former contract of your predecessor, we will have no choice but to retrieve it ourselves. So you want to fight. You should have said that from the beginning. With that short reply, the atmosphere in the reception hall instantly grew heavy, the family head of a great noble house. This was due to the anger of one of the few strongest beings in this world being directly reflected in magical power. In fact, it was laughable for a family head to directly handle such diplomatic events. Usually, one of the trusted lieutenants would take care of it. However, Salif was personally handling it because he still lacked trust in the nobles of the main Varaha house and also lacked trained loyal subordinates. Fine, I will give you the empty shell answer you want. Rishon was a fucking bastard, and the new Varaha, which killed and replaced him, does not care about any of those dumb contracts. If you do not like it, come and fight. I will convey that. Watching the retreating noble, Salif suddenly thought, if he killed that woman now, it would be slightly more advantageous when the war broke out later. And realizing that thought, he was reminded that it was no different from the way of thinking his closest friend often had. Was it because they had spent so much time together that their ways of thinking had become similar, or was it because he recently pulled all those needles out of his head? Have I been infected? Yes, nothing, anyway you all heard it right, prepare for war. At Salif's words, the faces of the Varaha nobles gathered there darkened. Over the past few years, after suffering through all kinds of disasters, the strength of their house had fallen to a level that could not even be called impressive, even as flattery. The upper and high-ranking nobles, who could be considered the backbone of the house's power, were practically annihilated. Although quite a number of middle and lower-ranking nobles still remained, it was nonetheless a weak force to boast of as a proud great noble house. Considering that it was difficult to even recover the magic power lost during the last war, it would likely take at least 100 to 200 years, or 3 to 4 generations, to restore the prosperity of the past. And now, to wage war again against a neighboring great noble house under such circumstances, family head, would it be possible to receive support from another house? Support from Lavitas is impossible, but we might be able to get help from Parsha. I will look into the details myself. Understood. The reason they could not resist their new family head was not merely because he was the strongest in Varaha and a powerhouse on par with the former family head Rishon, Turon Parsha, the head of the newly risen house Parsha and the great wizard who earned the nickname Invisible Sword during the battle in southern Helio. No one was unaware that this overwhelmingly powerful being now reigned as the sponsor and de facto ruler of Varaha. Salif had publicly stated that he always considered and consulted Turan's intentions whenever deciding on major matters within the house. For this reason, while many lamented that the once great Varaha had fallen under the control of another house, some rather saw it in a positive light. At least now, in times of crisis like this, they had a strong backer to rely on. After the meeting ended, Salif returned to his quarters, sealed the entrance, and recited a magic spell in his study. Om Amogabai. Ah damn, it is so hard to memorize. In the middle, he again forgot the spell and had to glance at the recorded notes, a regrettable blunder, but anyway, Salif finally crossed the space and arrived in a secret underground location beneath Helio City. Passing through a giant mirror installed there, he emerged into a basement room in Kalamaf, the capital of House Parsha in the northwestern gray zone. Opening a magically sealed door, he saw a mermaid floating leisurely in a large bathtub. Still soaking yourself? My body has been drying out a bit lately. Greeting the mermaid boy Armenia, Salif could not help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. The family head of a great noble house using a hidden spatial transfer gate in his own residence to travel to the capital of another house, only to be greeted by a mermaid who could transform into a great sea serpent. Would he have believed it if someone had told him a few years ago that such a scene would ever exist? Where is Turan? I heard he went to a meeting. I didn't know this, but apparently strong devils are incredibly busy. Well, father was always busy too. Armenia, who, thanks to the mask made by ashes, could now freely roam about, nonetheless usually preferred resting in Turan's residence, which was considered the safest place. Because of this, although unpleasant rumors had once spread that Armenia was not just Turan's relative but his male concubine, nobody really cared, so it was not a big problem. All right then, see you later. I'm about to go to sleep so I won't see you. The sun is still at its highest and you are already talking about sleep. After exchanging trivial chatter and parting ways, Salif walked out from the family head's residence and strolled through the corridor. Servants and wizards passing by bowed their heads in greeting. Greetings, General. Good afternoon. Nobody paid any particular attention to the fact that the family head of House Varaha was wandering freely around House Parsha. It was inevitable, as 1 month was far too short a time for the events that had taken place in the eastern land of the lakes to have spread all the way here. Stories like a war breaking out or the family head of Varaha being replaced were only rapidly circulated among the upper echelons who could gather information quickly. Chapter 152.2 to Ordinary People. Salif was just a guest of the house who appeared suddenly every few days and then disappeared again. Honestly, I kind of prefer it this way. Although Salif had taken the seat of House Varaha's family head as needed, by nature he found this kind of position more to his liking. A position where there were no great rights but also no great responsibilities, where he could throw everything away and leave at any time. Even if he acted informally on purpose, as the family head of a great noble house, there were inevitably some restrictions placed on his behavior. Now, it was difficult to go gambling while hiding his face or to drink freely with strangers in taverns as he had in the past. Of course, it was not a situation where he could afford to complain about such trivial reasons. Even though they had worked hard to build their strength, the enemy was still powerful and numerous. Lost in thought, he walked for a moment until he finally arrived at his destination, the office of the family head of House Parsha. Ordinarily, he should have knocked cautiously and waited for permission to enter, but Salif opened the door and entered casually. Good morning. We already had lunch. What are you talking about morning? What brings you here? You should still be in House Varaha at this time. Something came up. Greeting Turan, who was busy flipping through documents, Salif threw himself onto the sofa beside him. Seeing this, Turan frowned slightly and said, "You're getting dust everywhere. It is nothing to fuss about. More importantly, Reuven is picking a fight with us. They want to battle." It was hard to deliver the news that a war between great noble houses might break out in a cheaper manner than this. At Salif's nonchalant attitude, Turan also replied calmly, "Over there too? What do you mean over there too? Do you have news from another side?" Zahar suggested a face-to-face talk. About this recent matter, Turan immediately used telekinesis magic to send the document he was holding towards Salif. Receiving it and reading it, Salif let out a low exclamation. A meeting between family heads? Yes. They suggested meeting directly at the border between the Gray Zone and the Emerald Desert. Considering the travel distance, you could say they made a bit of a concession. Ordinarily, even family heads of ordinary wizard houses did not leave the cities they ruled, making it difficult to meet one another, and for great noble houses this went without saying. Without a war, it was normal for them to never see each other's faces for a lifetime. Of course, now Turan and Salif could meet and talk whenever they wished, but that was thanks solely to the power of the Jade Mirror brought by Armenia. Without that, and without a magical beast like Bige who could serve as an excellent means of transportation. Even for them, traveling just to see a friend's face would have taken a month or two at the very least, making it an impossible endeavor. There is a suspicious smell about this. Could it be an ambush after luring us out? Since Rishon once did such a thing, my thoughts are drifting in that direction. I already suggested a three-party meeting because of that. Together with Lavitas. Oh, of course, we cannot be completely reassured by that alone, so I plan to take various precautions beforehand. We also have to settle the conflict with House Reuven before then, so that we can receive Varaha's support if needed. Additionally, this suggestion had the effect of delaying the meeting time. Currently, Osel was returning to the headquarters by traveling through the South Sea aboard the family's warship. Once he returned to the main house and finished organizing the accumulated work, it would take at least another 2 to 3 months for him to travel up to the border between the Gray Zone and the Emerald Desert. Well, anyway, you will get to see your great-grandfather's face once. Was it Caesar, Nazi? They call him both. The former carries a slight meaning of respect and the latter is used in a derogatory sense. Through Rishon and the other half-elves of Varaha, Turon had roughly understood the meaning of those two words. Although it was difficult to fully master the historical background behind them, he understood them to some extent. As they chatted for a moment, Turon let out a small exclamation and pulled out another document. More importantly, take a look at this. What is it? News from the spies we sent to the north. It had been a few months since the founding of House Parsha. Turon had gradually succeeded in establishing at least a minimal intelligence network through several surrounding wizard houses. What greatly helped in this endeavor was the power of the Tamer, one of the abilities of the Najin bloodline. Even if they were not as smart or strong as Bige, simply taming some aerial-type magical beasts with a certain level of functionality was enough to make them valuable means of communication. Originally, the binding power of a soul contract would enhance the magical beast's sense of intimidation and obedience, depending on the strength of the tamer involved. Since the one who directly brokered the contracts was none other than the head of a great noble house, the spies of Parsha could use birds that were astonishingly obedient compared to others for communication. Great sea serpent, that's right, looks like Armenia's relatives have done something big. Upon reading the news sent by the spy, Salif let out a sound that was somewhere between an exclamation and a sigh. In it, it was reported that Avacha, the capital of House Carmine, had been half destroyed by an attack of great sea serpents. Central Eastern Emerald Desert, the capital city Axum. This ancient city, which had been notoriously known as Zahar's stronghold for thousands of years, didn't appear at first glance to be built in the middle of a desert. The surroundings were colored green by vast fields, the air even felt somewhat humid, and there was a large lake visible just outside the city. This was the result of the nobles of House Zahar tirelessly striving over thousands of years to make the city at least somewhat more livable. After countless years of effort by powerful wizards, what was once close to barren land had become an environment capable of supporting a metropolis of several 100,000 people. In the deepest part of such Axum, inside the only dark and gloomy secret room, two people were having a conversation. He said to meet in about 4 months. I felt it before, but your grandson, as you said, is quite bold. How dare he delay a request from the head of House Zahar as he pleases? I don't think we need to give him that time. As written, if the head of Lavitas participates, things will become troublesome, and we don't know what tricks he might pull in that time. At Talai's words, the elderly man sitting across from him shook his head. There is no need to be so calculating. If his true identity is what I suspect, it won't matter whether we have 4 months or not, and if it is not, we will crush him easily. Along with his low voice, a grinding sound echoed. The old man was grinding dried leaves in a small mortar where he sat. Besides, is the lack of cooperation from the lawyer's side an excuse or real? At least it is true that Avacha was half destroyed. Although we cannot entirely rule out the possibility it was staged. It would be nice if we could plant more capable spies. Well, there is no helping it. They also devote considerable effort to counterintelligence. With a low grumble, the old man stood up, revealing a surprisingly tall and sturdy frame. Even Talais, who was not exactly small himself, had to look up slightly as the old man was nearly half a head taller. The old man spoke sharply. Accept the request. 4 months from now, we will meet at the border between the desert and the gray zone. Do you really think that guy is that one? Talais' voice trailed off slightly, mixed with faint fear. As if he did not even want to mention that being. Sensing this, the head of Zahar grinned and deliberately uttered the word Talais had tried to avoid. Until the invasion of Varaha, it was in the realm of suspicion. But now I am half convinced that Turon Parsha is the reincarnation of Odas. If I meet him and speak directly, I will know for sure. Chapter 153.1 The girl's father was called the Beryl Knight. It was a nickname given because, among the wizards who mostly had good figures, he alone had a belly sticking out like a barrel. It was not a flattering nickname by any means, but her father would chuckle, tapping his belly and say, "Of course, there is enough liquor in my belly for 100 people to drink." The girl's father, the Barrel Knight, died during the season when people were celebrating with harvested grain. He died in a war following the family head of the great noble house they served, fighting against another great house far in the east. It was hard to believe that the father who, until just yesterday, had patted her head with his liquor-filled belly was now dead. Beside her, stunned and vacant, her mother, who was pregnant with her younger sibling, collapsed as if crumbling and cried. After her father died, the girl's circumstances changed in an instant. The people around them still outwardly showed respect and sympathy, but inwardly they looked down on them, thinking of them as a fallen household. Since the father was a knight of commoner origin and the mother was also a commoner, people assumed their children would be no different from themselves, and they vented the unconscious feelings of humiliation they had felt when previously bowing their heads. "Let's move away. Move away, yes, outside the city." Her mother said that although there was some money left that her father had earned while working as a knight for the great house, it would be difficult to maintain such a large house without a steady income and that they should move to a smaller home. The girl did not want to leave the city she had grown attached to, but she did not show it, because her mother, who was saying those words, had a much more painful expression than she did. At that time, some unknown people came to their house. "Are you the wife of Knight Erba?" "Yes, but we are sent by the head of Parsha here." At the mention of the head of Parsha, her mother's face turned pale. It was inevitable since her husband had answered that summons and had soon returned dead. Receiving the letter with trembling hands, her mother sat down and began to sob. "Thank you, just thank you. The head mourns the death of his comrade who fought by his side and has ordered that the families be cared for so they do not live in poverty. If there are any difficulties, contact here." After saying that, the unknown person glanced at the girl and said, "Is that your daughter?" "Yes. She looks about 10 years old. If she has talent, it will soon become apparent. If my daughter has talent, I will make sure she first steps through the gates of Parsha. Since we have received such grace, how could we dare not?" The mother repeatedly expressed her gratitude, and after the unknown people left, she spoke to the girl. That there would no longer be a need to move. "The head of the Parsha house has decided to take care of our living expenses until your younger sibling grows up. It is truly a blessing." Her mother's eyes shone like a fanatic's as she said it was rare for someone to look after the children of a wandering knight who had joined only in the current generation, unlike knights who had served the family for generations. Listening to her mother's praises, the girl thought to herself, she wanted to become someone who could help others like that. Following that thought, the items around her floated gently into the air and spun around her. "I think we might have spent too much on this survivor support, Turon. Should we cut back a little? It is not like we are short on budget anyway." At Turon's words, Ashes groaned and nodded. Though he used to be sentimental enough to shed tears at the deaths of knights who served him, once he took charge of the great noble house's finances, he could no longer act emotionally as he once did. Is it not said that the position shapes the person? Some of the knight's children will probably be born with a knight's power, though extremely rare, some might even possess noble-level magic power. Would they want to serve a house that responded to their parents' deaths with mere pocket change? And what would those who see their fallen comrades' families living in poverty think? That is true. But there are precedents after all. Compared to other great houses, we have fewer places where money must be spent anyway. Better to use it for something like this than to let it sit idle. There is a kind of tax that naturally arises for a house that has prospered for a long time. It is the money used to support those who branched out from the house many generations ago and still bear the house's surname. You might think it would be fine just to ignore it, but it was difficult because having people bearing the great house's name living in poverty related directly to the house's dignity. There was also a high possibility that collateral branches, which had formed sufficient power within the house, would harbor dissatisfaction with such neglect. In the end, a significant portion of the budget had to be wasted on maintaining each of them. In comparison, Parsha was relatively free from that burden, as Turon was the only one who could be called a direct member of the house. Of course, there was the drawback that the house's income itself was still low because the system was not yet fully established. Take this opportunity to publicly declare that this level of compensation will be maintained. We are few and weak, so we must at least unite. The ones who survive against wolves are not the sheep that scatter at their own whim, but the flock that bands together and confronts them. Understood. Watching Ashes leave, Turon recalled the words he had just spoken and laughed. Exerting the house's influence over the children of the deceased, boosting the morale of other wizards to bring them together. Those were nothing but excuses. He simply did not want to see the children of the sheepdogs who had fought under him and lost their lives starve to death. He did not want those who fought following the shepherd to feel that their sacrifice had been in vain. Besides, every time I make a choice like this, it feels good somehow. Turon closed his eyes and awakened his spiritual perception, concentrating on the sensation that seemed to warmly envelop his soul body. One thread came from the distant south, another from the far east, and the last from right where he was. Something unknown transmitted warmth and coldness, faintly connected to his soul body. Among them, the thread connected to here, Calamaf in the gray zone, had grown even thicker than just recently. Is this really the feelings of people toward me being transmitted? Turon suddenly recalled a conversation he had recently had with one of the half-elves of Varaha. I'm the reincarnation of the Night Hunter. It is only a hypothesis, just a hypothesis. In a small cabin where shadows danced in the firelight of the hearth on a dark night. The half-elf, sitting in an armchair and drinking hot lotus tea, answered Turon's question apologetically. The prison that was originally a barren confinement for the half-elves had been transformed to match their individual tastes. It was the result of multiple rounds of questions and careful comparisons. Some others had worse conditions, but the half-elf before him had been exceptionally cooperative and humble, thus securing the second-best room after ration. Odas liked helping newbies, that is, beginners. He was very generous even to ordinary humans. He also had the decisiveness to firmly deal with his psychopathic children. In my opinion, you resemble him quite a lot. Is it even possible for the soul of a dead god to reincarnate? I don't know. However, we thought that some of those who completed their lifespans early must have reincarnated. The souls of us who crossed over to this world were so powerful that even when shattered into pieces, they could take over human consciousness. What the half-elf was talking about was none other than the fragments of God's souls that had possessed the consciousness of people like Midden or Vysen in the past. Even the gods had noticed the existence of those fragments early on and had conducted several studies, but they had not achieved any notable results. It was said that the fragments merely attempted to use bits of knowledge that had applied only within the game world, like creating the spirit of fire. Hearing that story, Turon recalled a doubt he had long harbored. Come to think of it, I always wondered why no one used things like the spirit of fire, so they already know the existence and the manufacturing method. Yes. But it is intentionally not spread as a kind of arms control. The more we raise the baseline of the weak, the more disadvantageous it is for us. It was said that long ago, a great house from the western forest had once used the secret technique to create the spirit of fire and rebelled against the gods. They had distributed the spirit of fire for combat, just as Turon was now doing with the direct wizards of Parsha, and because it had been more effective than expected, it had been quite troublesome to suppress. Afterward, not only was there a thorough destruction of the method for manufacturing such items, but there was also a tacit agreement to never use such things again. Then they would not look favorably upon me creating and spreading this either. Probably not. By the way, the spirit of fire was originally called gunpowder, but then, the half-elf suddenly trailed off for some reason. Turon guessed that the other party intended to withhold this information to later reveal it and gain rewards, but he did not bother to press. It was more beneficial to maintain a cooperative relationship and continue extracting information than to forcefully interrogate and squeeze it out immediately. According to their proverb, there was no need to cut open the goose that lays golden eggs. Well, fine, let's leave that topic there. So you all do not know much about reincarnation either, right? Correct. If we knew, we would have certainly used it ourselves. It's a more natural and convenient method than raising someone and taking over their body. So if a large soul chunk, not just tiny fragments, dwells in a newborn, we might consider that reincarnation. As for memories, they could be carried by small fragments. The half-elf listed the reasons why he believed Turon might be the reincarnation of Odas. The most important was his extraordinary magical talent. Chapter 153.2, using soul magic or necromancy, it was possible to harvest the souls of the dead in large quantities, and consume them as materials to manipulate the spiritual talent of a newly born child. These elements included magic handling skills, innate magical power, or the number of bloodlines one was born with. However, what Turon possessed was almost impossible to create even with such methods. 4 bloodlines, transcendental learning ability, and an endless growth limit comparable to the heads of great noble houses. At this level, he surpassed even Mesa, who was created by collaboration of Zahar and Aravian through the sacrifice of countless wizards, civilians, and magical resources. How could such a thing be possible without the soul of a god residing within him? There were many other clues. The absence of a leash on his spiritual body, the existence of Bige, who was deeply bonded and could even lend power as if reminiscent of the game's pet system, and his appearance similar to the default face of a hunter in the game. Of course, there were plenty of counter-arguments, such as that the absence of a leash was because of the Sky Mountain range, or that Mesa was also attracted to Bige, but Turon did not bother. Whichever it is, what does it matter? The Soul Magic book defined the soul body as the true self, but Turon thought differently. Accumulated memories and the personality formed through them were the true means of distinguishing oneself from others. He did not care about a previous life he could not even remember. To that, the half-elf shook his head and said, "The problem is that I am not the only one who has such thoughts. Among the survivors now, there are those who like Otis, but also those who are hostile to him." While lost in thought, Turon suddenly realized he had finished his administrative tasks mechanically and stepped out of the office. Not through the door but through a large window installed to one side. Riding on Bige, who had sprung up from the back of his hand, he soared high into the sky while concealed. He headed out of Calamaf toward a nearby rocky mountain. Since I have some time left, I might as well do some training. When he had free time, he would normally take Salif or Mesa with him, but both happened to be busy today. Salif was preparing something for the upcoming war against House Reuven, and Mesa had gone to subjugate a dwarf lair that appeared north of Calamaf. After flying for a few minutes, Turon reached a suitable location and tried to land, but he frowned at the presence he sensed from below. How annoying! Originally, the Rocky Mountains near Calamaf were truly barren, a place where neither people nor animals would tread. However, at some point visitors began to appear. This was because traces were found occasionally in the area, proving that tremendous magical power had been exercised along with deafening booms. Some claimed that a mythical magical beast resided nearby, while others insisted on the truth that the head of Parsha House was secretly honing his magical skills. I wish I had an indoor training ground good enough to use too. Typically, established great noble houses would have a training facility at their main estate where powerful wizards could hone their abilities. But as a hasty upstart house, Parsha had no such thing, and the current situation was not exactly leisurely enough to establish a new one. Passing by the spectators, Turon chose a secluded spot for landing, aided by the sense of his sacred relic and tracking magic. No matter how much those people searched for thousands of years, they would not be able to find him anyway. All right, let's get started. The first thing to begin with was simple stretching. Using the gymnastics he had learned from Haram, Turon flexibly loosened all his joints and then launched himself forward. Boom! With tremendous leg strength, he kicked off the ground, and his body explosively shot forward with a deafening roar. Oh, the strength of Reuven, who possessed two bloodlines specialized in physical combat, that of the fighter and the guardian, was truly overwhelming. It wasn't really equivalent to the combined physical abilities of two bloodlines, but it at least allowed him to boast overwhelming physical abilities compared to someone with just one of them. The speed was so fast that the wind hitting his face tore, creating a booming sound. In response, Turon began practicing creating paths of wind matching his movements to reduce air resistance. There are a lot of things I need to adjust with this new power too. Of course, as the head of the great noble house Parsha, dealing with external and internal affairs was important, but even more important was Turon's personal combat strength. In the end, if he could not overwhelm the heads of those other great houses and the possessed entities in their bodies by force, everything would be in vain. In this world, violence was the only way to fully express one's will without being suppressed by others. Punching into the air, kicking, running, and leaping. Turon wreaked massive destruction on his surroundings for tens of minutes as he grew accustomed to his strengthened body. Naturally, the Rocky Mountains bore a miserable sight. Every punch created several meters-long cracks, and a single kick could send entire cliff faces flying. After moving around vigorously for tens of minutes, Turon paused, catching his slightly ragged breath. Originally, he would not have gotten tired from this level of activity, but now, his strength had increased so much that his stamina consumption seemed to have increased as well. Hoo-ha! The adjustment to his bodily senses was still far from perfect. Unfortunately, his talent in martial arts was not as transcendent as his talent in magic, but in a way that made him appreciate it even more. After all, the harder the task, the greater the sense of accomplishment when succeeding. In contrast with magic, if he simply tried to observe and learn, he would often achieve results almost instantly, making it difficult to gain that sense of effort and reward. There were some exceptions, like the training he was doing now. After adjusting his newly strengthened body, Turon officially began his magic training. The first thing he started was what he had been practicing ever since his battle with Battle. Whoosh, as he activated his magic, Turon's body was jerked as if someone grabbed him by the collar and yanked him. It was the result of manipulating magnetism, the force that moved metal. For this purpose, Turon had recently changed his frequently worn clothes. From his coat to his underwear and even his shoes, he had appropriately embedded metal into every part, allowing him to move them whenever necessary. Standing in place, Turon was dragged straight forward, then moved to the side, upward, forward again, and downward once more. It was as if there were a puppet above his head moving his body with strings. Every time he ignored inertia and bent his direction at nearly a right angle, all his joints and muscles screamed. It hurts quite a bit. Was Battle able to endure this because he also had the fighter bloodline? Or perhaps he had some smoother technique that allowed him to move without suffering so much pain. With such thoughts, Turon used the inertia from his magnetism-based movement to throw a punch. Whoosh, with even more force than before, his fist swung, and the sparse grasses growing near the Rocky Mountains swayed from the pressure. If he had to name it, this technique deserved to be called magnetic body art. After training in it for a short while, Turon felt a sudden, steep drop in his magic power and stopped. As expected, because he was still not proficient in handling magnetism, the efficiency of consumption was extremely poor. I should save some energy, I still have one last thing to practice. For his final exercise, Turon took out 2 items from the large capacity pouch he always carried. The weapon he had first begun using, though now somewhat overshadowed by his other abilities, the slingshot. He loaded it with a metal marble and spun it around as he looked ahead. Now then, the first step was to create a path of wind to eliminate air resistance. Then, overlapping it, he created another path, a path of invisible magnetic force. Will this really work? When asked to devise a way to apply magnetism, 3 of the 4 half-elves had proposed the same technique. It was to use magnetism to impart repulsive force to the metal marble, accelerating it. For someone like Turon, who specialized in shooting metal marbles, there was no better method. One of them even taught him about Fleming's left-hand rule. Although he could not clearly explain the concept of magnetic fields and electric currents, just the idea itself was helpful enough to Turon, who had already been using electricity and magnetism physically. In return, Turon gave that half-elf an extra glass of wine as a reward. Recalling what he had learned, Turon stabilized the magnetic path, spun the slingshot, and accurately loaded the marble into its entrance. The spirit of fire embedded inside the slingshot exploded, giving the marble an initial burst of acceleration. And the marble, taking strength from the magnetic path, was accelerated again and shot forward. Oh, at the moment of acceleration, the metal marble literally became a streak of light. Its speed was so extreme that it created an optical illusion, appearing like a long, thin straight line from the starting point to the target. The projectile not only pierced through the cliff he had aimed at, but also created a circular hole several meters in diameter around the impact point. Entering the newly created cave, Turon walked for about 800 meters through walls vitrified by the immense heat before he finally found the half-melted metal marble. Insane, thinking he should send another round of food to the half-elves inside the jewel box later, Turon recalled the name of this technique. According to them, this was a railgun. Chapter 154.1 Who? In the early evening, Turon let out a groan as he soaked his body in the hot bath prepared inside his residence after returning from training. Originally, being from the water-scarce western wasteland, he was not accustomed to immersing himself like this. However, after experiencing the hot spring area of the Suruf wetland, he had since come to enjoy such baths whenever he could. In fact, this was not even considered a great luxury for the head of a wizard house. Moreover, he was so frugal that he didn't want to waste firewood and instead heated the water himself using ignition magic. I am tired. Managing the internal affairs of the family, adjusting relationships with surrounding forces, and maintaining his personal training. The position of being the head of the great noble house Parsha came with a tremendous burden. Although Turon possessed a superior body befitting a wizard of the family head level, and had exceptional recovery ability thanks to the sacred relic set to the Lavita's bloodline, even he was beginning to feel exhausted from his current schedule. Of course, not every family head of a great noble house lived such a busy life. It was simply because he was the head of a newly established house, having too many systems to reorganize and surrounded by numerous powerful enemies. Even this rest in the hot spring was not simply a time to let go of everything and relax. With his eyes closed, Turon began to awaken his spiritual perception and started blending his internal symbols one by one. Airbender, Thunder Lord, Hunter, Chaser. He had already learned how to combine 2 out of the 4 symbols. What he needed to know next was how to combine the remaining 2. And ultimately, he would have to find a way to combine all 4 symbols together. That was the true path to approach the power wielded by the true gods, the ancient pre-god tribe. I do not know if there is even a way, though. Turon recalled the secrets of symbol combination he had heard from the half-elves. Originally, the noble family's bloodline started from the jobs they enjoyed in their games. Or as the librarian had previously mentioned, they were also called types. At the beginning, one was given a basic one and could open up another job by performing certain missions. Like burning a creature and covering oneself in its ashes, or riding waves as Turon had seen in the past. The total number of types or jobs one could possess was 4. The problem was that even in combining them, there was a set formula to follow. According to them, the 4 bloodline abilities Turon currently possessed weren't a combination in any of those formulas. In other words, he was a failed character without a final job like the completed gods. Have there been any cases where combinations that didn't exist in that game succeeded? As far as I know, none. From the moment we mixed with the White Elves, we lost the ability to handle souls at a higher dimension. Letting Rishan's voice drift away into the depths of his consciousness, Turon once again focused inward. Wind and lightning tangled together, black mist spread around, and snow, once again, the black mist was driven away by the light of the lightning. Could it really be that they were fundamentally incompatible? Or should he first find a way to combine the two bloodlines of hunter and chaser from House Zahar? Soaking his body in the hot water, Turon practiced several more times, but eventually had to pause his training as he felt dizzy. If he pushed ahead with training while his spiritual energy was depleted, he would suffer from all sorts of side effects warned about in the Soul Magic book. At that moment, a gentle female voice tickled his ears from behind. When you rest, it is better to focus only on resting. Mesa, who had entered the bath beside Turon, said in a calm tone as if soothing a child. Turon, who had already sensed her presence, was not surprised. You got back quickly. You said it might take a few days. I was lucky. A dwarf just happened to get caught in the tracking magic device while coming out of a den. A few days ago, Mesa had departed to eradicate dwarves that had reportedly been appearing in several small towns northeast of Kalamaf. She said that in the den she tracked by following several dwarves, there were swarms of hundreds just like before. However, since they were not carrying any special magic artifacts this time, it was not difficult to incinerate them all. Turon now understood that those objects, called steam rifles and steam cannons, were relics left behind by the scientific civilization of the ancient dwarves, which had flourished before the manipulation of the biologist. Would it be better to weaponize those things? Or, while powerful nobles might withstand them, lower-ranking nobles and knights would inevitably suffer heavy damage from the mass deployment of firearms and artillery, as could already be seen from how the steam rifles and steam cannons had inflicted harm upon them. Additionally, considering that the gods had forbidden such development, Zahar and Carmine, who wished for the mutual destruction of Parsha and Aravian, might officially get involved. His thoughts swirling in complexity were interrupted when a wet hand gently covered his eyes. I told you when you are resting, focus only on resting. The voice was like that of someone admonishing a child, yet soft and tender, not stern. At the sound of her voice tickling his ears and the soft embrace wrapping around him, Turon smiled and closed his eyes. In the early dawn, Turon, who had been sleeping deeply, woke to the sudden sound of an urgent call. Since the family head's bedroom was thoroughly sealed during sleep, the signal could only have come from a magic artifact used by the servants to call him in case of true emergencies. Unless it was truly serious, no one dared to use it. As expected, when he opened the door, a knight with a pale face formally reported urgent news. Orphan City is under attack, yes. According to the beacon, it is an attack by large creatures and wizards. Large creatures. What immediately came to mind was Armenia's relatives, the Great Sea Serpent Gang. Everyone knew that House Parsha possessed magic artifacts capable of spatial transfer. Connecting that fact with the existence of the Jade Mirror was not particularly surprising. However, even if it were another house, it is still unexpected that they noticed it this quickly. The common knowledge was only applicable to the upper class, specifically the wizard class. At best, the methods for gathering information among the enemies involved relying on pirate underlings at a few ports or islands, so it was unlikely that they could access such high-level information. Moreover, had they not been busy waging war against House Carmine recently, someone who knew about the existence of the Jade Mirror informed the mermaids. Candidates: Carmine, Aravian, Zahar, Reuven. Practically all great noble houses except for his two allies were candidates, making any assumptions meaningless. Anyway, the important thing was that the only port city of House Parsha was under attack. Considering the distance between the two cities and the speed at which the beacon signal was delivered, the attack must have begun roughly 1 to 2 days ago. Turon immediately reached out for the parchment and quill beside him, wrote an order, and handed it to the knight. Deliver this to Mesa. Yes, the contents he wrote were simple. He would go ahead and handle the situation first, so she should gather the army properly and come to support him. Since weak wizards would be useless against great sea serpents, he also added instructions to gather only mid-level or higher nobles, especially those who could ride the family's tamed magical beasts and come quickly. After confirming that the knight had left for Mesa's quarters, Turon immediately headed to Armenia's quarters and woke him up. What is it? The sun is not even up yet. Your relatives seem to be smashing up my city. I thought we should go together. At Turon's words, Armenia's face hardened. They know I am here. Probably, if you are scared, I will not force you to come. If they fought by the sea, Armenia's presence would be a great help, but from the beginning, the reason he had pledged loyalty to Turon was for protection from them, so Turon could not force him to fight. Moreover, Armenia had already greatly helped him by providing the jade mirror. At Turan's words, Armenia hesitated briefly but soon shook his head. No, no, I will go with you. If you die, I will have nowhere left to run anyway. For this mermaid boy, giving up the protection of House Parsha was not an easy choice. Even if he managed to escape from here and move inland to avoid exposing his identity, he would not be able to blend into human society. In that case, he would have to live hiding in places like lakes or rivers. Naturally, the luxurious treatment he enjoyed now would come to an end. For Armenia, who had grown up receiving exceptional treatment even in the Mermaid Kingdom, it was only natural that he did not want to endure such a life. Then let's depart immediately. Bige. Responding to his call, Bige rose up from his body, glanced at Armenia with a displeased look, and then promptly grew in size. As Turan mounted her back, he heard Bige grumble in a voice only he could hear, "Fishy-smelling fish, don't want to carry it." After several hours of travel, as the dim sunlight announced the dawn while piercing through the damp morning mist, Turan arrived at Orphan, now completely reduced to ruins. It is already over. Though he had expected this, seeing the destruction firsthand was deeply unpleasant. The completely devastated port and buildings and the occasional corpses scattered between them. After all, even at its peak, Orphan only had a few dozen wizards, and among them only 3 or 4 nobles. It would have been natural for the city to be devastated even if just one great sea serpent had attacked, let alone a whole gang. Armenia, lend me your hand. Why, Ak? Though questioning him, Armenia obediently held out his hand, only to scream when Turan cut his finger with a knife. Rubbing the handful of blood that flowed out, Turan immediately activated tracking magic. Target: mermaids, those with the same type of transformation ability as the owner of this blood. Or close blood relatives. This kind of conditional setting was vastly inefficient compared to using a direct body part as a medium, but with Turan's immense magic power, he could manage it. As all his senses blurred and the range of the tracking magic expanded, he could feel his magic power being consumed rapidly. After a while, Turan opened his eyes and pointed to the northeast. Found them? Chapter 154.2. Are you sure that the owner of that land has the jade mirror? It is already common knowledge among us. Why would I lie when my life is on the line? About 200 kilometers from Orphan, on a battleship in the North Sea. At the question of a mermaid with a sinister face, a young human man answered in a somewhat trembling voice. Just from that, it was clear who held the upper hand between the two. Fine, if, as you say, he is sheltering the traitor of our race. I will keep my promise and spare your life, your families too. Not long ago, House Carmine had been defeated by the great sea serpent mermaids in battle, abandoning their capital, Avacha, and retreating inland. The man was one of the few Carmine nobles captured alive by the mermaids during that battle. The demand of the mermaids who captured him was simple. If he knew about the existence of the traitor, Armenia, who had disappeared with the jade mirror, he would be spared. Naturally, the Carmine nobles who knew nothing about it expected death. However, unexpectedly, one solid clue emerged. The fact that the traitor had absconded with the ancient relic used by mermaids for spatial transfer. Coincidentally, had there not been rumors about House Parsha possessing a sacred relic for spatial transfer, it was too timely to be a mere coincidence, and even the mermaids, after hearing it, seemed convinced. Above all, when they heard the name of the Parsha family head, they became certain that he was hiding the traitor. Turan, that was definitely the name. Was he not one of those undying kinds too? If this continues, would we not just be creating another enemy? We've already destroyed one of his cities, so he'll come looking for us. We can negotiate properly at that point. The mermaid royalty sat chatting on the deck of the battleship they had taken from Carmine. Just looking at them, it would be hard to imagine that below the deck, they had locked up hundreds of humans to serve as their snacks. With his head deeply bowed, the Carmine noble could only hope that these mermaids would negotiate with the Parsha family head, retrieve the traitor, fight, or whatever it took, so that this dreadful time would finally end. Well, although they were quite strong, if we threaten them now, they will have no choice but to listen. After all, we already crushed one of the great noble houses they are so proud of. As one of the mermaid royals boasted, the power of their clan, who had awakened as priests of the great sea serpent, had reached an entirely different level from before. Even one of those fallen gods, who had once commanded the devils with the blue coral crown, could not withstand their repeated attacks on Avacha and was forced to retreat. Of course, if they went too deep inland, they would surely be hunted down, so the mermaids themselves had no choice but to maintain a stalemate. According to the human, the only port under the rule of Turan Parsha, the devil who was once Armenia's friend, was the one they had recently laid waste to. Considering that ports and maritime transport hold significant importance in human cities, Turan would have no choice but to negotiate with them. While they were still talking, the mermaid royals suddenly frowned and looked around. What is this? Something feels strange. Transform. At someone's urgent shout, the 3 mermaids immediately transformed into the form of great sea serpents. Naturally, the battleship they had been sitting on was instantly crushed, and all the humans aboard were crushed between the massive bodies of the three serpents, turning the sea blood red. The Carmine noble who had been their informant just moments ago, his family brought as hostages, and even those who had been captured as food, all were obliterated. Of course, the mermaids had no time to care about such things. The moment they transformed, a flash and a wave of heat erupted from nowhere and came flying toward them. The beam of light that erupted from the empty air pierced the waist of one serpent and smashed half the face of another, producing an astonishing result. Kayak, who are you? The cries of the enormous creatures, slightly smaller than the undead great sea serpent that had once descended upon this ocean, but still so large that from a human's perspective they appeared more like natural disasters than living beings. Their roars whipped the surrounding waters into waves and storms, yet still no answer came. What the hell? The mermaid whose body had been pierced murmured in a slightly thin voice, then flinched and looked up. That subtle sense they had felt earlier was stirring once more. Without needing to say a word, all three dived underwater simultaneously, just as another flash split the surface and vaporized a massive amount of seawater, sending up a great plume of steam. If they had remained above water, they would have been hit again just like before. Attack, completely unseen, could it be them? Zahar, they knew well about the existence of the devils who possessed concealment abilities. They had also heard rumors that Turon, whom they had provoked this time, was one such being. What astonished them was the destructive power of the attack. Even after taking the form of great sea serpents, their scales had been shattered so easily. Even during the previous battles, when they had been struck with massive boulders, the damage had not been this great. Had their enemy grown that much stronger in such a short time, or was it a hidden technique? Their thoughts were cut short as they widened their enormous eyes, sensing a familiar presence approaching from the distance. Armenia, once the one they had placed the greatest hopes in, but now the one who had betrayed their race and fled, was approaching. Chapter 155.1. After taking a brief rest to replenish the magic power consumed by the tracking magic, Turon mounted Bige and immediately pursued those who had attacked Orphan. At the moment he discovered the enemy, he did not intend to attack them right away. After all, there were only two of them here, and he had no idea how many enemies there could be on the other side. It would have been sufficient to simply sneak closer, obtain a few mediums that could continue the tracking, and then retreat. However, upon arrival, he found that the enemy's forces were far weaker than he had anticipated. 3 royal mermaids, a few middling nobles, and hundreds of ordinary humans. Apparently, the signal fire that said human wizards were involved in the attack was merely because there was a battleship present. It was obvious to anyone that such forces could hardly have any significance. He had assumed that a human force allied with the great sea serpent had occupied Orphan and had brought other nobles to support, but seeing the situation now, he briefly regretted not simply bringing Mesa along too. However, the regret lasted only a moment. Turon set down Armenia at a distance, then approached under concealment together with Bige to attempt an attack. If he shot the newly acquired weapon, the railgun, at a slight angle, he would be able to eliminate only the mermaids without harming the civilians inside the battleship. The only thing he had not anticipated was that the mermaids could somehow detect the signs and magnetism of the railgun. Because of the mermaids who suddenly transformed into great sea serpents, the battleship was crushed in an instant, and although they were injured to some degree, the enemies managed to flee safely into the sea. Turon clicked his tongue in frustration for a brief moment, but he soon decided to continue pursuing them. 3 of them would be a manageable challenge, and more than anything, the image of Orphan that he had seen moments ago filled his mind. Though it was not a place he felt as much attachment to as Kalamaf, it was still a city belonging to Parsha's name, a city he had to protect. The vivid scene of it collapsed with over thousands dead still lingered in his memory. Let's go. Sending his voice on the wind across several kilometers, he called to Armenia, who then transformed into a great sea serpent and headed toward their kin. Upon the appearance of the traitor they had been desperately seeking, the 3 great sea serpents chose to abandon retreat and charged toward Armenia, and the 4 of them soon entangled fiercely in the deep sea. Meanwhile, Turon activated the Carmine bloodline, rode the currents closer, and drew a long sword from his pouch. He approached the relatively heavily injured great sea serpent's head and thrust the sword in. In the dark sea, the great sea serpent, completely caught off guard, screamed as its weak spot was struck. Only then did the other great sea serpents realize Turon's presence, twisting their bodies and illuminating the dark night sea brightly. It was unlikely that simply turning into a great sea serpent would grant such abilities, so how exactly? Though confused, Turon quickly deactivated concealment and manipulated the surrounding water to pull himself away. A great sea serpent's gaping maw passed right where he had been. The one who had failed in his attack glared at Turon and shouted, "You swore not to fight against us. That was when you were not harming humans, especially those I protect." Just like he would send his voice on the wind on land, Turon wrapped his words in a bubble of water and launched it toward the enemy. The great sea serpent mermaid, hearing this, replied in a bewildered tone, as if unable to understand. The humans in the west had nothing to do with you, and even in the port we destroyed as a warning, only a few thousand died. So why? Before he could ask if Turon could afford to make an enemy of them, Armenia clamped down on his neck with a bite. The two other great sea serpents tried to fend off Armenia by biting into his body, but because they were already in poor condition, their attacks lacked force. While the four tangled together, Turon approached one of the great sea serpents clinging to Armenia and reached out his hand. Instantly, a mass of ice grew around its long body. Ayag, the ability granted by the Carmine bloodline, was control over water and cold. Originally, seawater was harder to freeze than freshwater, but for a powerful wizard like Turon, that was hardly a constraint. What he created was not a simple mass of ice that merely slowed down the body. On the outside, it was a cylindrical structure encasing the body, but on the inside, it was a torture device studded with hundreds of sharp blades. It was a technique of shaping water into ice that required mastery at the extreme, a level of skill that only a very few among the Carmine nobility could achieve. Get it off. The ice blades, infused with mighty magic power, shredded the tough scales of the great sea serpent and tore into its tender flesh. Although it was not a life-threatening blow, given how resilient the creature was, pain tends to feel exaggerated beyond what is real. Having thus half-disabled one of the great sea serpents, Turon, just as Onel had done in the past, shaped a massive ice whip and struck another relatively unscathed great sea serpent, just like a master disciplining a beast that defied his will. At that point, the great sea serpents realized they were at a disadvantage and that continuing the fight could lead to their deaths, so they decided to flee. The group split into three directions: northwest, north, and northeast. Turon, with only a brief exchange of glances with Armenia, decided which one each of them would pursue. "Where is the family head? Don't tell me we are too late." In front of the harbor of Orphan, now turned into ruins, the Parsha army, led by Mesa, looked around anxiously. Upon hearing news of a major attack, they had rushed there in haste, only to find the city reduced to rubble, and the family head, who should have arrived a day earlier after setting out alone, nowhere to be seen. It was only natural for them to feel worried. However, unlike the others, Mesa stood calmly, merely looking up at the sky. "Does anyone know who exactly attacked?" "I don't know, I just heard it was the enemy." Maybe we should have asked Salif for help after all. If Mesa said it was fine, what could we do? The truth about the jade mirror that connected Parsha and Varaha and its location was known only to the topmost members of the two families. The dozen or so mid to upper-ranking nobles gathered here knew only that there was a way to cross space to Varaha, but soon enough they understood why Mesa had not been disturbed. "Oh, is that? Could it be?" With the sound of water rushing, something began to rise from the sea to the land. Seeing the massive bodies of great sea serpents, the Parsha nobles were startled and instinctively began preparing attack spells, but soon realized they were looking at lifeless corpses. The sight of seawater lifting the dead bodies of two huge great sea serpents onto the shore was almost epic. Atop them rode two figures, their revered family head Turon and an unidentified guest, Arn. "You're here, there are only two, didn't you say there were three?" "One got away, it was fast." Turon casually conversed with Mesa as he unloaded the great sea serpent's corpses onto the shore. The reason she could remain calm was that she had already heard some information through the hand mirror from Turon, although she had not been able to hear all the details due to conserving magic power and the rush of pursuit. As the two landed, Mesa approached and brushed off Armenia's head, asking, "Are you hurt?" "I got a little hurt, but then Turon healed me." At Armenia's words, the Parsha wizards behind them opened their eyes wide in surprise. Those words sounded as if this boy had fought alongside Turon against the great sea serpents. Chapter 155.2. It was hard to guess exactly how strong the creatures were now that they were dead, but just by looking at their massive size, it was clear they were monsters comparable to mythical beasts. All the wizards gathered here were among the more powerful ones even within Parsha, but dealing effective damage to that monster alone would not have been easy. Could it be the successor of Carmine? Seeing how he was brought along even before Mesa just because the battle was in the water. He looks young too, it might really be true. At this rate, I wonder if all the heirs of the great houses will gather here in Parsha. Ignoring the murmuring voices coming from behind, Turon reported the recent developments to Mesa. Since he had been chasing after them almost all day, a heavy fatigue was evident in his voice. If it were about confronting them head-on, it would have been a different story, but pursuing and killing the fleeing great sea serpents was truly not an easy task. "They're not on the same level as the one we fought before, and they're a bit weaker than Armenia, but they're still annoying. In the sea, it would feel like fighting an average family head-level wizard." "I see, especially for you since you have poor compatibility with the sea." In the past battle with the undead Great Sea Serpent, they had been able to fight it at the shoreline because the beast had lost half its sanity and was rampaging like a natural disaster. But against a Great Sea Serpent that deliberately hid itself underwater, there would not be much Mesa could do. Electricity disperses meaninglessly in water, and there is no wind under the sea. After sharing this information, Turon turned his gaze toward the nobles Mesa had brought. Everyone, thank you for coming so quickly in this urgent situation. It was nothing, glory to Parsha, though they had always shown enough respect to their family head. The sight of two dead great sea serpents lying behind him elevated their admiration even further, beyond what they thought was the limit. Pointing at the great sea serpents, Turon explained the situation to them. These were originally mermaids. Recently, they have acquired the ability to transform into giant sea serpents and have been harming humans. I am sure you all have heard the story that Carmine has been greatly suffering because of them. I just heard it was because of sea magical beasts. While everyone was surprised to learn that those giant sea serpents were originally mermaids, they focused even more intently on Turon's next words. Their family head would not reveal such secrets without a good reason. This time, I pursued them and managed to kill a few, but there are still many creatures with similar powers left in the North Sea. Therefore, I am issuing a ban on maritime activities around Orphan for the time being. A maritime ban. Although Kalamaf was a considerable trade center even by land routes, blocking sea routes could potentially cause significant economic damage. However, none of the nobles gathered here dared to voice any opposition. Who would have the guts to request the reconstruction of the harbor when such gigantic monsters could swarm in at any moment? After confirming that everyone showed their obedience, Turon nodded and said, "First, let's clean up this area, push aside the collapsed buildings and start by collecting the corpses." Family head. There is something I wish to ask. A noble from the northern Phelan family cautiously raised his hand to request permission to speak. What should we do with the body of the magical beast, the sea serpent? Should we perhaps process it into a magic artifact and thus preserve it? Just leave it be. It will be difficult to process by conventional methods and it would be of no use anyway. At Turon's words, all the nobles of Parsha wore puzzled expressions. It was common knowledge that the corpses of powerful magical beasts retained some strength even after death. Of course, they were weaker than in life since the magic power had drained out, but even so they were vastly superior to ordinary materials. Seeing their confusion, Turon decided not to explain in words but to show them through action. He drew his longsword and cut off one of the great sea serpent's teeth lying right beside him. Here. The noble who had caught the tooth that Turon had thrown in surprise let out a groan as he soon saw the tooth melt away and disappear. As you can see, these creatures' bodies are not real. Once separated from their main body, they disintegrate and vanish. I only brought this to show what had attacked this city. Turon did not bother to add further, but in truth, even killing these things would not allow them to absorb their power in the form of magic. It was just like killing a powerful dark elf necromancer would not yield any significant strength from its corpse. The same was true for the dwarves and most other non-human races. Killing them usually did not provide much benefit. Now let's get moving. After a while, the nobles of Parsha, who had arrived expecting a grand battle, found themselves beginning the cleanup work that was usually reserved for knights or commoners. They completely demolished half-collapsed buildings and recovered the bodies that had been crushed or scattered all around. We didn't come here for this kind of work. SHH, the family head is working too. Be quiet. Just as said, although Turon was exhausted from chasing and killing the great sea serpents all day, he did not hold back from working. Using telekinesis magic, he extracted dozens of corpses at once and laid them in a neat line on the open ground, eliciting gasps of admiration from some. Such a feat was not possible merely through strong magic power. It required superior mastery over the magic itself. Mesa focused on demolishing and clearing the damaged buildings that Turon had extracted the corpses from. With a few sweeps of the wind blade through the twisted columns of the half-collapsed structures, the buildings fell in an instant. Thanks to her perfect control of the surrounding air, not even a speck of dust was raised during the collapse. Seeing this, the other nobles also did their best, projecting whatever magical ability they had, and by midday the ravaged Orphan was somewhat tidied up. The one ruling this place was House Jerogen, correct? Yes, family head. Identify a close relative with succession rights and ask if they have any intention of taking over the city. Not now, but after we have completely eradicated the great sea serpents, we will need someone to rebuild and govern it. No one expressed opposition to his decision. After all, the prospect of ruling a city that might not be rebuilt for who knows how long, starting entirely from zero, was too distant and uncertain. Once the cleanup had finished to a certain extent, Turon addressed his subordinates in a solemn tone before departing. All of you remember the site of this place. It is the spot where the enemies from the sea massacred our families. Using earth-shaping magic to construct graves, Turan learned that exactly 6217 bodies were buried beneath the ground. Considering the original size of the city, the number that had been crushed beyond recognition or sucked into the sea to become fish food would have been several times that. That was the blood price Parsha needed to remember from this battle. The sudden assault by the great sea serpents and the story of the family head who repelled them brought two emotions to the vassals belonging to House Parsha. A fear that giant enemies could trample their cities at any time, and a sense of reassurance that a mighty protector could repel them. Because of this, families that had previously sent weaker, near-branch-line nobles to Parsha began sending more powerful heirs closer to being successors, leading to a farcical situation. They judged that it was safer to remain under Turan's command in Kalamaf than to stay within their own family estates. Travelers passing near the now gigantic grave that was Orphan city would gaze at the massive corpses of the great sea serpents laid along the outer walls and spread tales of their terrifying grandeur everywhere they went. Some pathetic wizards ignored the rumors that the corpses were useless and came searching for anything they could possibly salvage. But they only ended up realizing the miserable truth that with their feeble strength, they could not even pry off a single scale. As Parsha, having suffered a severe blow, began to solidify its sense of community more firmly, an unexpected guest arrived from the north. It was none other than the House Carmine, who had recently been defeated by the great sea serpents and had retreated inland. "I have come to see the family head of Parsha." "Welcome." Turan, seeing the envoy who came on behalf of Carmine, felt a complicated tangle of emotions within. Gemel Carmine, the father of Anil, whom Turan had once killed and impersonated, and one of the vessels for the gods ruling over Carmine, smiled gently as he spoke. "I have heard that your great prestige has spread widely across the world. Especially against those powerful and wicked great sea serpents, we must shamefully admit that they forced us to temporarily abandon Avacha and retreat." The image of him sternly scolding Anil with a solemn face still lingered clearly in Turan's mind, but now seeing him bowing and flattering like a sycophant made Turan wonder if he was even the same person. Was there no hesitation in bowing his head to someone far younger, who was not even a divine being but merely a human? Perhaps, as Renaud had once done, the god had temporarily handed over the body's movements to the human shell. Unaware of Turan's thoughts, Gemel continued to flatter diligently and then brought up the main point. "The head of House Carmine wishes to propose an alliance with the family head of House Parsha, to stand together against those wicked sea serpents." Chapter 156.1 Meeting Room of the House Parsha. After presenting quite a convincing story to Turan and the surrounding vassals, Gemel temporarily excused himself. Only then did the vassals, who had been quietly listening, begin to discuss. "What do you think? It doesn't sound too bad to me. After all, it is a calamity that needs to be dealt with. Besides, I like that the other side is showing a humble attitude." The House Parsha, thanks to Turan's fame for repelling the head of the House Aravian and negotiations with the House Zahar, quickly solidified its position for a newly rising great noble house. However, compared to the long-established and traditionally rooted great noble houses, the reality was that they still fell short in rank. But now, even if not one of the most ancient houses, the rather powerful House Carmine was treating them as a step above. Wasn't it only natural to feel a surge of pride? Seated at the head of the table, Turan read the atmosphere of the group and quietly spoke. "Seems like everyone wants to accept it. Yes, after all. Even the compensation that Carmine is offering is no small thing." To form this joint venture, Carmine had laid out shockingly generous terms: 2 sacred relics, 1 magic battleship, and 200 tons of gold. That was an exceptionally favorable offer, even for a request to a great noble house for assistance. Do the others share the same opinion? "I have a slightly different view." The one who spoke was Haram, a guest of House Burke, Turan's mentor and one of Parsha's most powerful assets. Maintaining a solemn expression, he said, "With a war against Reuven expected soon and the threat from Aravian still not stabilized, we would effectively be opening 3 fronts. We cannot handle that, but don't we need to eliminate the great sea serpent anyway? Since a maritime ban has been issued, the urgency is not on our side. It would be better to let Carmine, who has the North Sea as their base, to handle it themselves." To a noble's question, Haram replied coldly, and as if his duty ended there, closed his eyes and nodded. Watching this quietly, Turan addressed everyone. As he said, "We are not in a situation where we can afford to be relaxed. We will decline Carmine's offer. If we reject this, neighboring houses may look down on us." The person who began to object soon trailed off in the face of the surrounding atmosphere. Turan chose not to scold him and thereby diminish his own authority. Thanks to Master rejecting it at the right moment, it's easier to bring up now. Turon had also decided to reject the proposal as soon as he heard it, but not simply because he was concerned about expanding the fronts, as he had just said. Considering that the threat of the great sea serpent wasn't temporary, it would be better to finish it off through cooperation when possible. The problem was that Carmine couldn't be trusted. They abandoned their capital because they were overpowered. What a joke, according to Turon's recent battle experience. Each member of the Great Sea Serpent clan had abilities comparable to or slightly inferior to an average family head. Their number was around a dozen, and the king and queen would be slightly stronger than that. In that case, if the head of Carmine Lawyer were to unleash the power of a god along with other possessed vessels, they should have been able to repel or kill them. Unless Carmine's vessels are half-elves like those from Varaha or Reuven. Half-elves, due to the fusion of gods and white elf souls, suffered significant disadvantages in drawing out God's power. Unlike those like Turon, Mesa, and Salif, who had a proper coexistence of soul and flesh and could freely combine symbols with the power of the soul with no side effects other than the depletion of spiritual power, the others couldn't. Was it because white elf souls and god symbols were inherently incompatible powers? If Carmine's gods were similar types, it could be understandable, but otherwise, there was a high possibility they were scheming something. For example, they might join the battle only to stab them in the back near the end. In fact, there was an even bigger reason for the rejection than all of this. It was the smell. Throughout the time Gemel came to Turon and told his stories, not a single body scent emitted from Gemel. He probably used some kind of magic artifact or sacred relic to hide it. Because he knows I carry the Zahar bloodline, but still. Logically, if he had no ulterior motives, there would be no reason to hide his scent while coming to ask for help. He must have something shady within, some emotion he must not reveal to Turon, and that's why he hid it. That alone was enough for Turon to lose all intention of accepting any offer from him, if rejecting it meant becoming enemies. Then that would just mean they had decided to turn hostile long ago anyway. Not long after, Gemel returned to the conference hall and looked startled upon seeing Turon expressing rejection. Why? Lord of the House Parsha, please reconsider. This is not just an issue of our house but something for all of humanity. My decision will not change. At the very least, if Aravian were destroyed or a rightful head were established, we could consider cooperation, but not now. Go back, the rightful head he spoke of was, naturally, Mesa. Even after that, Gemel added all kinds of sweet words trying to sway Turon's decision, but when Turon said, "I don't want to hear anymore," he had no choice but to shut his mouth. A mere aide to a family head could not casually bare his teeth before another house's head. In the end, having gained nothing, Gemel looked up at Turon with eyes full of fury and muttered under his breath with a clenched jaw. Despite being unable to smell the other's scent, Turon could distinctly sense the raw emotion. "I will withdraw, I pray you live long." Were those emotions Gemel's, or were they from the god possessing him? Either way, it didn't really matter. Before long, word of the events between House Parsha and House Carmine spread widely. The story that the ones who had lost their capital came to ask for help and were rejected. Some criticized that it was disappointing that Parsha refused to help fellow humans, while others argued it was only natural considering the powerful enemy beside them. Most of the high-ranking wizards of the House Parsha, who had recently gone with Mesa to rescue Orphan, reached a tentative conclusion that Turon's decision was correct. A few were momentarily dazzled by Gemel's submissive attitude and the extravagant compensation, but when thought through calmly, the Great Sea Serpent was simply too powerful an enemy to be swayed by that. After the envoy left, another event soon arose that proved Turon's decision to be right. From the far east came word that the great noble House Reuven had begun advancing toward Varaha's territory. A war? Yes. It's really giving me a headache. We were just starting to normalize the territory. Due to repeated wars, the land of the lakes, which belonged to Varaha, was chronically short of wizards, to the extent that even Salif, the family head, would go out himself to hunt magical beasts. Though some wizards from Parsha and Lavidas were staying there both for support and surveillance, their number was small, so it was understandable. How many troops? I haven't seen them myself, so I can't say for sure, but the number is around 1,200, 1,200. What about Varaha? If we really squeeze everything out, 800. Of course, most of them are not combat ready. Chapter 156.2. Even if they could somehow match 2/3 of the numbers, the actual fighting strength would be less than half. Moreover, unlike Reuven's half-elves, there were no vessels here who could wield God's power. Lavidas's forces are still making their way back through the South Sea, so we're the only ones who can help. How much help can you provide? At Salif's question, Turon tapped the desk with his finger as he considered. Not much. We've also been seeing suspicious movements here recently. Suspicious movements? There are rumors of multiple wizards from the Western Forest appearing around the boundary of the Grey Zone. A few years ago, during the great upheaval caused by the Dark Elves, all of the wizard families that ruled the western forest region suffered devastating damage, but they had since more or less recovered their former prosperity. Some of them had returned after fleeing at the time, while others were nobles from nearby regions who had declared independence and formed pioneering groups to become rulers of new cities. If their numbers were gathered together, it would amount to quite a considerable force, and the fact that they were now appearing in the border regions was not a particularly positive sign for the House Parsha. According to the people we sent to investigate, they claim it's because several powerful magical beasts have been discovered nearby, but unless I go there myself and kidnap someone, it's hard to know the full story. Let's not go that far. It's dangerous, so in short, it's difficult for you to send out troops carelessly on your side too. Another troubling point was not only that House Reuven was provoking them, but that they were actually launching an attack. Unless they were fools, they wouldn't have invaded so rashly after seeing House Varaha fall so suddenly, right? Even if Lavitas didn't count, it was reasonable to assume that they had something to match the two great noble houses, Varaha led by Salif and Parsha led by Turon. For now, I could leave the main house to Mesa and provide support alone myself. Oh, come to think of it, there's one more thing I should mention. What is it? It's about Berit. At Turon's words, Salif's face stiffened slightly. What about her? I'm thinking of dispatching her to Varaha. What do you think? Even if it's not me, having a high-ranking Zahar noble would be a great help with reconnaissance and tracking. All of a sudden, she asked for it. A few days ago, Berit had suddenly asked Turon to send her back to her main house. Her reason was that the bond between Turon and Mesa was so close that she could no longer find a place to insert herself, and she didn't want to waste any more time here. Over time, she had also become quite close to Mesa. Of course, Turon rejected her proposal. Sending Berit away was not only a decision entangled in countless political calculations, but simply sending her back could be interpreted as a hostile signal. However, after a few conversations on the subject, Turon came to understand the real reason why Berit wanted to leave Parsha. Ever since Salif became the family head, he rarely stayed in Kalamaf, which made it difficult for her to meet him often, and that was why she wanted to leave. So, instead of sending her back to Zahar, you're planning to send her here. Anyway, concealment abilities are almost useless inside the Temple of the Sun. I have enough excuses to give to Zahar. She originally came under the pretext of free romance, so I can just say the target changed a bit. It's still a family head of a great noble house, right? Hearing this, Salif groaned as if something had struck a nerve. To him, Turon chuckled heartily and shook his head. I have a rough idea how far you and Berit have gone. From our side, tying the two of you together isn't such a bad story, so it's fine as long as you're okay with it. From what Turon had gathered through conversations, Berit was an ambitious woman. As the daughter of a successor, she had quite a bit of talent and had even aimed for the next successor position. But after reaching her limits among the upper ranks in terms of magical power, she was frustrated and sought to gain power at least by becoming the partner of a family head. Such a woman had taken the opportunity and come to Parsha hoping to court Turon, but had been thwarted by an impenetrable wall and found her heart turning towards Salif instead. His appearance suited her taste quite well. He was powerful, and even though he had recently declined, he was still the head of the time-honored great noble house Varaha. Unless she was a fool, instead of clinging to Turon with no chance of success, she would return to the main house and look for a way to get herself dispatched to Varaha somehow. Turon had simply proposed a more attractive alternative to her. I asked her to funnel information from Zahar to our side in exchange for being dispatched to Varaha. Since we'll have to ask a favor from Zahar, it's only right we receive proper compensation. Using a friend's love as a political tool. You really sound like a corrupt bigwig now. I wouldn't have used this method if you didn't like Berit, but fortunately it seems you do. At Turon's words, Salif awkwardly cleared his throat and forcibly turned his gaze away with an embarrassed look. As stated, Salif, originally analyzed to have a preference for older married women, had at some point become strongly drawn to Berit. In the first place, reducing human romantic or sexual preferences into a neat formula might have been an impossible task. To say, I like this type of person and dislike anyone else, could one even call that love? It's something that one day just appears and brands your heart like a seal. That's what such emotion is. Do you think Berit is sincere about me, from what I sense? In the past, just as Turon had done in front of Talais while disguised as Anil, nobles of Zahar blood could, when conscious of it, suppress the emotions that leaked through their scent to some extent. But Berit lacked the ability to control herself to that degree. And from a certain point on, she hadn't even bothered to hide her feelings for Salif in front of Turon. The difference between simple lust and love was so subtle that it was often difficult to detect, but Turon judged that the emotion Berit felt leaned more toward the latter. Damn it, fine, let's do that. I don't know why we suddenly switched from talking about war to talking about women. I told you just a moment ago, you spirit a Zahar noble for reconnaissance. You want me to throw the woman I like into danger. Unless she runs into someone with abilities like mine, there's nothing all that dangerous about simple reconnaissance. And if she hands over the intel she gathers, it'll be better for me to take care of the rest. Turon silently pointed to a part of the world map hung beside the lounge where they were talking, the portion that depicted Reuven's territory. At the average marching speed of a conventional wizard army, it would take about 2 weeks to descend from the border to Helio, the capital of Varaha. If one Zahar noble were to scout ahead and confirm the army's composition and arrangement, that alone would give ample time for a family head-class assassin to charge in, shake the army, and force a retreat. Chapter 157.1. After finishing the discussion with Salif, Turon called Berit and informed her of the outcome of their conversation. Her reaction upon hearing it was more dramatic than he had expected. Watching Salif widen his eyes as Berit suddenly hugged and kissed him was quite entertaining. Naturally, he had not yet given Berit enough trust to reveal the full secret of the Jade Mirror, so she crossed over to Varaha with her vision blocked. Then Turon wrote a letter to the Zahar side. To the ruler of Zahar, from Turon Parsha, head of House Parsha, representative of the Grey Zone, protector of Kalamaf, and privately your grandson. This is to inform you that your granddaughter, Berit Zahar, who had been dispatched to the House Parsha, has now been reassigned to the House Varaha due to personal circumstances. The letter he wrote was closer to a notice rather than a request for consent. If the head of House Zahar had underestimated him, he would likely be enraged upon reading it. However, Turon was confident that the other side would show no particular response to this move, at least not until about 3 months later when they met face to face. Having completed the related task by writing the letter, Turon spent the next 3 days as usual, with all the external duties as a family head and personal training. And on the dawn of the 3rd day, Turon crossed over to Varaha through the Jade Mirror. A servant walking down the hallway widened his eyes in shock upon seeing him. El Lord of Parsha, where's Salif? He is upstairs. Even just by looking at the half-frozen expression of the Varaha servant, Turon could understand how the people here viewed him. Because Salif had originally begun his ties as a guest of Parsha, even after becoming the head of Varaha, he remained a welcomed guest in Kalamaf, but Turon was the opposite. During the battle in southern Helio not long ago, many nobles of Varaha had died at Turon's hands. In this land, the head of Parsha was considered a monster equal to or more dreadful than the head of Zahar, who was notorious as the Lord of Assassinations. Countless people had died from invisible blades. Passing by several people, Turon arrived at the residence of the head of Varaha and was soon able to meet Salif and Berit. Looking at the pair getting along quite well just as he and Mesa had once been, Turon naturally offered the usual greeting. "Looks like you've been doing well, your face looks brighter." "Does it?" Berit muttered with a slightly offended expression in response to Turon's words. In truth, her face looked quite tired and worn, contrary to what had just been said. For the past 3 days, she had been running around under concealment to patrol the Reuven army advancing from the north, tracking their routes, numbers, and detailed identities. Thanks to borrowing Bige, she had been able to scout enemies from afar and return early. But in the end, she had no choice but to carry out the detailed investigations personally. The documents, here, Turon nodded as he took the parchment that was handed over to him. As expected of someone from Zahar who was skilled in this sort of thing, the map was quite accurate and the contents were easy to understand. Berit had even achieved the result of collecting a few strands of hair from powerful figures who, while not quite heads themselves, were of the next highest rank. How had she managed to do that with people who usually hold themselves up in their camps? A honey trap, but will this really be enough? I still think it might be better if I go with you. I prefer moving alone. The new weapon I've acquired is suited for that. Of course, Turon had already explained to Salif about the new technique he'd acquired, the railgun, but it was probably hard to grasp its true power without seeing it in action. Folding up the document, Turon nodded and said, "Good. If I leave now, I can get it done. If I attack too much, I'll get tired, so I'll go and return by the morning." At dawn, when the darkness receded and light began to rise, a flash of light burst beside the encampment of the House Reuven, stationed in the northern land of lakes. At that moment, no one immediately understood what had happened, for when one has just woken up, the brain doesn't function too well. Only after a short while did they begin to realize that it was Varaha, that the enemies they were currently invading had launched a counterattack. Light and heat weren't those the forces they handled best. Enemy attack. What were the night guards doing? Varaha has come. Yet it was meaningless to blame the patrols stationed around the camp because the assailant could not be seen. All that remained were the debris left by the flash and the screams of survivors who had barely made it through from the fringes of the attack. "So hot, it's too hot. My arm. I can't see anything." Amidst the desperate screams, while the few healers went around, nobles who had been sleeping elsewhere rushed over to check the traces of the attack. A single long line, drawn from outside the distant edge of the encampment all the way to the center. Even just the pulverized earth where it had passed made it clear how terrifying the impact of the projectile-like attack must have been. Even the encampment's barrier, which under normal circumstances could withstand attacks from dozens of wizards, had been ripped to shreds. If it hadn't been for that barrier, the attack might have pierced an entire section of the encampment. What the hell kind of attack just passed through here? Lord Godrin was definitely staying here. The final destination of the unidentified attack was the commander's tent, the very one used by the noble overseeing the 5 legions of the invading Reuven forces. Godrin Reuven, the highest-ranking noble of one of the legions. Naturally, his tent had been carbonized and erased under the immense heat and pressure, just like the other structures in the path, and even Godrin himself had barely retained the shape of his body. If he had not been a top-tier noble possessing both the fighter and guardian bloodlines, even that would not have been possible. He may have been asleep and not wearing any defense magic devices, but still. To snipe a noble of a legion commander's caliber from that distance. At this level, it's definitely someone of family head tier. They could easily think of potential candidates capable of such an attack. Salif of the Sun bloodline and Turon of the Zahar bloodline. Of course, Turon was the family head of the great House Parsha in the distant west, but there were already public rumors that he possessed some means to quickly travel between the two families. It must be the head of Parsha. He's always had deep expertise in throwing or shooting things, and besides, this is an area where scouts should have detected the attack, but no one saw an intruder. Everyone nodded at the noble's comment. Yes, that made sense. But knowing was one thing, the problem now was what they were supposed to do. Should they further reinforce the perimeter during camping? Even if knights and lower nobles wandered around the base to a family head-level powerhouse, they were little more than insects. Yet they couldn't exactly have the head of house Reuven personally walk the perimeter on patrol, could they? It wasn't as if a powerful noble from Zahar was something they could just detect at will, and if the family head were to suffer physical or mental fatigue, he might be unable to exert power at a crucial moment. More than anything, someone daring enough to suggest such a blasphemous request might find themselves out of favor with the higher-ups. For now, we should report this to the family head and receive orders. The rest of you start securing the perimeter. Just as the oldest noble among them began to issue commands, another flash flared in the distance. Unlike last time, they weren't asleep now, so they were finally able to see the enemy's attack clearly. A single metal sphere, appearing to stretch long in an optical illusion. It pierced through the already torn hole in the barrier and swept through the nobles gathered for analysis. Chapter 157.2. I expected this, but this is even more absurd than I thought. After launching the second railgun strike, Turon clicked his tongue while looking down at the ruined Reuven encampment, then flew back south. Since he was not yet skilled at using the railgun, the 2 attacks had consumed quite a bit of magic power. Of course, if he really wanted to, he could fire 5 or 6 more times, but if he ended up getting caught by the head of Reuven with low magic power, that would be quite a troublesome situation in many ways. Moreover, by retreating like this, there was also the advantage that Reuven's wizards had no way of stopping Turon, a Zahar noble who sniped from over a kilometer away and escaped under concealment. Not to mention any other bloodline, someone like Reuven, who was solely specialized in hand-to-hand combat, could never hope to catch him. Flying south, Turon was able to return to Helio City in about an hour. Despite the nearly 800 kilometers of distance from the advancing army to Baij, that was merely an hour's flight with moderate power. Returning leisurely to the Temple of the Sun, Turon passed through everyone's fearful gazes and returned to the family head's quarters, where he sipped tea and calmly organized documents. Not long after, Salif, having heard of his arrival, returned. "You're back already?" "Yeah, probably killed about 10 nobles, took down 1 top-tier noble too." Salif clicked his tongue in disbelief at Turon's casual recitation of his combat results. One might think he had just gone to take care of a group of local bandits, given his nonchalant attitude. "You go to war like it's a stroll through the park. I'm not even sure if this counts as a battle, but anyway, I've crossed the faces of the ones I killed. You can go over it with Berit later." What Turon had done was take the parchment where Berit had drawn the faces of Reuven nobles and cross out a few with a quill. He was organizing those he had clearly killed in this attack to better gauge the enemy's remaining strength. Wait, did I hear that correctly? You've already fought and returned." Berit, who had been listening to their conversation from behind, looked as though she couldn't believe what she had just seen and heard. And it was understandable. They were currently working themselves to the bone trying to rally over 100 nobles in preparation for a great house war, and here was someone who had gone out in the morning like on a stroll and come back after killing 10 nobles. Of course, if it were just 10 low-tier nobles found on the street, even Berit could have casually taken them out. She too was a fairly powerful upper-tier noble, and a Zahar bloodline user specialized in assassination. But killing 10 nobles in a camp protected by all kinds of barriers and detection magic artifacts, or in an advancing army with scouts spread all around, was a completely different story. Even if a great house family head was an overwhelmingly powerful being, Reuven's head was still guarding the other side. For him to pull it off so calmly like this, it just didn't make sense. Even if he had ridden Bige, just the round trip would take an hour or two. That meant he practically went, took them out immediately, and came back in no time. Salif, unfazed by her shock, replied nonchalantly, "It's Turon. What does that even? I decided long ago to just accept that this guy is capable of anything. Even if the Reuven head is found dead tomorrow, I probably won't be surprised. It's not that extreme." Turon shook his head at Salif's over-the-top praise, then chatted with the two a bit more before crossing back over the jade mirror to return to Kalamaf. Naturally, the nobles of Parsha had no idea what Turon had been up to and simply welcomed their family head back. If their head wasn't around in the morning, they just assumed he had gotten up a bit late. Who would ever imagine he had crossed to the far east and fought a battle? "It's time for the morning meeting, my lord. What's the agenda?" A noble who claims to represent the Western Forest recently requested a meeting. That night, Turon once again crossed over to Varaha and carried out a second attack on the Reuven army. The surprise assault, carried out just as the camp was beginning to fall asleep, unfortunately did slightly less damage than the first. It was because Reuven's army had adjusted the layout of their barracks to avoid suffering major losses from linear attacks. So they've got someone clever over there too. However, for all that, their military strength felt somewhat lacking. Did they really think that pushing forward with a force of this size would scare the opposition into negotiating? In any case, Turon fired the railgun a couple more times during this round as well, eliminating about 6 nobles and 50 knights before fleeing. This time, perhaps anticipating his strike, flying magical beasts poured out from all directions in an attempt to catch him. Unfortunately for them, none had the capability to detect the concealed Turon and Bige. It appeared they did not possess any high-grade detection magic devices capable of piercing through Zahar's concealment. And so, after 3 days. After a total of 7 raids, the Reuven army finally reversed its direction of advance. They had come to accept the fact that if things continued like this, their army would be reduced to half by the time they reached Helio. With the combined forces of the main Varaha army and reinforcements from Parsha, they would become completely outmatched. What? Reuven's army is retreating. But why? Not surprisingly, the nobles of Varaha were the most confused by this development. Some among them despised Salif, the so-called fake family head who had taken power with foreign help, and had even hoped Reuven would teach him a painful lesson. Others had wished for him to hold off the invasion by borrowing strength from Parsha and Lavidas if need be. But Reuven retreating on their own just like that was a development neither group had anticipated. Of course, Turon did not simply say go ahead and let the fleeing Reuven army go. Just because the invading side lowered their fists didn't mean this side had to do the same. After 4 more raids, Turon concluded his attacks with a final strike, bombarding the Reuven army as they crossed the border between the two families' territories with a storm of ice spears. There was some sound reasoning to hold back at that point. It was now enemy home territory, so pushing further would be overreaching. And above all, a new problem had arisen at the Parsha main estate around that time. Presumably, Reuven had launched their scheme believing that Turon and House Parsha would be too tied up with that issue to intervene actively in Varaha. But their plan had been utterly foiled by the existence of the Jade Mirror, which allowed free travel between the two places, and the overwhelming projectile power of the railgun. Not long after the fierce clash between the two great houses ended in such a strangely anticlimactic fashion, the true reason for Reuven's retreat began to spread across the land of lakes. The retreating Reuven army had stopped in villages and cities along the way, and the chatter of lower-ranked knights had spread through local servants. The family head of House Parsha came to House Varaha. That's what I heard. I overheard the retreating Reuven knights talking. They said he ambushed the army in concealment and slaughtered the weaker ones. I heard that 3 of Reuven's famed legion commanders lost their lives to the House Parsha family head. It's not like their head could have fought him one-on-one. That side was an entire army, and this side was a lone man. We shouldn't talk badly about someone who fought for our region. And so, tales of how the family head of House Parsha had single-handedly repelled the army of a great house began to spread widely throughout the land of lakes. Of course, the commoners knew nothing about magic devices like spatial transfer, but they didn't care how a lord from the far west had arrived here. They simply assumed that high and mighty wizards had their own means for such things and accepted it at face value. Ironically, that casual assumption happened to be spot on. And so, a terrifying legend was born in the east, that the one who protected the shining sun of Varaha was none other than the shadow from the west, more fearsome and darker even than the assassins of House Zahar, the family head of House Parsha. Chapter 158.1. In a dark room, Turon leaned back in an armchair and stared into a brightly glowing screen. It was a black-framed object, about the width of 4 palms side to side and a little less than 2 palms top to bottom. It bore an astonishing resemblance to one of the ancient relics once found on the surface layer of that Tomb of the Gods. Inside that tiny light, surprisingly, there was another world. A world where people scattered across the globe gathered in one place to communicate via text and voice, to fight enemies, and to build camaraderie with allies. In that world, Turon occasionally became a person who traveled through various underground labyrinths and hunting grounds, or interacted with others in a plaza while keeping a small campfire lit. Unlike other popular games, this one was half-dead and only played by a niche crowd, so the names and faces were all familiar. Enchant buff PLZ, why buff an already broken op class? Why does this person want enchanters to get even stronger? No shame, please buff healers first, just die already you catfish. A red-haired woman who resembled Mesa shouted something, only to get beaten up by others. Of course, since the plaza was a safe zone, no real damage was done, so others laughed with KKKKKK at the sight. In truth, that whole thing was more like a performance. If it had been a place where fighting was allowed, that woman could have taken care of the ones beating her up in an instant. That's precisely why what she had just said became a target of mockery and criticism. Looks like the Night Hunter promotion dungeon is bugged again. Boss defense is 10x higher and my DPS isn't registering. I'll run it with you. I can easily carry up to 30x difficulty. Let's go. You can party in a job change dungeon. If I drop out before you kill it, it counts as a solo clear for you. Meanwhile, in another corner, 2 young men, one with black hair, the other with gray, chatted as they exited the plaza together. The gray-haired youth leading the way had a massive bow slung over his shoulder, and his face looked rather familiar. A blue-haired young man behind them pointed and asked a middle-aged man with sky-blue hair who wielded 2 axes. He's in the same 4th job as me, so why is his attack power double-digit higher? 'Cause Otakuham poured his life into this game. You should also drop like $1,000 too lol. Why would anyone do that in a shit game like this? Who forced you to pick a stat garbage PvP class? I like copying skills in whatever game I play lol. As Turon chuckled watching their chat, a private message that only he could see came through. Did you top up? It was from someone in the same group as Turon, who had spent a fair amount of money on the game but still had an unpopular class due to the class itself being trash. Because the guild had many older members, they had become close thanks to being around the same age. I did. Snuck in while mom was in the shower, used her phone. If I get caught, I'm dead lol. Turon giggled as he secretly conversed with the other person. Outside, he was a pathetic loser, but inside this world, he could act with pride all he wanted. No matter how much the evils of reality seeped into this place, they couldn't link his in-game self with who he was in the real world. Open the damn door before I break it down, you bastard. At that moment, a loud bang sounded at the door along with the yelling of a middle-aged man from outside. A woman's voice tried to calm him down, saying others could hear. Startled by his father's voice, Turon flinched and pulled the blanket beside him over his body while still seated. It didn't solve anything, but it was a primal urge to protect himself somehow. From beyond the door came crude insults aimed at him. That he was a loser who dropped out of school and did nothing but play games, that he was happy stealing his mom's phone to make payments. Fuck, why are you only making a fuss about me? Other people earn so much money they don't even care about this level of spending, blaming me for your own incompetence. Cursing internally, Turon spread the blanket over both himself and the monitor screen. Like this, it felt as if everything besides him and the world inside that screen didn't exist. He wished he could be that character inside the game instead of a shut-in dropout who had left high school because of school violence. Early in the morning, as he opened his eyes in bed, Turon recalled the dream he had just experienced. A dark room, a fantasy world condemning parents and yearning. Though they were clearly not his own memories, they felt vivid as if they had come directly from within himself. Could this be one of Kadram's old memories? Not long ago, just as he had once threatened Ration and the other half-elves, Turon had shattered Kadram's soul into fragments. It was only after confirming to the very end whether there was any willingness to communicate that he proceeded. As a result, dozens of soul fragments had been created, just like those that once took over Midden and Vison's bodies in the past. Turon had tried absorbing one relatively small fragment, but all he could catch were fleeting, hazy illusions. In the end, he had handed over the newly found fragment to the librarian, who had become bored after finishing the cataloging of ancient books for further analysis. And soon after, he began having dreams like this. It felt like I became Kadram. Within that world, Turon had been able to think exactly like Kadram, or rather, like a teenage boy who had dropped out of high school and shut himself in his room. The concept of the real world, which had never quite sunk in despite hearing about it multiple times from the half-elves, suddenly felt vividly close. As he rose from bed, Turon recalled something Ratian had once mentioned in passing. He had said that the survivors of the old pre-god tribe, including themselves, had mostly been younger individuals. This was because the chains that bound body and soul chains, deteriorated with age and thus took the older ones first. Those who made their mark in history, those truly powerful ones, were almost always top-ranked players. Naturally, gaining that kind of power required a huge financial investment, and older people were better positioned to do that. So most of the ones who barely survived were nobodies in this world's history, mere followers, teens in their late adolescence or early 20s in real age. Ratian had said, speaking as though it were someone else's business, that you'd have to be crazy to devote your life to a dead game when so many popular ones were around. If they had been more mature and knowledgeable, they might have reshaped this world even while switching bodies. But all they could do was mess around like immature kids on a 2-year-long vacation, clashing and flailing. Back then, Turon hadn't really understood what that meant, but now it was starting to make sense. Not just that, he was now beginning to understand the conversations his grandfather Talais once had with the Carmine God tribe and the mutterings of Emir. The reasons why proxies such as the Night Hunter or the Earth Mother God, who had left their names to posterity, couldn't reincarnate were pathetically trivial. He sighed briefly at the thought, then suddenly found himself staring at the firmly shut door and recalling someone pounding on it. The door had to remain shut. What came from outside was only fear. Maybe I'll kill him if I ever go back. Turon, unconsciously muttering while thinking of Kadram's father, clicked his tongue a moment later. He realized he had become too immersed in his dream self and overly sympathized with those emotions. If he continued absorbing Kadram's soul, it would become increasingly difficult to distinguish between Kadram's thoughts and emotions and his own. And to think this was the result of absorbing just one of thousands of soul fragments. Now he could understand what the librarian meant when it said that continual absorption of soul fragments might lead to a full resurrection. I'd better refrain from absorbing any more souls for now. Though it was a significant benefit to instantly catch up with the mindset of players just by absorbing a fragment, losing his sense of self would render it meaningless. After all, having his own memories and thinking in his own way was what Turon considered to be clearly self. Who are you saying you'll kill? At that moment, a voice came from the bed where he had been lying moments before. As Mesa rubbed her eyes and began to rise, Turon gently pressed her shoulder back down and covered her half-exposed body with the blanket. Mesa, if someone said we should buff enchanters, what would you think? What kind of question is that? Nothing, just wondering. He thought she might remember something since she resembled that person quite a bit, but apparently not. Chapter 158.2. After spending a rather unsettling morning, Turon skipped his usual breakfast routine and his commute to Varaha, and instead immediately summoned the army. It was an elite unit made up of only 25 nobles, without a single knight. Even Mesa was among them, so though the number was small, the force was strong enough to go head-to-head with a typical great noble house. Is everyone ready? Yes, family head. Turon, hearing their resolute response, loaded them onto the enlarged bige and soared high into the sky. Some of the people in Kalamaf City looked up at the enormous bird that nearly blocked the sun and exclaimed in awe. It's the family head's bird. O golden eagle, please shield us with your mighty wings. Unaware of the prayers being muttered below, Bige grumbled in a sullen tone. I could go faster without these guys, cut them some slack. This time it's better to travel together. Perhaps because they'd just recently had fun messing with the Reuven army as a duo, Bige was quite dissatisfied about slowing down with so many people aboard. It wasn't too far a distance, and soon they arrived at a mountain range blocking the space between the gray zone and the hilly region. Turon brought Bige to a halt mid-flight and asked a nearby noble. Which direction from here? Just a bit further east, family head. The one who answered was a noble whose territory included Solon, a city located nearby. The reason they had flown here was precisely because of this man's report. An unidentified force had entered the gray zone. Originally, they had planned to approach and gather more details, but astonishingly, the unknown group had erected an opaque barrier around their entire camp, hiding the interior from view. That alone was enough to confirm that the group was a wizard army composed of multiple nobles. For this reason, Turon had to give up attacking the fleeing army of the House of Reuven. After all, his most important strongholds were Kalamaf and the Grey Zone. A few more minutes eastward, Turon picked up a presence through tracking magic and altered Bige's flight path. Before long, they spotted a camp nestled on one side of the mountain range. That's definitely a military force, no doubt about it. It was a formation quite similar to the one Reuven's army had used, which Turon had defeated not long ago. The location was near the peak, making it difficult to definitively determine whether it was in House Carmine's or House Parsha's territory. Staring down quietly at the location, Turon brushed off his clothes and said, "I need to get a closer look." "Wait here." Before anyone could respond, Turon jumped off Bige, using concealment and flight magic. Then, using magnetism magic, his body lunged forward as if pulled by an unseen force. Though it consumed a great deal of magic power, for a short time it allowed him to fly at a speed comparable to or even faster than Bige. It was the result of his efforts to crudely master the technique demonstrated by Battle Aravian in the past. Now then, in no time, Turon reached the outskirts of the camp and first examined the barrier surrounding it. Normally, people set up barriers like fences to conserve magic power, but this one was a carefully crafted spherical barrier extending from ground to ceiling. Not even a Zahar noble could penetrate such a barrier without breaking it. Every time one crossed it, the whole thing would have to be taken down and reinstalled, and the time and effort to make it were absurdly immense. No one usually used such a method. "Zahar, no, they're definitely on guard against me. I can't even sense who's inside due to the magic in the barrier. Who the hell are these people?" His original plan had been to infiltrate and identify the intruders, but with this kind of setup, that was going to be nearly impossible. Turon paused there for a moment, weighing his options. Whether to launch a surprise attack and annihilate them outright, or to make proper contact and uncover their identity. After a brief moment of deliberation, Turon settled on the latter. If he attacked first and killed them all, negotiation would be impossible afterward, and more importantly, he hadn't come alone this time. It would be troublesome if word spread, through the mouth of anyone among those who came with him, that the head of House Parsha had recklessly wiped out a force stationed at the border. After all, those in the position of family head of a great noble house were expected to display a corresponding level of dignity. Let's see. With the fluidity he had grown accustomed to during repeated combat with House Reuven, Turon immediately fired a railgun toward the upper part of the barrier. With a flash of light, the barrier warped and tore apart, dispersing into magic energy and vanishing. Though smaller in size, it was sturdier than the barrier used by the Reuven army. Even if the attack had been intended to kill, it likely wouldn't have inflicted a critical blow. Unless over a dozen nobles from the barrier master bloodline had gathered here, it was clear they must have brought a sacred relic-grade artifact. "We're under attack, everyone defensive positions." As expected, chaos erupted within the enemy ranks, but only briefly. Turon soon sensed Bige flying in from afar, carrying the army of House Parsha. It must have been due to witnessing the aftermath of the railgun blast. On the other side, the unidentified force also seemed to detect this, as they stopped floundering and turned their eyes warily toward the sky. Thanks to that, Turon was able to approach the mysterious force without interference and observe their identity up close. A few of them had conjured orbs of light, but this level of magic drain was something he could withstand. "So it's the House Carmine, huh?" More than half of them wielded the combined powers of the Rapids bloodline, which controls water, and the Frost bloodline, which controls cold. The question was, why were these people encamped here? Weren't they supposed to be busy reclaiming their capital, which had been seized by the great sea serpents by now? Judging from the sensitivity of his sacred relic, their composition didn't quite match that of a full-scale invasion force. One high-ranking noble, 5 or 6 mid-ranks, about a dozen lower ranks, and 60 or so knights made up the group. Standing right next to the Carmine encampment, Turon shifted from complete concealment to a lower-level version that only hid his appearance and opened his mouth. "How dare you bring an army into House Parsha's land? Does the family head of House Carmine desire war not only at sea but also on land? If not, then get down on your knees this instant." Empowered by wind magic, a voice with no discernible origin echoed eerily through the Carmine troops. Chapter 159.1 I greet the head of House Parsha. "I am the one leading these." Turon quietly observed the disarmed Carmine wizards lined up, and the middle-aged woman standing at their front offering her greeting. She was someone he remembered seeing while disguised as Anil. A high-ranking noble of Carmine, and judging from her absence at the secret meeting with Talais, likely not a possession of a god. Uneasiness was written all over her face, as well as the faces of the Carmine wizards behind her. Naturally so, they were already surrounded by the wizards of House Parsha, and the head of the family stood right in front of them. "I don't care who you are, just answer the question I asked earlier. What is the Carmine army doing in a place like this?" "I'm sorry, but it's difficult to speak on that matter. It is, after all, an internal affair of the House Carmine." As she tried to make excuses, the woman groaned under a crushing pressure that seemed to weigh down her whole body. Turon hadn't done anything special, merely exerting a slight pressure with his magic power. Now Turon's power was such that even a simple projection of magic power, which should normally be harmless, could inflict near-suffocating mental pain on those with the skill level of knights. Just like how an ant realizes the true size of the whale beside it, the moment one perceives a being of an entirely different dimension, they instinctively fall into fear. If, as you say, this is merely an internal affair of Carmine, then I have no reason to interfere. But sending an army into the territory of my house is a different story. This is your final warning. Speak. What is going on? Any lesser coward would have wet themselves under such pressure, but surprisingly the commander of Carmine endured Turon's presence with a straight back. You refuse to speak, according to the Ebel Agreement, which established Carmine's borders 1200 years ago. Unless one descends from the mountain, this area cannot be interpreted as belonging to Parsha. We are merely carrying out an assignment issued by our main house. Turon silently stared at the woman, who struggled to respond, and eventually stopped projecting his magic power. Everyone remained silent, so only the sound of shallow breathing echoed across the quiet mountainside. In the meantime, Turon quietly opened the jewel box and asked the librarian, "Elder, may I ask you something? What is the Ebel Agreement? Why are you suddenly asking such nonsense? It's a boundary agreement made 1,231 years ago between Carmine, Aravian, and the Union of Houses in the Grey Zone, the Three Powers. According to the following explanation, they had defined their borders up to the mid-slopes of the northern mountains of the Grey Zone, meaning that, strictly speaking, the area near the mountain summit was close to a neutral zone. Having learned this information, Turon lightly clicked his tongue and nodded. Well, you're not wrong. Only then did Turon realize that the other party had intended this situation and positioned themselves here. How could they have known that this land was the boundary between Carmine and the Grey Zone, and thus a place where it was conventionally difficult to hold them accountable without studying it in advance? Even Turon, who enjoyed reading, had to ask the librarian about the agreement. It was that ancient. The reason the Carmine group refrained from attacking and instead defended themselves with a barrier against the Parsha nobles who had come to scout was likely to establish a pretext. They could claim we were merely doing our job in a neutral area and they attacked us. So why did they do this? Could it be that there really was some hidden treasure atop the mountain they came to retrieve? No, if that were the case, Turon himself would have already found it. He had wandered these mountains more times than he could count, and anything out of the ordinary would have tripped the senses of his mimic relic. The purpose was to draw me here, could it be? What came to Turon's mind was the war between Varaha and Reuven occurring to the east. Had he not struck first and forced Reuven's army to retreat, they would have arrived in Helio right around now. If at that time the Carmine army had been lingering in the northern Grey Zone, the House Parsha would have found it difficult to offer appropriate support. Come to think of it, the request to join the Great Sea Serpent hunt a while back might have been for a similar reason. He had refused because he suspected they might stab him in the back, but on second thought, the real objective might have been to draw him out in the first place. If Turon and the elite members of the House Parsha had left the main house to hunt the Great Sea Serpent, it would naturally have been difficult to support Varaha. Turon glanced unemotionally at the commander of the Carmine army, who had her head bowed and the wizards behind her, then tossed out a question. Was this operation coordinated with Reuven in advance? I don't understand what you mean. The woman, who appeared to be the commander, as well as the other Carmine nobles, did not show any signs of guilt at Turon's question. There was no trace of the kind of dizzying despair typical of someone who had been caught doing something wrong. Well, even if it were true, they wouldn't have informed these small fry who aren't even possessed. Although he'd asked just in case, Turon found his hypothesis fairly plausible. The fact that the operation continued despite Reuven's retreat was likely due to the inability to communicate in real time. With the sea route blocked, they would have had to use flying magical beasts or similar means for communication. But the distance between Carmine and Reuven was such that even top-tier magical beasts like Bige would need days to travel, making it highly probable that the news of Reuven's retreat had not yet reached them. After organizing his thoughts, Turon declared to the Carmine army, "For now, I will not impose punishment, considering you haven't crossed the boundary." At his words, some of the Carmine wizards sighed in relief. Of course, if Turon had arbitrarily executed or taken the Carmine army prisoner, it would have been politically burdensome for him as well. After all, they had merely set up camp with a barrier in the neutral zone between the two families' territories. But people do not always act purely rationally. Those with more power than others tend to be relatively fickle, and a family head of a great noble house was the most powerful of the powerful. In other words, it wouldn't be strange if he acted according to his whims. However, I cannot permit an army of this size to remain right next to our house's territory. As soon as you are released, you are to withdraw from the mountain range. I'm sorry, but that is not something I have the authority to decide. The Parsha wizards were astonished, and even the Carmine wizards opened their eyes wide at their commander's firm resistance. The family head of a great noble house had just ordered them to leave, and she dared talk back. Up until a moment ago, the situation could be overlooked as them merely following house orders, but this was something else entirely. If Turon struck her down on the spot in rage, no one would find it unjustified, but instead of getting angry at her attitude, Turon calmly opened his mouth. I see. Even while your house's capital is being overrun and the people you're supposed to protect are suffering, you still can't stop picking fights with another house for no particular reason. At his sarcastic remark, a crack finally appeared in the iron mask-like expression of the woman. Rage and shame. As I thought, there's no real reason for them to remain here. Their goal is simply to provoke the House Parsha and prevent them from lending strength to Varaha. With that, Turon could fully grasp the enemy's true intent. Not long after, the Carmine army began packing up their camp and started returning north, back the way they had come. The subordinates had overridden their commander, who had been adamant about holding their ground according to orders. At that point, Turon sent Mesa, who had accompanied him, back to Calamaf first, then rode Bige and continued patrolling toward the east. As a result, to his surprise, he found that 2 more units were stationed near the mountain's summit. Fortunately, neither of their commanders was as strong-willed as the first one. Not only could he intimidate them into retreat with just light threats, but he even got one of them to admit they had received instructions to buy as much time as possible in this place. As the sky began to be dyed with sunset, Turon, riding on Bige back toward Calamaf, addressed those riding behind him. Well, I ended up stealing a busy day from you all for nothing. Had I known it would end so tamely, I would have come alone. No, family head, on the contrary, we should have handled something of this level ourselves. We are only sorry that you had to personally step in. Mawson Mebern, the son of the Lord of Bijan who represented the wizard's dispatch to Parsha, said with an apologetic expression. As he said, matters like this were not something a family head of a great noble house should deal with directly. Normally, while the high-ranking nobles remained cloistered at the main house, lesser nobles would go back and forth a few times to converse, report to their houses, receive responses, and just resolving a single dispute could take months. The gods ruling over Carmine probably anticipated that Turon would waste time in such a way, which is why they instigated this situation. It was only because Turon was unnecessarily proactive that he stepped in and dealt with it swiftly. Chapter 159.2 After returning to Calamaf, Turon convened a senior council meeting and explained the developments of the incident. Upon hearing his final deduction, the others all groaned in low voices. Carmine and Reuven, it wouldn't be strange for them to join hands since we're cooperating with Varaha too, but I can't guess what prompted it. It's not like there's any brotherhood between the families, and they're not even close geographically. As Ashes said, it was difficult to surmise why Carmine would suddenly cooperate with Reuven to check the House Parsha. Not only were the 2 houses not particularly close by general standards, but there was also no indication of any communion between the 2 groups that would suggest they were influenced by the gods. He even asked Ratian and the other half-elves just in case, but received no meaningful answers. The leader of the Reuven half-elves, the druggie, if you ask me what kind of person he is, I'd say he's someone who doesn't care about means or methods. I wouldn't say we're particularly close either. When the Parsha Lavita's allied army attacked, Ratian had called for reinforcements from Reuven, but that didn't mean their 2 groups had any real emotional closeness. At the time, House Reuven had agreed to send reinforcements only after demanding a considerable expense that even a great noble house would hesitate to accept. No, even if the 2 half-elf groups had been close, a price would still have been needed publicly. After all, the number of possessed who ruled the great houses was few compared to the total population, and no matter how high their rank, they could not ignore the opinions of those below entirely. Still, aren't they among the few remaining white elves in the world? Half of them, yes. Our condition is so ambiguous that it's hard to describe. When we see others in the same state, about half of us feel a sense of kinship, but the other half feels hatred. Putting emotions into words is really difficult. That's the best I can say. According to a more rambling explanation, half-elves feel discomfort when looking at each other. From the god's perspective, the elf side is irritating, and from the elf's perspective, the god's side is equally repulsive. It was an emotional reaction Turon found nearly impossible to imagine. In any case, the important thing is that Carmine has joined forces with Reuven and started to provoke us. From now on, we'll need to expand our patrol area to the entire northern mountain range. Up till now, we'd only covered the northwestern side, right? Yeah, because we also had to monitor the western forest. At Turon's words, Mesa nodded. Originally, it was part of her daily routine to patrol from the western forest's boundary up to the western region of the northern mountain range. That was because they had to be vigilant against a possible invasion by the Aravian army. However, the recent incursion by Carmine had occurred slightly east of the area Mesa patrolled, toward the center and east of the northern mountains. To scout all the way out, there would require spending nearly half the day just flying. No matter how you think about it, that's a huge waste of time. It might be better to extend the beacon system into the inner mountain range. Even the current beacons are tough to manage. Because of visibility issues, we almost always have to station a knight at each one, and we don't have that many wizard forces to spare. It was Ashes who stepped in to halt the idea Turon had come up with. As he pointed out, while the House Parsha had been actively accepting wandering nobles and knights to build up their strength, they were still lacking in substance compared to other great noble houses. To establish and maintain a beacon system throughout the entire northern mountain range, they would need at least 100 and several dozen knights. Unless they intended to bury fully capable knights in the mountains for life, they would need at least double that number to rotate shifts appropriately. This is difficult. Even ordinary wizard families always have all sorts of problems. It would be strange if managing a great noble house were easy. In comparison, House Parsha was much better off than other great houses, which were plagued by structural contradictions and irrationalities built up over long periods. Thanks to its younger members, House didn't fall into outdated thinking, and more importantly, the family head Turon actively intervened in many matters like this one, offering support exactly where it was needed. Afterward, the Parsha leadership continued to discuss for quite a while how this incident might develop long-term and how they should respond, before eventually concluding the meeting. In the end, we couldn't come up with a clear solution. We'll have to think on it over time. It might even be that there's no solution at all. Indeed, in the world there are problems one knows yet can do nothing about. The House Parsha had solved a fair number of such issues in various ways, but even for them there were things they simply couldn't resolve. Late at night, after returning to his quarters, Turon had a simple dinner with Mesa. Soup made with butter and flour, lightly seasoned lamb, and a few kinds of fresh vegetables sprinkled with salt. To the poor, it might seem like unparalleled luxury, but for a great noble house's family head and his companion, it was a rather modest meal. Both Turon and Mesa did enjoy fine dining, but they didn't want to wake the already sleeping head chef just to prepare food, so they settled for something simple. "This is good, don't you think I've gotten a bit better at cooking than before? Not enough to brag about it yet." Turon teased Mesa, who had spoken boastfully, then smiled as he cut the lamb and brought it to his mouth. Though Mesa had gradually improved her cooking after overcoming her eating disorder during their travels, she was still no match for Turon, who had prepared a variety of meals over the years using limited ingredients on his own. "I'm still practicing, but you're not, so soon I'll catch up. When that happens, MMPH. Their cheerful chatter was short-lived. Mesa suddenly set down her utensils and covered her mouth with her hand. Seeing the familiar behavior, Turon narrowed his eyes and asked, "You okay? Want to go outside and get some air?" Since leaving Aravian, Mesa had been healing her eating disorder by building her self-esteem through helping the powerless. That hadn't changed even after the House Parsha was established. Though she had less free time now than before, she still regularly patrolled Kalamaf and its surroundings, aiding those in need. So why would her symptoms suddenly relapse now? To Turon's suggestion, Mesa shook her head after taking a few deep breaths. "No, I don't think it's necessary, it's just, the lamb suddenly smelled too strong, I must have cooked it poorly." When she had struggled with her eating disorder in the past, what tormented Mesa were hallucinations of her deceased mother and younger brother. Hearing them accuse her, "How dare you even think of eating after leaving us to die," brought on a wave of nausea she couldn't suppress. But the revulsion she felt this time was entirely different. What had been a favorite dish of grilled lamb suddenly became intolerably off-putting. Had her taste become too refined after eating so many luxurious meals? If not that, then could it be? Chapter 160.1. Yes, just like that, breathe in and out. A room with thick curtains drawn tight, blocking even the sunlight. The midwife, her face veiled, gently pressed her ear against the noblewoman's belly and gave careful instructions. Right behind her stood a man in his 30s, arms crossed, watching the scene. He appeared to be the husband. "Woo. Breathe in, breathe out, yes, that's done." Though there were plenty of people in Kalamaf who worked as midwives on the side, she was particularly well known for knowing several secret techniques to determine pregnancy. She used methods like placing her ear to the belly to listen for sounds, feeling the wrist veins to check the pulse, or making the woman urinate on barley sprouts to see if they sprouted. Of course, some of these methods lacked accuracy, but when she used multiple techniques together like this, the results were rarely wrong. With over 40 years of experience, she could say with certainty that the woman before her was pregnant. "It seems she's about a month and a half to 2 months along." "I see." Both the man and woman responded to the midwife's words with expressions tinged by complicated emotions. Their demeanor, which seemed unable to express pure joy, along with the fact that they had summoned a midwife to such a small and secluded house with the woman's face covered, made it clear that this was not a normal married couple. What was their relationship? Perhaps a nobleman's concubine and a servant involved in an affair. The midwife wondered briefly but soon lowered her head and let go of the thought. She didn't know exactly what was going on, but she had no intention of getting herself killed by taking interest in matters she shouldn't. Then, the service fee. Here. After receiving her payment, the midwife left the mansion and turned back to offer a small prayer with a bow of her head. Whatever the relationship between the two might be, she at least hoped the child to be born could grow up blessed. In the center of Kalamaf, at the stronghold of House Parsha. After confirming the pregnancy with the midwife, Mesa and Turon returned and sat on a sofa in the lounge, holding each other in silence. It wasn't that they were upset or anything, rather their heads were simply filled with too many thoughts. It was far too complicated a situation to feel simply joyful over the creation of new life. Turon stared blankly at Mesa's still flat belly. Even with the perception granted by the sacred relic, he couldn't sense the small life sleeping within. That was because her entire body looked like a mass of light, overflowing with an immense amount of magic power. I was the one who suggested we check, but I still can't quite believe it. He was now 21. If he had been an ordinary man, he would likely already be married and have a child or two by now. Of course, as could be seen from Ashes and Salif, who were still unmarried, long-lived nobles often remained childless well into their 40s or even 60s. After all, even at that age, their physical age was only around the mid to late 20s compared to commoners. I never thought she'd get pregnant this quickly. Since that day a few months ago when they shared their bodies and hearts after that fistfight in the Rocky Mountains, Turon and Mesa had used multiple well-known contraceptive methods every time they were intimate. They avoided intercourse during her fertile period and used auxiliary tools. This was to prevent weakening their house's combat strength by Mesa becoming pregnant. Even taking a few weeks off to craft a powerful magic artifact as an enchanter was risky. Being pregnant meant she would be unable to function as a combatant for nearly a year. Of course, the best approach would have been to maintain appropriate boundaries like during their traveling days, but how could a young man and woman in their prime, fully aware of each other's feelings, exercise such self-control? Especially when they were constantly fighting formidable enemies and managing a large organization under extreme stress. At any rate, even though they had used their own methods, neither of them had expected a child to come so soon. Perhaps it was because she had lost her parents as a child or had grown up in a similar situation that she never received a proper education. Turon lightly inhaled as he held Mesa in his arms. Thanks to her consideration for his usually sensitive sense of smell, she refrained from using strongly scented cosmetics, so her emotions came through clearly. Anxiety and nervousness. To comfort her, Turon opened his mouth. Mesa, what? Thank you. Instead of asking what he was thankful for, Mesa just tightly held the hand that was wrapped around her. Then she muttered in a trembling voice. Why? Why did it have to happen in such a dangerous time? Don't say happen like that. This is our child, a blessing that came to us. Our child, saying it aloud made it suddenly feel real. A being conceived by the woman he loved, one that was like an extension of himself. More precious and fragile than any of the sheep protected within his fence, a being that he must protect at all costs was now here. We'll have to keep it secret for now, right? Yes, for the time being. Under normal circumstances, it would be something to celebrate, but not when enemies were swarming around them. If Mesa's pregnancy were to become widely known, she would become a prime target if a battle broke out. While her magical power or skills wouldn't significantly drop just because she was pregnant, the real problem was that an attack Mesa could normally withstand might be too much for the child in her womb. Even minor attacks that she could usually brush off would now have to be avoided one by one. How could that allow for a proper fight? Actually, even after birth, problems would remain. A child born between two people who were essentially the heads of great noble houses. With terribly bad luck, the child might be born with weak powers due to the influence of his commoner grandmother, but otherwise, there was a high possibility that the child would be born with top-tier talent. That alone made the child someone their enemies would be desperate to kill or steal, especially since those enemies were fallen gods who enjoyed stealing the bodies of talented individuals. Mesa stroked her belly and spoke. I feel so sorry for the baby. I wish it could have been born into a world where everyone welcomes it. Turon and Mesa were in a relationship as good as bound partners, but they had not formally performed the partner ceremony. This was because they intended to attack and conquer Aravian later and smoothly place her in the position of ruler. If, for instance, Turon had been a woman and Salif her partner, the backlash from the nobles of Varaha would have been several times stronger. Everyone would have seen their house as having become a puppet of House Parsha. Now that things had turned out like this, their first child had essentially ended up in the position of an illegitimate child. I'll make sure it happens. I'll make sure this child is born under everyone's blessings as my rightful heir. At Turon's determined murmur, Mesa widened her eyes in surprise. How could that be as easy as it sounded? Setting aside social issues like the legitimacy of their partnership, their child might be born with family head-level talent. Ah, you don't mean. That's right, not now but when the child grows a bit more. Turon nodded in response to Mesa's unfinished question. Just as those gods did with soul magic, it was possible to manipulate a fetus or newborn's talent to some degree, by using a massive amount of souls as material. Although not in the same way as those beings, Turon had learned some techniques from the half-elves and could now do something similar if he chose to. But we won't have to sacrifice innocent people like those bastards did. We already have plenty of material. The fallen gods lurking in distant noble houses. If he ground their souls and used them as materials, it would be like killing two birds with one stone. Not only could he gift his child with outstanding talent, but he could also create a clean world free of the fallen gods who sought to take that body. Chapter 160.2. After learning of Mesa's pregnancy, Turon placed restrictions to ensure that her movements and range of activity never strayed far from his side. Just like the time when she had exhausted herself making the sun cloak for Salif. Only the most trustworthy maids were allowed to stay close enough to detect signs like morning sickness, and on top of that, one more measure was added. I truly did wrong, family head. Please, I beg you, just this once, forgive me. Take her away. At Turon's command, the maid who had been tearfully pleading was dragged away by the knights, to a place from which she could never return. Standing beside him, Ashes muttered as he watched the maid being taken away, his expression bitter as though he had just swallowed medicine. Yanel, she used to play house with me when we were kids. Originally, Turon had been somewhat tolerant of local spies who had been recruited rather than directly dispatched from other houses. After all, it wasn't easy for such people to steal critical internal information, and removing them too thoroughly might only prompt more insidious infiltration attempts. But now that something had to be hidden at all costs, he began a full-scale purge of traitors within the house, using every tool at his disposal, including the Zahar bloodline's distinctive sense of smell. As a result, he discovered that far more people were under the influence of other noble houses than he had expected. Even the maid who had just been taken away, as Ashes mentioned, was one of those who had served House Burke for many years and had been granted permission to attend Mesa. Should I leave this to someone else if it's too difficult? No, it's fine, I'm the butler, I have to take care of it. Ashes, who had briefly wavered, shook his head and spoke with a determined expression. Turon's role was only to identify whether someone was a spy or not. The decisions on how to deal with those proven to be traitors and the selection of new replacements to fill the vacancies were all Ashes's responsibility. That's what being a butler was all about. After encouraging Ashes, Turon walked down the now somewhat empty corridor, glancing around. Perhaps because a storm had just passed through, the once lively atmosphere within the household had clearly tightened. Looks like it'll stay like this for a while. Just yesterday, the same people who were laughing and chatting had now been executed for being spies from other noble houses, so it was inevitable. This was also one of the reasons Turon had delayed the purge of spies until now. Even if they were driven out, more would come in or try to bribe others. Conducting inspections and chasing them out every time was not only exhausting for him, but also a serious blow to everyone's morale. Even though Turon had valid grounds for his purges, for those being searched, it might feel like they could be dragged away at any moment. Still, what surprised me most was that there were more from the Aravian side than I expected. It was unexpected that more than half of the purged spies were from House Aravian or House Najin. Since Battle's failed raid last time, they had outwardly acted as though House Parsha didn't even exist. Given what Battle had said at the end of that encounter, Turon had assumed they were preoccupied internally with something important and thus had no interest in his side. But in truth, while pretending outwardly, they had been obsessively trying to extract information from his camp behind the scenes. In contrast, the number of spies from House Zahar was far smaller than expected, less even than those from House Carmine or House Reuven. This was likely due to Berit's presence. They probably assumed that any information maids could bring back was something Berit herself could already access. Of course, since it had recently been made known that Berit was sent to Varaha, House Zahar might soon try to deploy new spies again. At least it's a relief that we can now get a glimpse into their side too. Upon entering his office, Turon opened a sealed document case and took out a few reports he had received from Berit not long ago. It contained information on none other than the high-ranking nobles of the current House Zahar. Who they were, their names, their family relations, their usual personalities, and what secrets they might be hiding. Of course, since Berit, the one who conducted the investigation, was merely accorded a modest level of respect as a descendant of the heir, it couldn't be considered flawless. But even so, this was far better than knowing absolutely nothing. Among them, what caught Turon's attention the most was the document placed at the very top, an elderly man with half-whitened hair combed back. Harun Zahar, the head of House Zahar, the man Turon was soon to meet, had his information recorded right there. At the end of winter, just when the first sprouts began to bud, House Parsha was bustling with preparations for a large-scale expedition. An event involving over 500 people. It was to welcome the head of House Zahar, who was visiting from the Emerald Desert in the southeast. Hey, you packed the freezer properly, right? Of course. Wait a second. You didn't pack it. Are you looking to die? There were a few mishaps here and there, as most lacked experience in this sort of thing, but thanks to having ample time to prepare, things moved forward one way or another. Before long, the southern gate of Kalamaf opened, and the long procession began to move. There were magical beasts carrying large loads, people walking on foot, and a dozen or so riding the beasts. Citizens watching the deployment of a great noble house that guarded the gray zone gasped in admiration. They hadn't realized how formidable it was when individuals moved separately, but now that they saw them assembled, the majesty was overwhelming. That's seriously incredible. But why are so many wizards moving? Is it war again? I know someone at the fortress and they said the head of House Zahar is coming to visit. Is that true? That's what I heard. Then are we going to war with Zahar too? Feels like the whole world is turning into enemies. Even if it's not war when family heads meet, of course there needs to be an army. Humans are no different from animals. If you go to talk and the other side seems weak, don't you want to gobble them up? I guess that makes sense. They had enforced some level of confidentiality, but naturally rumors like this spread in whispers. It wasn't something they could completely suppress anyway, so they didn't try too hard to stop it. At the rear of the procession, before departing, Turon gently touched cheeks with Mesa for a parting gesture. I'll be back soon. I really wish I could go with you. It's fine, like I said, if anything happens, evacuate to Varaha. That's why I left Armenia behind. Initially, when they scheduled the meeting, Mesa was supposed to accompany him. But circumstances had changed. If he took her and a fight broke out and the child was harmed by an unexpected blow, he would never be able to forgive himself. I'm more worried about you than me. Salif is going with me, remember? There's no problem. I know, but still. Salif was currently in disguise, borrowing Turon's mask and posing as his personal servant. Turon's inner circle, of course, knew his identity, but the Zahar side probably didn't suspect a thing. Even if some kind of trap had been laid, with the two of them leading the army, they would be more than capable of overcoming it and surviving. Moreover, Lavidas, who had recently returned, was also with them. After calming Mesa with a few more reassurances, Turon returned to the center of the formation and gave the command to march. House Parsha's force consisted of around 50 nobles and 480 knights. Several wandering nobles who had recently joined were added to the count, and to prepare for this meeting, they had temporarily recruited more forces from among their vassals. Amidst the astonished gasps of the people, the army began its smooth advance toward the southeast. It took about 4 days to travel from Kalamaf to Bijan, the city closest to the Emerald Desert. While on the move, Turon handed some jerky to Bige, who had returned with news from the southern Lavida's side, and asked her a question. Good girl, eat well. How far have they gotten? Here, about a day away at the pack's pace. At that pace, they'll arrive exactly on time for the rendezvous. Good, glad we don't have to rush. What about Zahar? I saw them on the way, but they're a bit late, so they're going to be tardy. A day's distance for the armies of the three houses was, by Bige's standards, barely a few minutes. So Turon was able to confirm and coordinate everyone's movements this way. Even this pace was only possible because the armies were made up of wizards and magical beasts. If commoners with good stamina had tried to follow on foot, they probably would have sprinted for the first few minutes and then collapsed from exhaustion. After marching for one more day, just as Bige had said, the army from Lavidas arrived nearly on cue. Osul joked as he saw Turon. I spent almost my entire life confined within the family compound until becoming the family head, yet somehow I've been going on external trips more often since becoming the head. I'm just grateful that you came. Don't mention it. It's only natural to comply with the request of House Parsha's head. I've received no small amount of favors. Normally, family heads or their successors from great noble houses would never leave their main residences to guard against ambushes. In fact, the past few years could be considered an era in which that common sense had been completely overturned. No one else came with you? Yes, that's how it turned out. While Turon said that aloud, he quietly relayed through wind magic that Salif had come along. Upon hearing this, Osul merely twitched an eyebrow slightly and said nothing in response. While the two heads of noble houses conversed, their subordinates quickly began decorating the border zone with prepared items. It was a major occasion where the heads of three great noble houses were to meet and talk. Watching the barren wilderness rapidly transform into an impressive structure was enough to elicit admiration. While this setup was underway, Turon politely excused himself from Osul, and together with Bige, used concealment to secretly slip out of the campsite toward the southeast. Before long, they could see an approaching army heading toward their location. Let's see. All right, there they are. Turon had come ahead of time to verify that they wouldn't be lured here while their home base was attacked. Of course, Berit had assured him that there was no such danger, but it was still better to be cautious. That worry proved unfounded, as within the ranks of the approaching Zahar army, a presence could be felt, a being with magical power stronger than even Osul or Reshin. The head of House Zahar was right there, at the center of the procession. Chapter 161.1 The army of the House Zahar arrived at the designated location just as the sun had completely dipped below the horizon. Osul, who had been having an early dinner with Turon, frowned as he saw the dust rising from afar. They're only coming now, quite late indeed. Do they think we're fools? To be fair, considering the distance we both had to travel to meet, it's not terribly late. The army of the House Parsha led by Turon had arrived in just 4 days, thanks to the well-paved roads and the heavy deployment of magical beasts, but for the army of Lavidas to cross the South Sea and reach here must have taken them close to 2 or 3 weeks. And the Zahar army, which had probably come from the eastern side of the Emerald Desert far away, must have marched for at least a month and a half. Moreover, thanks to intermittent reconnaissance through Baij, Turon knew they had deliberately adjusted their pace to arrive at this particular time. Indeed, for the nobles of the night like the Zahars, there was probably no better time than this to meet an intimidating adversary. Then I suppose it's about time. Yes, let's have them move to the rear. Turon and Osul each ordered their forces, excluding about a dozen men near the table where they were dining, to pull back roughly 100 meters. Understanding the intent, the Zahar army also came to a stop at a similar distance, and only a dozen or so of them approached. Masks, how arrogant! Upon seeing them, Osul muttered in displeasure. As he said, every approaching Zahar noble was wearing a plain, featureless mask, just like the ones Turon had worn when he hunted Emir while posing as a night hunter's underling. Wasn't it one of the signature combat styles of the House Zahar to repeatedly use concealment to hide or reveal themselves while wearing masks, misleading their opponents about their identities? In that sense, the very act of approaching with masks on could only be interpreted with a degree of ill intention. Perhaps sensing the discomfort, the one at the front of the group took off his mask and bowed respectfully. Pardon us, esteemed heads of the 2 noble houses. This is a tradition of Zahar, so we ask for your understanding. The one who had removed his mask was none other than Talai's, younger brother of the House Zahar head and Turon's grandfather. Seeing his face, Osul appeared perplexed and glanced between Turon and him before saying, I've heard you resembled each other, but this is truly something. You needn't be so concerned. After all, we never saw each other's faces until I was fully grown. Turon whispered softly, and instead of responding to Talai's words, he merely gestured with arrogant indifference. No one failed to understand the meaning behind it. It meant that someone of your stature is unworthy of my words. Bring out your master. For a high-ranking noble of a great house and one of the few true power holders, this might have seemed like a humiliating situation. However, unlike Gemel Carmine, who would have flared up openly in such a moment, Talai simply smiled politely and inclined his head lightly toward someone standing beside him. A tall man, at least a head taller than the other Zahar nobles, removed his mask. A face lined with wrinkles, just shy of what would be considered old age, around 60 years if measured by common standards. With a cheerful smile, the head of House Zahar, Harun Zahar, spoke. We've exchanged a few letters, but it's our first time meeting in person. A pleasure to meet you. I am Harun Zahar. Chapter 161.2 The first encounter with the head of House Zahar. His first impression was quite different from what Turon had expected. Originally, Zahar was known as a cold and ruthless group of assassins, and their family head was thought to be the assassin of assassins, the ultimate killer. In contrast, Harun Zahar looked rather plain and easygoing with a cheerful smile, like an ordinary old man you might find anywhere. His appearance bore little resemblance to Turon, and to be precise, he looked entirely different even from his own younger brother Talai's. Well, now may I join you? Of course, granduncle. Whatever Harun made of the title Turon used, he chuckled and took a seat across from the other 2 family heads. Since it had been deliberately arranged that way, Turon and Osul sat on one side, creating a confrontational composition against Harun. Oh, you've set things up quite nicely here in this place. Then if you'll excuse me for a moment. As soon as he sat down, Harun uttered those words and immediately began to eat and drink the food and water set before him without hesitation. Though nobles do not easily die from common poisons, his attitude was bold to an excessive degree. Seeing this, Turon and Osul were able to relax a bit. Now that hospitality had been extended, if any one of them tried to harm the other, it would inflict immense moral damage on them in return. In the past, Salif, the head of the House Varaha, had faced significant backlash even within his own house for violating such customs in Lavidas, showing how such practices, seemingly trivial, could sometimes hold grave significance. While Harun was quenching his thirst, Turon used the mimic relic to peer into his inner self. The first things he saw were the two symbols, Hunter and Chaser, the same ones Turon possessed, and, as expected, he has three as well. Although it had been somewhat coordinated, the fact that he could fight on equal terms with Battle, the head of House Aravian, suggested as much. Harun, head of House Zahar, also possessed three bloodline abilities, a murky, purple, bubbling swamp-like entity. It was a symbol Turon had never seen before, something whose identity he couldn't even begin to guess. Could it be one of the remaining two bloodlines of the Night Hunter, Alchemist and Shadow, but those should have long perished? It should be impossible to awaken a bloodline not inherited, even with soul magic's aptitude and fusion. Or perhaps, if it were in the form of awakening a dormant bloodline, it might be possible. Originally, the Night Hunter's lineage held all four powers, and the ancestor of Zahar likely inherited all of them. He had simply failed to awaken two of the bloodlines. As Turon was lost in thought, Harun, seemingly unaware of what was going through his mind, smiled and struck up a conversation. Now I feel somewhat alive. I thought I was going to die traveling at this age, the sun beating down, sand catching in my throat with every breath. HMPH. Osul, seated across from him, replied to the talkative old man with a light snort. However, Turon could sense that despite his outward behavior, Osul was inwardly flustered. Well, of course he is. House Zahar was famed as a lineage of assassins feared throughout the world, and their family head was reputed to be the most powerful assassin, a nightmarish terror in the dark. Who would imagine that such a figure would look so easygoing and ramble on with frivolous words? But Turon didn't fall for that outward appearance. Even as he spewed out meaningless chatter, Harun's eyes were subtly scanning Turon. Considering that within him dwelled a fallen god who had lived for thousands of years, and even a leader of one such faction, regarding him as merely an empty-headed man would be foolish. With a light gesture, Turon signaled those nearby to withdraw a bit farther, then politely addressed Harun. The journey must have been difficult. Let us talk slowly while you eat. Thank you. It's all thanks to my fine grandnephew that I'm being treated so well. The food wasn't particularly luxurious enough to call it a treat, yet Harun devoured it like a truly hungry man. Indeed, just looking at his tall height and sturdy build, he gave the impression of a big eater. Unlike Turon, whose frame was relatively slim, Harun's arms, legs, and even waist were thick and robust, his body well-trained. If it came down to physical combat with equal levels of magic power and bloodline, Turon would likely be the one to lose. While quietly observing his opponent, Turon soon shifted his gaze to Harun's equipment. At a glance, he seemed dressed in quite a decent desert nomad outfit, but thanks to the mimic relic, Turon could see that his entire body was wrapped in relic-grade treasures. Among them, the most noticeable were the garment covering his upper body and the long stick strapped to his back. It extended in a straight line before bending slightly to the side midway, but Turon couldn't grasp what kind of object it was supposed to be. At the very least, if he could unwrap the cloth wrapped around it, he might be able to figure it out to some extent. Perhaps you're curious about this. Perhaps noticing his gaze, Harun grinned as he pointed to the stick strapped to his back. Turon nodded without hesitation and asked, I am indeed curious. Would you be willing to tell me? Of course, but not for free, I'm afraid. Harun brushed the crumbs off his hands and looked at him with a smiling face. At that moment, Turon felt a subtle sense of pressure as he looked into those gray eyes, one of the few features they shared. This is. In that moment, the three symbols within the inner self of the head of House Zahar began to intertwine. Eyes that were originally separate merged into the black mist, soon transforming into thousands of tiny eyes that surrounding the mist, like the seeds of a strawberry. The fourth symbol that then emerged was something like a triangular glass bottle. The bubbling violet liquid flowed into the glass bottle, swirled around, and then burst out, hardening into the form of thousands of arrows. As the arrows sank into the mist filled with eyes and aimed outward, it looked as though a giant with thousands of eyes and arms was hiding within it. Night Hunter, Turon instinctively realized it upon seeing that image. Harun Zahar had drawn upon the power of the Night Hunter by manipulating his own soul. Could it be that he was planning to attack right here? Noticing that Turon's body had tensed up in preparation for combat, Harun chuckled and asked, Did you see it? Yes. As expected, you have the ability to peer into others' souls. Turon had already guessed that Zahar would know this fact. It wasn't the first time he'd shown that he could see the opponent manipulating soul magic to combine symbols and then imitate it. After all, without knowing the answer, it was nearly impossible to figure out symbol combinations on one's own. Even if one imagined something like what Turon had just seen, eyes blending into shadows, transforming into thousands of small eyes scanning the surroundings. Without someone showing an example, replicating it would be extremely difficult. For that reason, Turon had also gone to great lengths to show examples to Mesa and Salif, who couldn't witness it directly. You may or may not know this, but mimics originally didn't have such an ability. It probably came into being when it turned into a sacred relic. Is that so? Nobody would know better than I do. I'm the only one who traveled with him for a while when he came here. Though it wasn't Turan's first time conversing with a fallen god, it was the first time he had seen anyone who acted so familiar with the mimic god. Harun laughed heartily and turned to Osul, seated nearby. You must have some rough idea too, no? That you people are fallen ancient gods. You've already said it all. Well, I expected as much. Harun laughed heartily again, ate another piece of bread, and then gestured to the back. There a group of about a dozen Zahar nobles had gathered, including Talais still wearing his mask. If you knew how many times those fellows back there tried to persuade me, both of you ought to thank me. They've been persistently urging me to strike Parsha immediately, or at the very least to wipe out Lavidas entirely. Unlike the startled Osul, Turan nodded calmly, acknowledging the unexpected revelation. He already knew from the information Berit had provided that the upper echelons of Zahar had suggested attacking Parsha and Lavidas, and that it was this very family head who had stopped it. Regrettably, even Berit hadn't been able to uncover the reason why. Now then, it's time to get to the main point. Head of House Lavidas, if it's all right with you, may I speak with him alone for a moment? It concerns one of the most intimate secrets of our house. No need to go far, 10 meters should be enough. Turan sensed a peculiar tone hidden within the man's relaxed voice. It seemed as if he was subtly trying to drive a wedge between them, suggesting that the connection between Turan and Zahar was stronger than the alliance with Lavidas. So before Osul could respond, Turan immediately opened his mouth. It's fine, Osul and I have helped each other multiple times. HMPH, well, I suppose that much is true. Though Osul frowned with displeasure as he nodded in response to Turan's words, Turan could tell that the young-looking elder was secretly pleased. Harun, who noticed the same, burst out laughing. You look like a pampered young lord on the outside, but you're already quite seasoned in politics. Then again, someone who leads a great house ought to be. If only my grandson were even half as capable as you. On the surface, it sounded like praise, but Turan considered that it might be a deliberate attempt to lower his guard. For the young, praise from the head of a great house, especially from the head of Zahar, was sweet enough to numb the mind. As they continued this back-and-forth exchange, Osul suddenly stood up and said, I'll step away for a bit. If it's something I need to know, the head of Parsha will tell me later. Oh ho! Just as Harun had done earlier, Osul's words were a clear display that the alliance with Lavidas was stronger than any blood tie with Zahar. After he stepped away a bit, Harun pulled a magic artifact from his robe, and the air current around them shifted. Turan realized that this was a technique crafted into an artifact, derived from the wind magic he often used himself, but in the form of a magic artifact. You're quite mischievous. What can a man play a little trick on his grandnephew when meeting him for the first time? Joking around, Harun truly did look like an old man who had aged as much as his appearance suggested. A completely different appearance from Emir, who acted like a man in his 20s, or the Carmine gods. Through his conversations with the half-elves, Turan had come to understand why the mental ages of these beings varied so widely. Despite having lived thousands of years, their personalities were heavily influenced by the physical vessels they inhabited, and they also tended to treat their own personas as if they were playing theatrical roles. In the same way Turan had distinct personas, Turan as the head of Parsha, Turan as Mace's lover, Turan as the friend of Salif and Ashes, so too did these beings act differently depending on their counterpart. Just as he wouldn't treat his subordinates with the same friendliness as his friends, or treat his friends with the same affection as his lover, they too merely acted differently according to who they were dealing with. Then shall we get to the purpose of our meeting? Turan Parsha, do you know that you are the reincarnation of the Night Hunter? It wasn't a question of whether he might be the reincarnation, it was almost a statement of fact. Turan paused for a moment at that question. Should I affirm it or deny it? Though the half-elves had forgotten much of what they had known before arriving in this world, one of the few things they still remembered was the true identity of the old man before him. According to them, the head of House Zahar had once been one of the subordinate gods serving under Odas, the original Night Hunter. Viewed positively, he might regard favorably the reincarnation of the lord he once followed. Viewed negatively, he might try to eliminate someone who could be an obstacle to his supremacy. Fortunately, Turan had already considered this matter beforehand, and so he didn't need long to answer. To be honest, I'm not sure. Not sure. Yes, I know that I was born with far more power than my origin would justify, but I don't have any memories of being a being like you. Harun's face showed no particular reaction upon hearing Turan's honest answer. Not even his scent conveyed any identifiable emotion. Was he, like Turan, exerting all his strength to control himself, or did he truly feel nothing upon hearing such a reply? As Turan's suspicions began to rise, Harun nodded and spoke. Just as I thought, that's what I expected. Thank you for your honesty. Then may I ask one question as well, why do you think I'm the reincarnation of the Night Hunter? Is it because I carry Zahar blood? To that, Harun shook his head and replied, no, it's because I'm the one who tried to resurrect the Night Hunter. Chapter 162.1 Turon was momentarily speechless at the revelation that the old man before him had attempted the resurrection of the Night Hunter. While preparing for this meeting, he had imagined a variety of scenarios, but the truth that unfolded before him was something he hadn't dared to even consider. To think that the head of House Zahar had attempted to resurrect the Night Hunter. Then, could it mean that Turon himself was a being born out of some elaborate plan orchestrated by this old man? Even the encounter of his father and mother, and every other circumstance as well. He felt a dizzying sensation as if the ground beneath him had collapsed, but only for a moment. Turon quickly tried to regain his composure. However, Harun seemed to have sensed Turon's reaction and gave a faint smile. You seem quite shocked, here have a glass of water. Thank you. Turon pretended to drink the water offered by Harun and then set it down as it was. Since the alchemist, one of the Night Hunter's 4 bloodlines, possessed the power to handle poisons, drinking any liquid the old man had touched even briefly would be too risky. Despite being aware of this, Harun didn't show any displeasure. Cautious indeed. Well then, since we've each answered one thing, I suppose it's my turn to ask again. Where did you acquire the mimic god's sacred relic? I found it on an island in the South Sea. It was a place where ancient legends of serving that deity remained. That's a lie, I can tell that much. His voice carried certainty, not mere conjecture. Why, the mimic god had been active in the South Sea, and hardly anyone knew he had died in the North Sea. No matter how fast Turon ran the calculations in his head, he could not find a reason why the old man before him would instantly detect that as a lie. Then, was it not a known fact he'd acted on, but something he had deduced from Turon's physiological reaction? Turon thought he had suppressed all the typical reactions of someone lying. Only for a moment did he worry, then a sudden thought flashed through Turon's mind. The symbol composition of the Night Hunter shown to him earlier so abruptly. Just as the hypersensitive sense of smell of the Zahar bloodline could detect emotions, it was clear that Harun was reading Turon's emotions using the Night Hunter's ability. It must be a power similar to lie detection. Instead of apologizing for the lie he told, Turon complained toward the other man. This is unfair. Great Uncle can detect my lies, but I can't detect yours. Haven't you been enjoying such unfairness all this time? Even within House Zahar, only a few are born with a sense of smell keen enough to detect hormones, so most wouldn't be prepared for it. Harun's gentle reply left Turon without a rebuttal. That statement was true, after all, so he decided to change his approach. If it was impossible to prevent the other from discerning the truth, then perhaps it would be better to be able to discern it himself as well. With that thought, the symbol dwelling within him began to stir. Having studied soul magic for about a year, he had attempted countless combinations using the hunter and the chaser. Now that he knew the answer, the fusion of the two seemed laughably simple. He felt the eyes, which had seeped deep into the pitch-black mist, divide into thousands and extend outward, and dozens of handles emerged within. Just like when he had previously combined the 2 symbols of the storm bloodline. Now then, when he first attempted symbol fusion, Turon had been so inexperienced that he had to try pulling any handle at random. But with his now much more advanced spiritual perception, he could employ a slightly more refined method. As he extended his spiritual perception and placed it on the handle, he could roughly gauge what function each one might grant. This one seems to release something, and this might be for self-enhancement. Or maybe not this one either. About 30 seconds passed. It might seem brief, but it was quite a long time to suddenly fall silent during a conversation. Harun only watched Turon, who seemed deep in thought, without interrupting or meddling. Thanks to that, Turon was able to swiftly check over a dozen abilities and finally found the one he had been looking for. As the ability activated, Turon felt the surrounding colors distort for a moment, as if they were twisting. May I ask a question first? It's a simple question and you can answer any way you like. Go ahead. Did it rain yesterday while you were coming here? Considering that the army of House Zahar had come from the eastern Emerald Desert, it was a question not even worth pondering to answer. However, as if he understood the intent behind the question, Harun smiled and replied, "It did, I was soaked to the bone." With that response, a red light flickered from Harun's eyes and mouth. Turon realized that this ability could detect truth and falsehood in a person's words. I see. So what's your impression of using the eye of truth? More convenient than sensing it through smell, isn't it? Yes, definitely. What was hard to understand, however, was Harun's attitude, demonstrating and cooperating as if he were guiding Turon through the use of the ability. Compared to the sinister and obsessive Talais, this old man felt more like a real grandfather, to the point that Turon almost felt fondness toward him. Of course, even so, he did sneak in some underhanded tactics from time to time. But don't trust it too completely either. Let's see, try asking me if I'm a woman. Are you a woman? That's right. With his answer, a green light flickered from Harun's eyes and mouth. Sensing the different reaction compared to before, Turon instinctively knew it was the truth. As if he already knew what Turon had seen, the old man gave a faint smile and said, I may look like an old man now, but there was a time I lived as a woman. More than once, in fact. In such circumstances, when the body I currently inhabit, Harun Zahar, is male, can I really define myself as a man? Surely the version of me that was once a woman is still me too. Harun muttered softly that while some people might think that way, others might not. Hearing that, Turon understood why the eye of truth wasn't all-powerful. Truth was ultimately defined by what the person themselves believed. It was not truth simply because someone believed it to be. It was easy for him to grasp, since the skill of sensing emotions through smell also required caution in a similar way. Well, this is good enough to charge tuition for, don't you think? Now then, where did you get the mimic god's sacred relic? In an undersea cave on an uninhabited island in the North Sea, I retrieved it from a corpse that had died fighting a great sea serpent. At Turon's honest answer, a peculiar light appeared in Harun's eyes. In truth, upon hearing the shocking information earlier, Turon had even begun to suspect that the mimic god's sacred relic might have been arranged by Harun as part of his plan. But judging by Harun's reaction, it didn't seem that way. Well, if he had such a treasure, wouldn't he use it himself? Why would he give it to Turon, especially when it was an object practically made to counter every noble of House Zahar? Great sea serpent, they've been quite the nuisance lately. Yes, I see. Honestly, that weak friend had way too much pride. None of that would have happened if we'd traveled together. His tone might have sounded mocking, but the emotions beneath it were closer to regret and sorrow. Was he a weak god? He was decent in combat against people since he could copy others' abilities, but he was vulnerable in fights against monsters. In that field, it was people like Odas or myself, night hunters, who excelled. Oh, Odas is the name of a night hunter, you probably already knew. So you were a night hunter too, Great Uncle. Didn't you already know? Well, it's silly to think two people are the same just because they have the same job. Harun burst out laughing, then suddenly threw out a question. Do you happen to know the legend of the Enrol Desert? Yes, in ancient times the land of Enrol was once a grassland, but when the giants ravaged it, it became no different from a desert. I heard that the night hunter shot and killed the giants. That story about the grassland turning into a desert because of the giants is nonsense, but they were monsters worthy of such tales. There were hundreds of them, like great sea serpents walking on land. Even among us, except for a few skilled ones, it was difficult to face more than one or two. At Harun's words, Turon recalled the undead great sea serpent he had faced. Even now, facing such a foe one-on-one would be troublesome. He wasn't even confident he could win. And yet, even that one had weakened compared to when it was alive, which meant a fully healthy great sea serpent was truly a monster worthy of being called a godlike being. By today's standards, it would probably take the combined strength of 3 or 4 family heads from great noble houses to stand a chance against one. But now Harun was saying that there had been hundreds of such monsters. Just imagining it made his breath catch, but what Harun said next made even that seem trivial. Oda single-handedly shot and killed hundreds of giants. All we did in that battle was escort him in case of any surprise attacks. In the end, even the queen of the giants was killed instantly by a single arrow that flew from over 100 kilometers away. A being who harvested the lives of monstrous godlike creatures with arrows shot from unimaginably far distances. It made Turon realize just how monstrous the ancient pre-god tribe truly was, and just how unparalleled the night hunter had been even among them. He now understood why Emir had once said that if Otas were to return, the gods of House Zahar, including the old man before him, would fall prostrate in submission. The bodies of those giants were then taken by a friend who lives in the northwest and used for some interesting prank. He recreated a night hunter dungeon in the basement of an old museum we built. I believe you've seen it, haven't you? At the sudden question, Turon instinctively opened his mouth to fabricate a lie, then quickly shut it. Since they were both using the eye of truth, there was no point in lying, it would be seen through immediately. After a brief pause, he let out a small sigh and nodded. Given that even silence would be read as an answer, he decided it was better to just admit it. Yes, I've seen it, it was a horrid sight. So it was you who killed Ferga. I suspected as much. I didn't kill him. He had merely died fighting what was probably a recycled version of the ancient giant queen, the queen of monsters, in a weakened state. Though it had been Turon who caused that weakening in the first place. Harun, reading the truth in those words, responded with an amused look. Is that so? This is a bit different from what I expected. Well, either way is fine. Personally, I had some hopes for Ferga, but now that you're around, it doesn't really matter what happens to him. Ferga too, strictly speaking, could be considered one of their descendants, and yet Harun's cold, almost unfeeling, attitude wasn't so different from other gods. Witnessing that, Turon managed to collect his gradually loosening state of mind once more. No matter how much the being in front of him might sometimes seem like a kindly old grandfather, his essence was that of a heartless god. I heard in passing that people in Aravian thought House Zahar didn't know about the night hunter recreation experiment, so you did know. I was the only one who knew. That friend of mine in the Northwest probably didn't even know I was aware of it. I found out through sheer luck. Chapter 162.2 The friend from the Northwest whom Haroon had been mentioning was likely the biologist. Since no one else would have the ability to create such creatures by manipulating the dead giants' corpses and souls. Then, this is a bit of a detour, but let's get back to the main subject. What exactly did you mean by trying to reincarnate the Night Hunter? Are you saying my birth was part of House Zahar's scheme? That's not it. To be honest, your birth was a rather interesting chain of coincidences. Though considering it took thousands of years for such a thing to happen, maybe it was fate. With those suggestive words, Haroon picked up the glass of water he had offered Turon earlier and took a drink, as if his throat was parched. By the way, how much do you know about enhancing talent through soul magic? I know that it involves manipulating immature soul forms that haven't fully settled yet between the time in the womb and about 1 to 2 years after birth. You barely know anything. Let me explain a little. The key lies in delicately shaping the soul's vessel and form. Depending on how you balance the three soul vessel, soul form, and essence, you influence aptitude for magic power, bloodline ability, and magical talent. Though this was the first time he'd heard of this, Turon deeply engraved Haroon's words in his mind without showing any reaction. Since he, unlike the half-elves, couldn't use spirit arts, he certainly needed to supplement his knowledge of advanced soul magic, even for the sake of the child he would have someday. For your reference, your partner is someone who was born after this field was refined to its extreme. At the mention of partner, Turon felt his heart sink for a moment. Had that old man already noticed that he had a child despite all his caution, but that sudden fear was short-lived. Once he calmed down, Turon realized he had jumped to conclusions. The old man's words were simply a sarcastic jab at the fact that Turon had brought Berit along, but hadn't taken any further action. Fortunately, Haroon didn't seem to notice Turon's emotional shift at all. Perhaps because he had combined the Zahar bloodline symbols more precisely since he had activated the Eye of Truth, he wasn't paying attention to his opponent's scent. Most likely, the souls of all the wizards who died in the Zahar-Aravian War were used to create Mesa. Dozens of nobles, hundreds of knights, or was it nearly 1,000? Even for us, it was an unprecedented level. So that war happened specifically to create Mesa. As far as I know, yes. To be precise, that was what the friend in the Northwest wanted. I don't know why he went so far to create such a powerful body. Haroon laughed heartily, then looked at Turon. A question that had suddenly come to mind left Turon's lips. Then what did House Zahar gain from it? If all the souls of the wizards sacrificed in the war were used to awaken Mesa's talents, then Zahar didn't gain anything, and you don't seem like someone who would just serve that man. There'd be no reason to let someone else gain all the benefit, right? That's true. I also gained something from it. Do you know this? The soul of a wizard is certainly far more valuable than that of a human. But an innumerable number of human souls can replace a single wizard, and no one really counted how many civilians died during that war. The Zahar-Aravian War was publicly known as a conflict among wizards, with minimal civilian casualties, but that was just the official narrative. The wizarding families situated between the two great houses were shaken so severely that even minimal public order had collapsed. Was there anyone who actually counted how many had died in silence? Haroon, with the friendliest expression imaginable, spoke words of utmost cruelty. Was it 500,000 or 600,000? With roughly that many harvested, it turned out to be quite usable. You used that. On my mother, hundreds of thousands of ordinary people. Even the fact that many wizards had been sacrificed was already sickening, but compared to this, it seemed almost trivial. Despite clearly sensing Turon's expression of contempt, Haroon's smile didn't fade. No, I didn't use it on your mother. This is a bit technical, so it may be hard to explain. But it's not something that necessarily has to be used with a fixed target. Normally, it would be applied to a child who seems to show some potential, but it could also be used in a broader sense, designating a specific target based on principles similar to tracking magic, such as by applying constraints like people within a certain region or a specific gender. The target was a child of Zahar bloodline to be born somewhere in this world. Without worrying about magical talent or aptitude for magic power, I just kept widening the soul's vessel wider and wider. Do you know what happens then? What happens? A miscarriage. An ordinary soul cannot endure such a bloated spirit body. That's why right now, there isn't a single child around 20 years old your age within House Zahar. Through those words, Turon realized that there were unexpected side effects in talent cultivation through soul magic. A miscarriage, it was something he had never heard of from the half-elves, which meant either such side effects didn't exist in spirit arts, or they had deliberately omitted that information. This part Turon thought would be worth discussing separately once he returned. I waited about 3 years after the ritual was completed, and even after thoroughly combing through the family, not a single exceptional child emerged. I thought I had failed again and was deeply disappointed. That's because, for this very kind of situation, we had bound the bloodline to the family, so the chance of a Zahar-blooded noble being born outside the family was almost non-existent. It became clear that this was one of the reasons why wizarding families formed according to bloodlines. Of course, there were other reasons too, but this was certainly one of them. But then, a miracle like you suddenly appeared, the only Zahar noble to survive that ritual. Possessing genius-level talent, massive magic aptitude, and multiple bloodline abilities. Something that wouldn't be possible unless you had accepted the soul of one of the mightiest gods drifting somewhere in the sea of spirit bodies. As I said earlier, we only expanded the vessel of the soul, we didn't interfere with any other part. But my soul wasn't as large as you described, was it? That can't be. If it appears that way, it's only because you haven't learned to properly handle the power of your soul. Despite having never seen Turon's spirit body, Harun spoke with unwavering certainty, which made Turon want to object, but he kept his mouth shut. Harun's explanation, while sounding plausible on the surface, still left a few lingering questions that didn't sit right. However, those weren't the kind of questions that could be answered here and now. Instead of digging further, Turon decided to ask the one thing that had been bothering him most. All right, everything you've said up to now seems to be true, then may I ask just one thing? Since I've also told you that my soul size isn't that large, that's what relatives are for, go ahead. Why did you try to resurrect the Night Hunter? From the way Harun had spoken earlier, boasting about the Night Hunter's power, it was clear that he admired him. But did that alone justify resurrecting someone who had disappeared thousands of years ago? After all, Harun already reigned as one of the most powerful beings in the world as the head of House Zahar. Understanding this was extremely important to Turon. If he truly was the reincarnation of the Night Hunter, then depending on the reason, the old man in front of him could be either an ally or an enemy. Granted, Harun had done more than enough disgusting things to make him unfit to be considered an ally. To Turon's question, Harun unexpectedly chose silence. For the first time, the usually talkative old man didn't speak for over a minute, and Turon simply watched him quietly instead of urging him. He could sense that the question was profoundly important to Harun and that he was choosing his answer carefully. For the first time since their conversation began, Turon had seized the initiative. Yes, the reason, right, you'd want to know. Whether you truly are Otis's reincarnation or not. Yes, maybe you'll think this is the sentiment of a senile old man who's lived for millennia, but if I had to say it, it's love. The emotion that makes humans truly human. Chapter 163.1. At the word love that came out of Harun's mouth, Turon silently looked at the person he had been conversing with. He already knew from previous conversations that the appearance resembling an old man was not the true essence. No, come to think of it, he couldn't even be certain that Harun's true essence was female. The pre-faith rejects same-sex love in order to widely propagate noble bloodlines, but that doesn't mean there aren't those who harbor such passions. Perhaps Otis's true essence had been female. Thanks to absorbing Kadram's memories, Turon had come to understand that the true essence of a game character who formed the body of a god might not match that of the player. Just because the body of the Night Hunter was male didn't mean the person behind the monitor was male as well. Like the time the lame goddess, with her beautiful appearance and girlish speech, seduced others and took their money, only to be beaten up when people found out she was actually a man. I can see what you're thinking all over your face. I'm sorry, but that's personal information that I'll keep to myself. Understood, but there's something I can't quite grasp. What is it that you want from the Night Hunter who has been resurrected that way? If Turon really was the reincarnation of the Night Hunter, even if someone longed for affection from him, he couldn't reciprocate. He had already given his passion to Mesa, and even putting that aside, it was difficult to hold romantic feelings toward an old man. You must be too young to know. Love doesn't always seek something in return. Sometimes just giving can bring joy. The gentle smile on Harun's face, as if he were talking to a child, made it hard to reconcile him with the ruthless person who had just casually revealed that he had ground up hundreds of thousands of souls to create Turon. Truly, the old man before him was the most dual-natured person Turon had ever seen. In some ways, endlessly cruel, in other ways, exuding a kind of innocent affection. Perhaps sensing such inner turmoil, Harun suddenly posed a question. Do you hate me for sacrificing hundreds of thousands to create you and for separating you from your parents? Turon didn't answer immediately and carefully chose his words. Judging from the content of the question, it seemed Harun didn't yet know that Turon was aware of the truth about his father's death. To conceal that without telling a lie required the right kind of rhetoric. Well, I do think you're a terrible villain. But in a sense, I could also say I owe you a favor, so to be honest, I find it hard to determine how I should treat you. As Turon said this, he suddenly recalled the nobles of House Baltas in the western city of Orem that he had met long ago. He had inwardly despised them for using knights as shields in place of themselves for attacks that weren't even that dangerous. But they had treated Turon generously as a guest and opened the library for him. It was to mobilize him for magical beast subjugation, but still. Though their misdeeds couldn't compare in scale to those of the old man before him, the fact that their actions were unpleasant, but their treatment of him kind, showed a similar nature. Besides, I wonder whether I deserve such kindness. Even after your explanation, I'm still not convinced that I'm the reincarnation of the Night Hunter. I don't have any memories of a previous life, and my bloodline is different too. Truthfully, even if an opportunity arose to gain such memories, he would rather refuse it. Just by absorbing part of Kadram's memories recently, Turon had ended up harboring unconscious hatred toward family members of his whom he had never even seen, let alone lived in the same world with. If he were to completely acquire the Night Hunter's memories, could he still define that version of himself as himself? Harun heard this and nodded with a smile. Well, it doesn't matter what you think. I saw it with my own eyes and became convinced. That's enough, that's more than enough. As he murmured that, a single tear rolled down Harun's wrinkled face. Turon, who had been startled, quickly realized that the nobles of House Zahar around him were far more agitated than he was. Though the sound might not be transmitted outside due to the magic artifact, both of their images were visible to all, and thus the sight of their family head suddenly shedding tears during a conversation left them flustered. Some even tried to enter the sound-blocking magic barrier only to be stopped. Pardon me, I might have been fine if I had a younger body, but I seem to have grown far too sensitive with age. Then let's leave the personal talk at that. It must be tiresome for a young person to listen to the ramblings of an old man. Is there anything you want from me? If it's not too big a request, I'll grant it. At Harun's words, Turon momentarily thought of asking him to kill all the Zahar nobles behind him, especially the gods' vessels, and then commit suicide, but he quickly erased the thought. Even if the old man before him saw Turon as something like a lover from a past life, he surely wouldn't grant such a request. In fact, it was probably because he had thought of such a thing that he had added the caveat that he couldn't grant anything too significant. If there were something he couldn't grant, and yet he said he would grant anything, then that would be a lie. In the end, what Turon asked after much thought was, just as Harun had said, not a very great request. That stick you mentioned earlier, could you tell me what it's used for? When Turon pointed to the stick slung across his back, Harun let out a hearty laugh and said, Of course I'll tell you, why not even see it in action while we're at it? Experience it firsthand. Do you mean sparring or a real match? A sparring match, of course. If it were a duel, it would be hard even for me to stop our side's people from intervening. And you need to learn how to use that new ability you just gained. It'd be much easier if I demonstrated it. If Turon were to get seriously injured in a true duel, the gods of Zahar would likely seize the moment and insist on subjugating them. In that case, even Harun would find it difficult to stop them. Even a powerful god's vessel becomes vulnerable during the process of moving from one body to another, and thus requires assistance. The reason why gods don't live alone but form groups is also to smoothly transfer their essence to new bodies. If one becomes isolated, they may one day be expelled without ever gaining a new host. Turon knew about this delicate dynamic among the gods through the half-elves. I promise I won't use any attacks that could be fatal to you during our sparring, and if our side causes trouble, I'll restrain them. What do you say? All right. After a brief hesitation, Turon accepted his proposal. Since he had activated the Eye of Truth, Harun had not once lied. If those words were true, then sparring with the head of House Zahar would certainly be a valuable experience. Well then, how about a light round as post-meal exercise? When Harun deactivated the sound-blocking magic artifact and shouted loudly, everyone around showed confused expressions. He had just been crying moments ago, and now he was suddenly declaring a spar. Wasn't this sequence of events completely inconsistent? As Harun said something to the nobles of Zahar, Turon also informed Osul and the other nobles of House Parsha that he would be sparring with Harun. Hearing this, Osul frowned with his youthful face. Will you be all right? This might be a ploy by the head of House Parsha to prevent us from attacking together. If they were just fighting, it would be natural for Turon and Osul to join forces and pressure Harun, but if it were under the pretext of a sparring match, only the two could fight. Then, if Harun suddenly inflicted a critical wound and initiated combat, they would essentially be facing a divide-and-conquer scenario, taking them down one at a time. Your concern is reasonable, but I don't think he has that kind of intent. All right, If something feels off, I'll join in right away, so give me a signal. Chapter 163.2 The sparring match was held in the middle of a desolate wasteland next to the makeshift conference hall. Even though it was just a light exchange, since it was a clash between the heads of two great noble houses, the other wizards had withdrawn to a distance of several hundred meters. The only one who stood relatively close was Osel, who, being a powerful wizard himself, didn't have to fear dying easily. Keeping a distance of about 30 meters, Harun tapped his hat a few times to adjust it, then spoke to Turon. To be honest, I brought it up, but I didn't expect you to agree so readily. I thought you'd take a moment to weigh your answer. Because you spoke the truth. If you're so certain and push forward like that, you really are like him. Wasn't that kind of pushing everything in one direction called confirmation bias? As Turon muttered the suddenly resurfaced term in his head, he pulled a slingshot from his pocket. Since it was just a light spar, he had no intention of using advanced techniques like Spirit of Fire or the railgun. Skills he had used when he was a somewhat more ordinary wizard, the ones publicly known, would suffice, and since Harun already knew about the mimic relic, there was no reason to hold back. Well then. Shall we begin? The moment he murmured those words, Harun's figure vanished from the spot. It was the concealment ability characteristic of the Zahar bloodline. Turon had wondered if it would be different with a family head-level wizard, but thankfully, the mimic relic could detect even that. Instead of firing the loaded stone immediately, Turon, just like his past opponents, quickly created a sphere of light. In an instant, the surroundings for several kilometers lit up brightly. Oh, surprisingly, instead of canceling his concealment, Harun responded by draping a pitch-black fog around his body. It was surely a skill, not ordinary magic. Turon responded by flinging the stone he had been spinning directly into the black fog. After all, what else could be hiding in there? Boom! Without using wind path, the stone flew at supersonic speed, tearing through the air with a loud blast and struck its target accurately. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say Harun had raised his staff to deflect the flying stone. That doesn't seem like a particularly useful technique. Turon spoke to Harun, who had now released his concealment. Of course, the precise hit had only been possible thanks to the relic's detection abilities, but even without it, simply targeting the black fog would have sufficed. At that, Harun laughed heartily. I just wanted to show you that there are other ways, and you can't really say it's useless. If the enemy can't even tell how injured they are inside the fog or whether my attack landed, it can be quite a psychological blow. Indeed, so that's how that technique was meant to be used. Turon reached inward for the symbol's handle and used the same technique Harun had just shown. The black fog that should have only existed as a symbol within him now enveloped his whole body, allowing him to conceal himself even under bright light. Then I suppose it's my turn now. At that moment, Harun spoke softly, unwrapping the cloth around the staff he held and aiming it at Turon. Just from that motion, it wasn't hard to guess the item's purpose. Back when he had fought the dwarves in the mountain range, they had used steam rifles. Though this one was smaller and more compact, its overall construction was so similar that it was unmistakable. The moment a light flickered behind the pitch-black muzzle, Turon covered his chest with both hands and converted the relic to the Reuven bloodline. A metallic bullet shot from the muzzle flew at such a speed that it was nearly impossible to perceive, aiming to shred Turon's arm. Despite the Guardian's defense power derived from the Reuven bloodline, plus the Guardian magic artifact he possessed, and the protective clothing Mesa had made for him, his forearm still stung. Judging from the impact, if he had taken that hit without the help of relics or artifacts, the bullet would have pierced not just his arms but also his heart. The sensory feedback from the relic had already warned him, but the sheer power of the shot was only possible because the weapon itself was a powerful relic. As Turon was knocked back and rolled dozens of meters across the ground, he glared sharply, and Harun let out a hearty laugh. I trusted that you'd be able to withstand that much. Come to think of it, wouldn't your slingshot have hurt quite a bit if I'd taken it head-on? Just like before, that old man had a strange knack for making anyone who tried to argue with him look foolish. More than that, judging from your reaction, it seems you've seen a gun before. How did you know? Did Kadram or Rishan tell you? I saw the dwarves in the mountains use them. There's used steam. Oh, I see. More importantly, how did you know I had Kadram and Rishan with me? I heard it from that friend in the northwest. He said someone had stolen the soul labyrinth. If that was you, of course you'd have fought and stolen your opponent's soul to interrogate them. It was a little surprising that the biologist had told Harun so readily that his item had been stolen, but on second thought, it made sense. He likely wanted House Zahar to perceive Turon as a threat and subjugate him, thereby solving the problem without lifting a finger himself. While surprised by the unexpected revelation, Turon focused back on the spar and reached inward toward his symbol's handle. There was something among the techniques he had just seen that he wanted to try out in real combat. It was the type that added properties to attacks, probably. Oh, Harun, who had been deflecting incoming stones as before, exclaimed in surprise. The stone he had knocked away bent midair and came flying back toward him. The principle itself was similar to the tracking magic Turon had often used when he was a regular wizard, but in terms of angle of deflection and magic consumption, it was on an entirely different level. Normally, compensating for the overwhelming loss of force caused by ignoring inertia with magic would result in self-destruction, but this skill could track the enemy without any such side effects. No doubt, the ancient knight hunter had used this ability to shoot and kill distant enemies. Otherwise, there's no way a projectile would travel over 100 kilometers without the target moving. I should test later if I can attach tracking functionality to the railgun as well. If possible, it would allow him to further refine that terrifying weapon, though he had a hunch the power might weaken a little as a result. As Turon was having that thought, shadowy tendrils suddenly burst up from beneath Harun's feet and devoured the stone Turon had launched. It was presumably a power of the shadow bloodline. Don't think of this as part of the demonstration. You won't be able to replicate it. I figured as much. This is just out of curiosity, so you don't need to answer if you'd rather not, but didn't the shadow bloodline go extinct ages ago? Even as he spoke, Turon extinguished the light and concealed himself to avoid the incoming attack. To overcome that, Harun would likely need to generate light himself as well. However, contrary to expectations, Harun did not create light. Instead, he stomped the ground as if casting a terrain alteration spell. With that motion, dark purple tendrils erupted from the ground in all directions, piercing through a radius of hundreds of meters. Naturally, that included the area where Turon had been, so he used flight magic to escape while still concealed. The moment one of the tendrils brushed past him, Harun's gaze snapped toward him. "There you are." Bang, the ignition of gunpowder rang out, a sound he hadn't caught clearly before, but it had no effect. Rather than blocking it with his body like earlier, he had triggered an explosion around himself to execute an evasive maneuver. When Turon landed and released his concealment, Harun also withdrew the shadowy tendrils that had blanketed the ground. The shadow bloodline is something we've preserved in secret, but we keep it to only the faintest level of power, just enough to prevent them from becoming proper wizards. If someone with excessive strength is born, we prune them. Because of your bloodline management regulations, exactly, on top of that, the shadow bloodline is dangerous. Not quite like the alchemist bloodline, but close. Is that the reason you severed both bloodlines? That's right, if they had remained, the world would be far more tormented than it is now. I can guarantee that. As they talked, Turon approached and threw a punch, and surprisingly, Harun engaged him directly in close-quarters combat. Even though he had activated the power of the Reuven bloodline, Turon didn't find himself being easily overpowered. In fact, it even felt like the other side was more unyielding. Just as Turon used the Guardian magic artifact, it was clear that Harun possessed a magic artifact that granted superhuman strength, like the fighter bloodline. How many exchanges had passed like that? When Turon massaged his numb jaw and took a few steps back, Harun slung the gun over his shoulder. "Looks like we should stop here. I'm starting to get tired." It didn't seem like an empty statement. Harun's face clearly looked more drained than it had just moments ago. Just like battle had been before. At that time, Turon hadn't understood why, but now he knew the reason. Unlike Turon and his companions, whose souls and bodies were in full harmony, the vessels of the gods lacked such cohesion, causing the soul chain that held them together to tire easily. If the soul and body belonged to entirely different species, like with the half-elves, it became difficult to even properly use skills, just as it had been with Rhaetian. If Turon were to fight them in the future, he would have to take full advantage of that fact. Would it be best to finish things off now while the opponent was worn out? As the sudden temptation surfaced, Turon wrestled with it for a moment before shaking his head. Regardless of moral considerations, attempting a surprise attack in the middle of a sparring match between guest and host would lead not only his subordinates, but even his ally Ossel to look at him with contempt. It was a good match. As the two bowed respectfully to each other to mark the end of the duel, cheers erupted from the surrounding spectators. Chapter 164.1. Did you see that just now too? If you have eyes, there's no way you couldn't have. To be able to watch something like that without fearing for our lives, what a stroke of luck. I wish we could have seen it a bit closer. If we had, we'd be dead. The sparring match between Turon and Harun for wizards of their caliber was merely a warm-up, yet even that was a truly transcendent battle in the eyes of ordinary wizards. The stone deflected by the gun shattered nearby rocks and scattered debris in all directions, while Turon's body, knocked back by the bullet, carved a trench over a meter deep and several dozen meters long into the ground. Not to mention the countless shadow tendrils and the marks left by the fierce melee between two powerful family heads, it all left scars resembling the aftermath of a meteor strike, practically akin to a natural disaster. Of course, some of the wizards from Parsha and Lavidas had already witnessed the transcendent power of family heads during the previous Varaha War, but many of those gathered here had not. Among them, some of Parsha's wizards had even loitered around the training mountains just to catch a glimpse of Turan's skills, and thus their sense of awe was even greater. Good work, head of House Parsha. It wasn't much work. Just a light warm-up. As Osul, who had been observing the fight from the closest distance, reached out his hand, the wound on Turan's forearm from the bullet healed. It would have healed in a day or two anyway, and Turan could have mended it himself, but he deliberately allowed Osul to heal him. To show the alliance between Parsha and Lavidas to the House of Zahar. As Osul healed his forearm, he leaned in slightly and whispered in a low voice. So how was it? What do you mean? If you fought seriously, could you win? Well, if it were a prolonged fight, maybe there's a chance. In the previous bout, neither of them had used proper weapons, but it was likely Harun had held back more of his strength. Not only had he not drawn on his true power as a knight hunter, he hadn't even used the power of his alchemist bloodline. If the ability to transform all substances into poisons potent enough to affect even nobles had been in effect, all of Harun's attacks would have been far more threatening. If the arm hit by a bullet or the leg scratched by shadow tendrils had started rotting while still alive, the damage would have been considerable. Of course, Turan wasn't without a countermeasure for this. Thanks to a sacred relic, Turan possessed the Lavidas bloodline, which includes the purifier bloodline capable of eliminating all forms of disease and poison. Generally considered nearly obsolete in combat, much like the ruler bloodline, this ability could potentially act as a direct counter to the alchemist bloodline. While Turan and Osul conversed, nobles from the three families cautiously began to interact more openly. Naturally, not everyone mingled freely and disrupted their formations. Only a few influential figures from each family moved about. One person even approached Turan, his grandfather Talais. He had brought a woman with him, wearing a brazen expression as if the insult he'd just suffered hadn't fazed him at all. My apologies for earlier, head of House Parsha. As before, Talais used the utmost honorifics when addressing Turan. Considering how he had acted superior when they first met, more precisely, when Talais had met Turan in the past, it was truly a dramatic reversal. Of course, at that time, Turan had been a mere warlord of Kalamaf, whereas Talais was the representative of Zahar, so it had been expected. The authority that comes with official status is not something to be dismissed lightly. Turan stared quietly at Talais, who had bowed his head before politely nodding in a way that still conveyed pride. I can forgive that much. You're not a stranger, you're my grandfather. Though it might sound like a friendly conversation between a grandfather and grandson, it was actually closer to a reprimand, affirming that what Talais had done was indeed disrespectful. Moreover, using honorifics here actually placed more burden on Talais. Receiving honorifics from someone who had just faced off against the head of House Zahar would excessively elevate Talais' status. Is the head of House Zahar all right? Yes, he's just a little tired and resting, considering his age naturally. At Talais' brazen remark, Turan had to suppress a sudden urge to laugh. Though Harun's body was indeed old, he wasn't so aged that he was on the verge of death-like battle, and he certainly wasn't aged enough to deserve such talk. It was merely the toll from drawing upon God's power. So even though they both clearly understood the truth, they exchanged harmless small talk for a moment, until Talais subtly stepped aside and presented the woman who had been standing behind him. She looked to be in her late 20s to early 30s by commoner standards, with mid to upper tier magic power. At first glance, one might think Talais was once again playing the matchmaker, but Turan didn't frown. Thanks to Berit, who had been gathering internal information on House Zahar, Turan had a rough idea of who the woman was and why she was being introduced to him. This is my daughter, Errol Zahar. She shares the same mother as my son Karim, the father of the head of House Parsha. It's an honor to meet you, ruler of the Grey Zone. The woman bowed her head with a formal air, her voice low and slightly husky. Turan silently observed his aunt, whom he was meeting for the first time, then shifted his gaze to Talais. A pleasure, but what brings about this sudden introduction? As I mentioned before, I don't know much about Karim, my son. In contrast, Errol spent a good amount of time with him. I thought she could share with you the kind of stories you might wish to hear, so I brought her. Talais assumed Turan would be curious about his father, and that this could serve as a bribe to earn Turan's favor. Indeed, it was a precisely targeted move worthy of one of the god's top strategists, directly striking at Turan's desire. If Turan had to choose between a powerful sacred relic and a chance to meet and speak with his father, he would choose the latter without hesitation. Turan's longing to understand who his father was and where he came from had been partially eased when he learned of his mother's past in the Grey Zone, but the matter hadn't been fully resolved. Especially now, as Turan had become a father himself. Even among the information Berit had collected, there wasn't much regarding his father. Since he had died over 20 years ago and had little recognition beyond being Talai's son, few people remembered him. Even Rateau, who remembered Karim's face, knew a bit more only because she had belonged to the same unit as him. Turon took a moment to organize his thoughts, then nodded. That's welcome news. In that case, may I have a word alone with you, Aunt? Aunt, please, I'd rather you not call me that. But you are my aunt, are you not? You said you're my father's sister. At Turon's definitive words, Zahar simply bowed her head deeply instead of arguing further. Chapter 164.2 You appear younger than I expected. I was born 95 years ago this year. Karim and I are 15 years apart. Their mother had been a commoner concubine who had already passed away long ago from old age. Even if she had given birth to Errol at 20, she would now be well over 100. It was only natural. Since Errol was the elder sibling, if his father were still alive, he would now be exactly 80. Which meant that when Karim was involved with Turon's mother, Bezella, he would have been around 60. Given that Bezella had been in her late teens at the time, the age difference was staggering, even appalling, but physically, it probably hadn't looked so strange. For nobles, 60 was roughly equivalent to a healthy young man in his 20s by ordinary standards. So young, Turon murmured unconsciously while listening in silence. His friend Salif was approaching 60, so when he thought about it, the age difference between Salif and Karim was actually less than that between Turon and Salif. Despite the 60-year age gap between father and son, they almost felt like they belonged to the same generation. The world of nobles was, in many ways, quite peculiar. Come to think of it, does that mean I'm in the same generation as my child? The age difference between Turon and the child Mesa was carrying was 20 years. That was roughly the same age gap between Ashes and Turon, so it wouldn't be strange to even call them friends. At this rate, it almost felt inappropriate to call the child an heir. By the time Turon died of old age, his first child might already be in a similar state or even have passed away earlier. May I continue? Ah, please do, I'm listening. Seeing Turon lost in thought, Errol, who had remained silent for a moment, gently resumed speaking. What followed wasn't particularly new or unusual. Karim Zahar had been the youngest among the children of Talai Zahar and was somewhat marginalized within the family. He was born with relatively weak magic power and had no outstanding specialties. Being the son of Talais, one of the top-tier powers, Karim was still treated with some respect among the lower-ranked nobles, but due to his timid personality, he never abused that status. Ironically, because of that, he was ostracized by nobles of similar standing within House Zahar, as they found him hypocritical. The only one he often spent time with was Errol, who shared the same parents. Here a portrait. Turon carefully examined the portrait of Karim that Errol had drawn using ash sand, a young man with short black hair and gray eyes. Though his features were somewhat rough, the resemblance to Turon was obvious naturally. He also resembled Talais. If the three of them stood side by side, one would likely mistake them for a father and his two sons. The part of his appearance that didn't resemble his grandfather or Turon was his strong build. His broad shoulders and large frame were actually closer to his great uncle Harun. Had Turon inherited that physique, he might have had more advantage in close combat. Turon clicked his tongue in quiet disappointment. Afterward, Errol recounted various stories about Karim that she knew. Like the time he was punished after being caught helping a commoner escape execution for damaging a noble's possession, or the time he gently beat a child who had unwittingly entered the oasis and ended up being punished in the child's place. After quietly listening for a while, Turon spoke his honest thoughts. My father seems to have had a personality that suffered many losses. He was far too soft-hearted for a Zahar noble. When he kept his mouth shut, he looked cold and unreadable, but in truth, he was gentle and vulnerable. I even saw him cry alone at times. It must have taken some courage to tell the head of a great noble house that his father used to secretly sob in corners, but Errol's face showed no particular change in expression as she spoke. Not that Turon thought she was lying. Throughout the conversation, Turon had been activating the eye of truth he had learned earlier to see whether she was telling the truth. As they talked, Turon could gradually picture how his father and mother had come to be involved and grown close. A cheerful captive girl who remained optimistic even while in enemy hands, and a large, blunt young man who was gentle at heart, the transformation from conqueror and prize to lovers. Naturally, while thinking along those lines, he couldn't help but arrive at the one who had driven their relationship to ruin. Aunt, yes, speak. How did my father die? I've only heard that he lost his life during the war. At Turon's question, Errol's eyes widened slightly, though she didn't show much disturbance. It was likely a question she had anticipated. She would already have heard from Talais that Karim had died. I don't know the details myself. During the war, Karim was assigned to a different unit than I was. However, I heard he was killed by the magic of an Aravian noble. I also saw the wounds on his body before the funeral. Since her statement didn't appear to be false, it meant Errol truly believed it to be the truth, which also meant she wasn't involved in his death. When pieced together with what Talais had said before, that he had taken care of Karim, it became somewhat clear how it might have happened. He had likely incapacitated him first, then threw him before an Aravian noble or killed him, and used lightning magic to leave marks on the corpse. After the conversation ended, Talais came to fetch Errol and bowed deeply to Turon. "So, were you satisfied with the conversation?" "Of course, grandfather. It felt as vivid as if I had spoken with my father directly." "Thank you, I'm glad to hear that, head of House Parsha. Though we were unable to spend your childhood together, I hope we can continue to build a steady relationship as grandfather and grandson." Talais maintained a respectful demeanor while simultaneously playing the role of the doting grandfather. Disgusted by his repugnant behavior, Turon replied with a smile as expressionless as an iron mask. "He truly is something else. On the surface, anyone would think he's overflowing with goodwill toward me." What was more astonishing somehow was that Talais' body even exuded the scent of genuine emotion, as if he truly felt joy in meeting Turon. This went beyond controlling one's emotions to mask their scent. It reached the level of mimicking fake emotions entirely. This level of acting skill could truly be called godlike. Had Turon not just heard from Harun that the Zahar gods, including Talais, wanted to eliminate him as a threat, he might have mistakenly believed Talais held some genuine affection for him. Wasn't it that even the recent joint attack by House Carmine and House Reuven was arranged by Talais mediating between the two houses? Considering the heavy losses that could have resulted had Turon not responded aptly at the time, it meant that Talais was now brazenly smiling before the very man he had tried and failed to stab in the back. Even calling him shameless would have been too kind. "I'll be the one to kill you one day." While keeping his smiling face, Turon had to work to keep the deep, sharpened intent to kill refined within him from manifesting in his scent. The following day, Turon held another meeting with Harun, who had regained some strength. This time, the meeting was not closed off like the previous one, but held in a format where other nobles could also listen. The topic was, as expected, Burit's status. Originally brought in to serve as the partner to the head of House Parsha, Burit had suddenly ended up with the head of House Varaha. Turon remained consistently shameless in his stance on the matter. Either way, she stands beside the head of a great noble house. The two of them seem well matched, and considering that Varaha has traditionally been close to Zahar, I'd say this calls for celebration. "You certainly make it sound easy." Though the tone of the conversation carried a chilly edge, the dialogue between Turon and Harun was more akin to a staged dispute. Much like the war decades ago between Aravian and Zahar. Osel would occasionally interject with a passing comment, and ironically, that led to Salif being viewed as a lecher who had seduced his friend's woman. Turon, glancing several times at his friend disguised as an attendant behind a mask, struggled to suppress his laughter. After a few rounds of open debate before everyone, the conclusion reached was surprisingly mundane. Turon would pay a dowry to Varaha in Burit's stead, acting as her godfather on behalf of Zahar. Through this arrangement, Zahar would reinforce its ties with Varaha by having the head of House Parsha as the guardian of Burit, the daughter of the next family head, as originally intended. Turon, in turn, could verbally settle the matter of having disregarded House Zahar's authority in handling the situation. Of course, it was mildly awkward to become the guardian of a sixth cousin a few years older than himself, but it was all just a formality anyway. Once all matters were concluded, and the tri-house meeting finally adjourned, everyone began clearing out. The hastily assembled tents and meeting grounds vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a desolate plain where a village-sized construction had once stood. "Well then, I shall take my leave now. May your journey be a safe one." Turon gave a slight nod to Harun, who waved goodbye as he departed, an old man who had massacred hundreds of thousands to ensure Turon's birth. Considering that in the game world before he became a god, he used to habitually say that the poor should be thrown into gas chambers, and had earned himself the nickname Nazi because of it, it wasn't all that surprising. But at the same time, he was also a man who had harbored romantic feelings for thousands of years toward the god Turon suspected was his own past self. Turon had yet to decide how exactly he should treat him, but at the very least, he should return the goodwill Harun had shown. That was the moral principle of the golden rule Turon had learned from his mother since childhood. As he approached for a final handshake, Harun leaned in and whispered quietly, "So did what I taught you prove useful? Yes, it was helpful. That's good. As I said before, don't be in too much of a hurry. You're still young and you have plenty of time." Battle's body, on the other hand, doesn't have much time left, and aside from Mesa, there aren't many decent candidates. Of course, I don't really know what that person's current state is since it's been so long since I last saw him. What Harun mentioned with a slight frown was naturally the actual leader of the Aravian Najin forces, the biologist. When Turon had expressed his intention to go after the one behind Mace's abuse, Harun had advised him, as he just had, not to be hasty and to take his time. He'd also added that the internal structure of House Najin was so tightly guarded that even he had failed to grasp its details. Let me say one last thing, be happy. Life is not meaningful just by living, but by being happy. If you lose that happiness blinded by revenge, then you'd be better off not pursuing it at all. He had the look of someone gazing at a long-lost love. Turon instinctively knew that the person Harun was referring to was not him. Having spoken his final words to his beloved, Harun climbed into the massive camel-drawn carriage and disappeared from view. Chapter 165.1 Not long after the house Zahar departed, Osul also left a farewell message and led his army southward. Unless something special happened, it wouldn't be easy to meet him like this again in the future. Perhaps they might never see each other again for the rest of their lives. On the way back, someone poked Turon in the side as he was lost in thought while riding his magical beast. "Why do you look so gloomy?" The finger belonged to Salif, who was following him disguised as an attendant. The knights escorting them had kept a slight distance so that their voices wouldn't be overheard, making his tone the same as usual. Just a lot to think about. The conversation with Harun had given Turon a lot to ponder, from practical concerns to metaphysical ones like the existence of the self, topics he normally wouldn't even glance at. Seeing him like that, Salif spoke with a look of disbelief. "Don't overthink it. If they act obediently, leave them alone. If they cause bullshit, beat them down. Simple, right? That's nice and easy for you." Of course, contrary to Salif's words, it wasn't such a simple matter to predict how Zahar would act. While it's true that Harun, as the family head, was suppressing the house with authority, that method wouldn't work on other gods like it does with ordinary nobles. If due to some incident he lost his body, Talais would rule over Zahar until he obtained a proper one again. Of course, the odds of Harun suddenly dying were slim. He was only around 60 years old in human terms. But you never know, who knows what tricks they might pull. Though it was unclear how many possessed bodies of gods currently existed in Zahar, if all of them combined their strength, even Harun wouldn't be safe. Once he was killed and turned into a soul, inserting the soul into a possessed body again would require a living person to do it. If the one responsible refused, there would be nothing he could do, no matter how powerful he was in life. Naturally, a Zahar without its family head wouldn't be as threatening. But it would be a serious problem if they were stabbed in the side during a fight against the House Aravian Najin or House Carmine or the Great Sea Serpent. Even just having their every move spied on through Zahar's unique concealment and tracking abilities would be horrendously troublesome. As a truly horrific example, if someone were to steal a single strand of hair from Turon's future child and send it to Zahar, Turon would be rendered powerless from that day on. The moment he left the child's side, there was no telling who might secretly approach. More importantly, congratulations, you've officially become a womanizer recognized by 3 great noble houses. Damn it. Salif grimaced at Turon's joke, which he had made to dispel the unpleasant thoughts. The topic that came up the most during this meeting was him. A villain who took away the woman sent as the House Parsha family head's lover, a womanizer who coveted his friend's lover. Not only were there plenty of witnesses at the meeting, but with the stories bound to spread by word of mouth, it wouldn't be long before the infamous reputation of Salif Varaha spread across the world. A love scandal among the heads of great noble houses, what more intriguing topic could there possibly be? Salif let out a deep sigh and soon shook his head. Well, I don't care what the others blabber about. The only thing that matters is the truth. When Rishon had formed his personality in the past in order to easily take possession of his body, Salif had to act like a stiff person who was obsessed with etiquette and conscious of others' gazes. Perhaps as a reaction to that, ever since he was liberated, he deliberately maintained the attitude of who cares what others think as long as I'm happy. Forget all that. I just hope if I ever have a kid it doesn't have the Zahar bloodline. The idea of letting them raise the child is horrifying even to imagine. Come to think of it, that tradition did exist. When a child is born between the two families, the family the child belongs to is decided not by whether the father or mother is from that family, but by the bloodline. As he had recently learned, it was a bad custom created by the gods to make it easier to utilize soul magic, but it had also become a deeply entrenched notion in the minds of all wizards. No matter how much Salif doted on his child, if he were to raise a Zahar bloodline child in House Varaha, it would inevitably spark a major controversy. Can't I just forcefully raise the child? Not a chance. Not only would Zahar immediately demand the child back, but even your underlings wouldn't sit quietly. While clicking his tongue in regret, Turon was secretly relieved that his own child would be much freer from such controversy. Even if the child were born with the Storm bloodline, they were at war with House Aravian anyway. If there came a time when the two families talked of peace, it would be after Battle's death and once Mesa became the head of House Aravian, so there was no need to worry about that either. Speaking of which, you and Mesa might have a child someday too. Can I be the godfather? Well, sure. Given the situation, it might not happen right away, but I hope it does within 30 years. At Salif's words, Turan paused for a moment instead of answering immediately. A small hesitation that others might have overlooked. But having traveled together with him for years and grown used to him, Salif didn't miss it. Why are you reacting like that? Don't tell me. Already, it just kind of happened. He could have lied as much as he wanted, but there was no need to do that when it was just the two of them. It wasn't that he hadn't told Salif because he lacked trust. Surprised by the unexpected truth, Salif stared blankly for a moment, then mumbled in a low voice. No way, with the kind of magic power you two have, the chances of pregnancy should have been really low, so how we got lucky. Just as Salif had said, when two nobles with strong magical power were in a relationship, the chances of pregnancy were significantly lower than for ordinary people. Even though all nobles desired strong offspring, this was why they often had concubines from commoner or knight backgrounds. Children born between nobles had far greater potential, but if unlucky, pregnancy might not occur for decades. Of course, that varied case by case, and there were instances like Milo and Ashes, noble siblings born close in age to each other. Still, for Turan and Mesa to have succeeded in getting pregnant within just a few months despite having taken measures for contraception, this was an astonishing probability. Wait, you kept this a secret from me? It's not that I kept it a secret, there was no opportunity to tell you. You were at Varaha the whole time until this trip. You should have told me on the way here. One of the reasons Turan hadn't told Salif was because he had been staying in Varaha until just before this trip. However, he did have the opportunity to bring it up while they were traveling for the meeting, so why hadn't he? It just felt kind of awkward to bring it up. What? Why? Just. Since pregnancy obviously required that process, announcing that Mesa was pregnant was essentially the same as declaring that he and Mesa had done such things. When he put it that way, Salif was momentarily at a loss for words. To Turan, it was quite a serious issue. For that reason, even when he informed the few who absolutely needed to know, like Ashes, it had been unbearably embarrassing. A few seconds later, Salif, who had been holding it in, burst into uncontrollable laughter and fell off his horse. Hey, puahaha, please, I swear I'm going to die. What are you, a child? Well, I guess you are a child. The surrounding wizards who had been escorting them looked on in confusion as the attendant following the family head suddenly fell off his horse laughing. Are you all right, family head? Is something wrong? Nothing to worry about, keep watching the surroundings. Yes, sir. Startled by the family head's chilly tone, they quickly backed off again. A moment later, Salif, having calmed down, wiped his tears and got back on his horse before speaking. Seriously, I don't think I've ever laughed this hard in my life. What's so funny? The fact that the perfect superhuman who can do anything and shows no emotion suddenly started acting like a 20-year-old boy. I laughed so hard I almost died. Compared to the sexually strict commoners and knights, nobles were far more liberal when it came to such matters, because they were the ones who chose, not the ones being chosen. As such, Turan's admission that he felt embarrassed about announcing his relationship with a woman, who was essentially his partner, was not just funny, but even delightful. At that moment, as he continued chuckling, Salif suddenly spoke in a serious tone. Well, even so, it's nice. What is, seeing your human side? Not that it's a sudden change or anything, but sometimes you seem distant. Turan recalled what Salif had said just before. The perfect superhuman who could do anything and showed no emotion. He'd never thought of himself that way, but perhaps that's how others viewed him. After all, Turan did control his emotions better than most and possessed exceptional talent in many fields. And over the past few months, as the family head of House Parsha, he had deliberately acted that way even more. When all you ever show is perfection and excellence, it naturally creates distance. Sure, distance has its place for someone in a high position, but when it comes to friends or family, it's different. Sometimes flaws are what make someone truly human. Flaws make someone human. I think I've heard that before. Who said it? Probably Rishan. That bastard said that. At the mention of Rishan's name, Salif scowled. Though now he was just a prisoner spilling all sorts of information, there was a time when Rishan had been in a position to claim Salif's body, and that made him someone Salif could never bring himself to like. Come to think of it, didn't I tell you this before when I asked why you wore a leash? Ah, right, I think you said something like that back then. Most likely, the words Salif had just spoken were an unconscious echo of what he had heard at that time. According to Rishan, the first-generation wizards born from the gods had been truly overwhelming beings. Each one was born with the magic power of a knight level from the moment they came into the world, and upon reaching adulthood, they possessed the magic power of mid to high-tier nobles even without absorbing additional magic power. But all of them shared a critical flaw in personality. Above all, they did not view humans as human beings. Just like Anil had done in the past, they would beat humans to death out of boredom or use them as toys for all kinds of brutal games. The strong find it hard to understand the weak. Someone who has never known heat or cold, pain or fatigue from birth can't grasp the hardships of ordinary people or empathize with them. Modern wizards may be no different from ordinary people when they're very young, but to those born as superhumans from the start, humans must have looked no different from bugs. Creatures that would burst apart with a mere flick of the hand. From Rishan's words, that humans could be infinitely cruel to those they couldn't empathize with as fellow beings, Turon could sense his identity as a white elf persecuted by humans. Of course, the white elves had also abused and preyed upon humans as another species, so they weren't exactly innocent either. So if the child is born, I'm not planning to remove the leash right away. I'll try to focus on discipline, but if I take it off before the personality is fully formed and there's a side effect, that'd be a disaster. Would that really be better? I actually felt uneasy and wanted to take it off right away if I had a kid. Maybe I'll ask my parents how they raised me. Salif's parents, the Varaha couple, had returned from their hideout in the western wasteland to the main Varaha house not long after Salif rose to the position of family head. Naturally, as the family head's parents, they no longer stayed in a villa in Helio City like before, but took residence within the Temple of the Sun. Just as the two of them were about to shift the conversation toward the child's future education methods, someone riding ahead shouted out, "We've arrived, the city wall is in sight." Sure enough, beyond the distant horizon, the walls of Kalamaf began to appear. With the long journey finally ending, everyone erupted into cheers. Chapter 165.2. There weren't any major incidents, right? Not at all, but a lot of paperwork has piled up in the meantime. I've sorted through it somewhat, but there are still quite a few things that require your direct approval. We'll deal with that later. I'm a bit tired right now. Upon his return, Turon was first debriefed by the family butler, Ashes, about what had happened during his absence. Seeing the pile of parchment stacked in the middle of the office, Turon shook his head. There are a few things that need to be done by tomorrow. Got it, absolutely, by tomorrow. After firmly promising Ashes, who was gradually becoming nagging due to his role, Turon asked quietly. That matter hasn't leaked, right? It's completely under control for now. At the very least, it definitely hasn't spread among the public. During his absence, Turon had informed Ashes of Mesa's pregnancy and instructed him to keep it absolutely secret. I've even restricted the maids attending Mesa from going out. Instead, I'm paying them triple while they stay inside. Well done in that case. Yes, go see her. Quickly, even though Turon's expression and voice revealed no sign of impatience, Ashes seemed to pick up on it and waved his hand with a chuckle. Parting with Ashes, Turon immediately headed to the family head's quarters, which he now fully shared with Mesa. Passing through the magically sealed main gate that absolutely no one except a few people could enter, and then through the corridor where only a few maids came and went, he could soon see Mesa resting in the bedroom. You're back. Yes. How are you feeling? The same as always. It hasn't been that long yet and I'm not a commoner after all. Ordinary women usually suffered from all sorts of physical discomfort during pregnancy, but for someone of night level or higher, it was far easier to manage their condition. That's because magic power constantly maintained the body in a more optimal state suited to the owner's preferences, and their excellent physical abilities meant they didn't even feel the weight of the child as a burden. Though a bit extreme if they didn't care about the baby's health, noble women could run around and even fight in combat right up until childbirth without issue. More importantly, how did the meeting with Zahar go? Well, Turon told the curious Mesa everything that had occurred at the meeting without holding anything back. Like how the family head of Zahar was convinced that he was the reincarnation of the Night Hunter, confessed his feelings for him, or how he got to meet his aunt for the first time and learned more about what kind of person his father was. Mesa had briefly fantasized about a dreamy romance story upon hearing about Turon's parents, but when he explained how hundreds of thousands of lives and all the unborn fetuses of the Zahar bloodline had been sacrificed for his birth, her face turned pale. Is that really true? Yeah. Turon couldn't quite understand why she was reacting this way. Just earlier, when she heard about how 1,000 wizards' souls had been used to awaken her own talents, she hadn't shown such a reaction. It couldn't simply be because the number of souls involved was larger. Seeing Turon's puzzlement, Mesa brought up a concern she hadn't realized until now. If it's possible to use soul magic on unborn children who aren't even under direct control like that, then there's no guarantee our child won't become a target too. Since the child's body hadn't even formed properly yet, there was no way to know which bloodline power it had inherited, but it was likely to be from one of the two. Just as she said, if someone used the same method as Harun, then from the moment the fetus's existence was revealed, any powerful soul mage could, in effect, take its life. Turon looked quietly at Mesa's face, pale from fear, and gently pulled her into an embrace. There's nothing to worry about. The child would only be in danger because of the existence of powerful soul wizards. Then the solution was simple: such powerful soul wizards just had to no longer exist in this world. Turon recalled the gift that Harun had given him recently, the method to manifest skills by fusing with the Zahar bloodline. During the journey back, he had studied it whenever he found time, and as a result, Turon had gained far more abilities than he had expected. He was now confident that he could even stand toe-to-toe against Battle, the head of House Aravian. Turon quietly declared his conquest of the world. Chapter 166.1. Not long after the army of House Parsha returned to Kalamaf, stories about the meeting of the three great noble houses began to spread, starting from the gray zone and radiating outward. Naturally, as is often the case with such rumors, the content became layered with exaggerations over the truth. People said that House Zahar and House Parsha had gone head-to-head in a full-blown confrontation, or that the heads of the two great houses had beaten each other bloody, requiring the Lavitas to mediate between them. However, one thing that all the stories consistently pointed to was that the head of House Parsha had demonstrated strength equal to that of the head of House Zahar, and thus earned his respect. Then there was one more subject that naturally followed. Could it be that the head of House Parsha is the strongest wizard in the world? Right, he's the only one who's fought the heads of both House Aravian and House Zahar. But still, he's not that old yet. Wouldn't it take at least a few more decades? I heard from my cousin that when he killed the head of House Varaha during the Eastern War, he did it in a joint attack with others. Is that because he lacked confidence in his own strength? Probably not, it's just that it's easier to win that way. Who is the most powerful among the countless wizards in the world? Even commoners, who had not a speck of magic power and hardly understood what magic truly was, often spoke openly about such topics. It was not something that could be dismissed as a mere naive ranking game. After all, the strength of a wizard directly translated to the power of the faction to which they belonged. In Kalamaf, in the Gray Zone, in the many reclaimed villages throughout the surrounding forest regions in the Emerald Desert, the man at the center of everyone's attention, Turon Parsha, was frowning as he stared down at a stack of densely written documents. Just to think that someone who had recently declared an ambition to conquer the world was now merely doing paperwork. It was petty and laughable, but unavoidable. As a newly established great noble house, House Parsha had few trustworthy blood relatives, meaning the family head had to personally make and handle countless decisions. Even this situation was only manageable because Ashes, in his role as butler, had recruited former commoner officials of Old Kalamaf to share the workload. Had Turon implemented the same policy as other great houses, where only those of the bloodline could handle family matters, he would have been buried in paperwork filling not just his office but extending into the hallway. Just as he was about to finish reviewing support measures for fishermen who had retreated from the coastal areas near Orphan City due to a recent ban, the door opened and Ashes entered. All done. Almost, just this one left. Ah, damn no. Horribly, Ashes was holding another stack of documents in his hand. Turon sighed, but obediently took the documents he handed over and placed them on the desk. The work he didn't want to do could end up ruining someone's life if neglected. He had only read through the documents briefly when he frowned and spoke. Failed again? Yeah, I guess it's not as easy as we thought. They say it's really hard to control the dosage of that gunpowder stuff. Recently, Turon had decided to formally introduce new weapons into the territory governed by House Parsha. Specifically, firearms that used spirit of fire, called gunpowder in the language of the gods. Even in a world ruled by powerful wizards, firearms had quite a bit of usefulness. First of all, even ordinary humans who weren't wizards could now handle low-grade magical beasts that were otherwise very difficult to deal with. In towns like the satellite cities of the distant western wastelands, where only 1 or 2 knights lived per city, these firearms would be considered treasures. Instead of scouring the land for magical beasts every day, they could use magic power to supply gunpowder, and gunmen could go around hunting magical beasts. The beast corpses they brought back would then serve as nourishment to enhance the magic power of young and inexperienced wizards. And second, in the upcoming Great War, this meant the military strength of knights could be significantly reinforced, and even commoners could be used as a combat force. If proper firearms could be developed, then even if it might not matter to nobles, knights could be severely injured or even killed in the face of coordinated gunfire. Just like how powerful great nobles still deployed knights in battle, commoners carrying guns might appear insignificant in the eyes of such strong individuals, but they could nonetheless be decisive in determining the outcome from unexpected angles. This was also one of the reasons why the spirit of fire, gunpowder, had not become widespread in this world. The fallen gods were wary that wizards would recklessly use gunpowder, and that strength would come to be measured by technology rather than the degree of magic power. Even though, as the biologist had once raged long ago, there were virtually no humans in this world with enough ingenuity to fully apply such things, there was still the concern that someone might use gunpowder to develop weapons of transcendental destructive power, just as had been done in their homeland. Naturally, the development of such firearms would greatly provoke the hostility of those gods, but almost all the ones left are enemies anyway: Aravian, Najin, Carmine, and Reuven. Each of the four great noble houses had made it clear in one way or another that they could not walk the same path with him. Even Zahar, the only one close to being neutral, was not exactly friendly toward Turon aside from Harun. To this end, Turon had originally begun development based on the steam rifles he had seen used by dwarves in the past, combining it with the knowledge of half-elves. But recently, he had altered the production method. It was because he had directly witnessed the firearm used by the head of House Zahar, Harun. Was the name of that weapon a musket? During their match, after firing a single shot, Harun had simply tilted the handle to create an opening for the bullet to enter, reloading in that manner. Compared to the muzzle loading type, which involved pushing bullets down the barrel, it was an absurdly neat and refined mechanism. Turon had wanted to emulate that, but the document before his eyes presented the grim reality that it was impossible. Firearm explosion upon discharge. If the person who conducted the live fire test hadn't been a noble, they probably would have died. The biggest problem was the overwhelming explosive power of the gunpowder, the spirit of fire. The moment even a handful, a truly tiny amount, was used as a catalyst to propel a bullet, the firearm would explode with a force too great to withstand. But if the quantity was reduced too precisely, it sometimes wouldn't even fire at all. Moreover, since ordinary people could not generate ignition magic inside the gun like knights could, they had to rely on an external flame, which was another problem. According to the half-elves, substances like mercury and fulminate could be used instead, eliminating that need, but no one knew what those were or how to use them. It'd be great if we could make real gunpowder. Real gunpowder. Then the spirit of fire is fake. Probably. I've never seen the real thing myself, though. Not long ago, Turon had overheard one of the half-elves mention one of the secrets behind the spirit of fire. That it was not the real gunpowder from the god's original world, but merely resembled black powder in appearance while having entirely different properties. According to them, real gunpowder didn't possess the overwhelming explosive power that the spirit of fire did. Because of that, it could be safely distributed in appropriate amounts for use in firearms. But this magically synthesized material, while identical in appearance, was essentially akin to a high-explosive bomb. The issue was, even if one tried to mix the ingredients without magic, nothing came out of it. The laws of this world were neither entirely the same as the god's homeland, nor entirely different. That subtle disharmony was one of the major culprits blocking the advancement of civilization in this world. Of course, more important than that was the gods' ignorance. Somehow, none of them seemed to be of help. As Rishon once confessed, most of the surviving members of the pre-god tribe were among the younger of the ancient gods. This was the reason why, after the twilight of the gods who had caused the fall of the old empire, this world had failed to develop and remained stagnant. The older gods, with the knowledge they had, were at least able to raise human civilization, once no better than that of primitive people, to the edge of the medieval era in just a few hundred years. But after they vanished, there was no one left who understood higher-order knowledge, and everything came to a standstill. Most of the gods who had survived into the present were simply enjoying the conveniences of the advanced world they once lived in, without actually understanding how any of it was made. Among the native people, who were incapable of inventing anything on their own, even the few gods who remained could only produce vague fragments of knowledge, hardly enough to trigger any dramatic changes. Invention really is difficult. Muttering this, Turon continued marking up the report and proposed ways to improve the firearm. It was the result of piecing together various scientific principles he had steadily learned through the librarian's tutoring, along with the vague scientific ideas presented by the half-elves. Had he not possessed a more intense thirst for knowledge than most, combined with powerful magic and the ability to activate the Lavita's bloodline, it would have been impossible. In order to handle all his duties, conduct personal training, and continue learning, he could only afford to sleep 3 or 4 hours a day on average. Of course, Mesa also had comparable stamina, and she knew a fair bit herself, though not quite as much. Recalling how a task he recently delegated to Mesa returned with terrible results, Turon frowned slightly. If the biologist's theory is correct, then the fact that I can pursue development like this might itself be proof that I'm somehow special. He had once thought that the lack of applied creativity in Mesa and Salif was due to the leash. But even after the leash was gone, they didn't suddenly become more creative. Come to think of it, didn't the biologist always lament that the people of this world lacked creativity? If that had been caused by the leash, then ordinary people who were never subject to it shouldn't exhibit the same phenomenon. As Harun had suggested, this could also be because Turon possessed the soul of a night hunter, making him an entity like the ancient gods. According to them, he was one of the few real beings in this false world. Real my ass. Turon cut off his thoughts with a muttered remark. If only he and the gods were real, did that mean this vivid world was false? Mesa saw if everyone else, did that include even the child he might one day have? If someone were to claim all of that was false, Turon would rather declare the claimant to be the false one. Because this world was everything he had been born into and lived in. With that renewed resolve, Turon pushed aside the mostly completed firearm improvement plan and pulled out a new document. The phrase at the top still shimmered with fresh ink, as if it had only just been written. Map of the interior of Frostwind Forest and infiltration routes. Turon flipped through the report from a spy who had brought back internal intelligence from the great noble house that had recently invaded Varaha, House Reuven. Chapter 166.2. While House Parsha was pouring all its efforts into weapon development and preparing for war, Varaha, where Salif had returned, was also feeling the winds of change. A new faction had emerged, one that burned with a desire for revenge against House Reuven. So you want to assemble an expedition force? Yes, my lord. If we are caught, you can claim we acted independently and had no connection to Varaha. Salif rested his chin on one hand as he calmly stared at the woman shouting before him in a fiery tone. She and those standing behind her were nobles from families that had been harmed during House Reuven's recent invasion. Though House Reuven had failed to overcome Turon's assault and had retreated, the cities that lay along their route of invasion had not all escaped unscathed. Several noble houses had betrayed Varaha, convinced it was finished, but those who hadn't suffered great losses, they wanted revenge. For now, I cannot permit the formation of a private expedition force. Why not? She shouted with a voice that boiled with fury, but only for a moment. The woman acting as the representative clenched her teeth and swallowed her protest. The man standing before her was the new lord of Varaha. Although some called him a mere puppet occupying the position under the shadow of the House Parsha family head, he was still the head of a great noble house. One of the most powerful and revered beings in this world. If you all go in on your own, you'll probably just end up killing a few commoners or knights before being captured. Besides, it's not like those people wanted to invade in the first place. Well, that may be true, but if you want revenge, shouldn't it be aimed at those at the top? At those words, the eyes of the nobles sparkled. Like predators who had just spotted their prey. Could it be, are you saying? Yes, this time we'll be the ones to attack. Given the plight of the commoners, we won't go as far as to annihilate their entire families, but every last one of those bastards who led this war will be killed. They might even collapse from within. Some of the Varaha nobles standing near Salif wore uneasy expressions in response to his statement. Compared to its prime not long ago, the current Varaha was little more than an empty shell. And even though they had been driven back, House Reuven had retained a considerable amount of strength. Even a child would know which side would win if the two clashed now. One of the young nobles standing in the back hesitated for a moment, then opened his mouth. By any chance will the head of House Parsha also be joining the battle? You fool, know your place before you speak. At the rebuke of an old noble standing beside Salif, the questioner flinched and quickly shrank back. Watching this quietly, Salif gave a short laugh and scolded the old man. Hey, don't be so harsh, it wasn't an unreasonable question. My apologies. In any case, to answer the question, I can't tell you. That's a military secret. After giving that response, Salif noticed the disappointment on everyone's faces and gently added, but I'll tell you this much, we're going to march all the way to Slan, the capital of House Reuven. We're not just going to poke around the borderlands to make a show of our anger and then pull back. Salif's statement was effectively a confirmation that House Parsha would be sending reinforcements. If that weren't the case, there would be no sense in Varaha alone attempting to take the capital rather than exchanging minor blows with House Reuven. While everyone else was growing excited, Salif alone remained indifferent, stroking his uneven beard. I don't know if this is really the right call. Naturally, the war with House Reuven hadn't been his decision alone. It was something that came up in a private conversation with Turon just before returning from Kalamaf after meeting with the head of House Zahar. War again, isn't it a bit too soon? At the time, Salif had voiced his concerns, asking whether they were rushing things and suggesting it might be better to wait a little longer. In his opinion, the most favorable time to initiate a war would be 30 to 40 years later. By then, the number of Varaha nobles, who had been nearly wiped out, would have sufficiently recovered, and the child of Turon and Mesa would be grown enough to take up a proper role. Depending on how compatible the two of them were, there might even be several children born. The only issue would be how to supply enough magic power, but with just a few more nobles possessing upper or top-tier potential, the family's strength could be expected to increase explosively. However, Turon rejected Salif's suggestion. He said that would only be yielding initiative to the opponent and being led by them, and that now was the time when they could and should lead the war situation. After hearing all of the strategy Turon laid out, Salif chose to accept it. There were many hurdles ahead and the possibility of failure wasn't zero. But with the capabilities Turon had demonstrated this time, and if they followed the plan he had devised, the odds of victory were more than sufficient. Naturally, it wasn't long before Salif's declaration spread far and wide. This was because not everyone present during the audience had high status or the discretion to keep silent. While some voiced concerns and others burned with the anticipation of revenge, a new messenger arrived once more from House Reuven. This time, the envoy had completely abandoned the previously arrogant and overbearing attitude. We sincerely apologize for our recent reckless assault, and we've come prepared with sufficient reparations. Reparations, that sounds good, but we'll come to collect it ourselves, so there's no need to worry. Salif replied curtly and dismissed the Reuven envoy with a flick of his hand. With Berit seated right beside him, the way he dismissed the envoy with just a gesture evoked the image of a tyrant from ancient times. Not long after the envoy was expelled, thousands of armed soldiers began to mobilize from the capital of Varaha. People were astonished by the fact that Varaha, despite having suffered repeated losses over time, was still able to field such a large force, and that they were truly deploying it. It's war, Varaha versus Reuven, who's going to win. If House Parsha joins, Varaha will probably win, otherwise they'll lose. Now that House Lavidas had returned to its own domain, the only ones capable of helping Varaha were House Parsha, who possessed sacred relics that allowed spatial traversal. Amidst public anticipation, Varaha's army advanced northward at a pace somewhat slower than that of a typical wizard army, and as nearly 3 weeks passed and they finally began to cross the borders of Frostwind Forest. Is this the place where Armenia is supposed to be? Yeah, it was the only port of House Parsha, at least until you destroyed it. Now that I look, I can see the corpses of your kin lying over there. 5 warships adorned with images of large anchors and fish. Wizards from House Carmine and mermaids disembarked upon the ruins that had once served as a port. Chapter 167.1 Over the past few months, the House Carmine and the Great Sea Serpent Mermaid clan had engaged in an intense and ferocious battle. The mermaids, after transforming into great sea serpents, not only controlled magical beasts to devastate all coastal cities and villages of Carmine, but also went so far as to attack inland cities along the rivers. This clash only came to a halt recently, after one of the 3 who had gone to search upon hearing Armenia's whereabouts from a kidnapped Carmine noble managed to return alive. That guy killed the other 2. Yes. I barely made it back alive. Father, you'll avenge us, right? At the words of the only surviving child, the Mermaid King let out a deep sigh, to make yet another enemy while already at odds with Carmine. Of course, since Turon is also human, he would eventually become an adversary to fight, but there is an order to such things. I expected this, but it's more serious than I thought. The transcendent power obtained through the corpse of the great sea serpent did not come free. There were those who had to be killed because they had gone completely insane, some like the prince before him who suffered mental damage, some like the king himself who had become somewhat more violent. And there's even one who hasn't changed at all. The Mermaid King recalled Armenia, the young prince who had fled with the clan's treasure. The child who was believed to hold the answer their race had long sought, who was thought to possess the greatest vessel, and thus must be made the successor of their species. But that child parted ways with them simply because he didn't want to fight a mere human. Now, if only to retrieve the treasure and to prevent the location of their stronghold containing the great sea serpent's remains from being exposed, they had to kill Armenia. The problem was how they would accomplish that. After the last clash, the House Parsha had completely evacuated the areas near the coast. No matter how strong the power of the great sea serpent mermaids was, it was significantly weakened on land, making it difficult to initiate a fight. To make matters worse, as they had just considered, they were still in the midst of a full-scale war with the House Carmine. So, while contemplating and calling back their kin, letting the conflict settle into a temporary lull for several months, a messenger from the House Carmine arrived. As someone who possessed the Rapids bloodline, he easily entered the palace beneath the water and, ignoring the hostile glares of the mermaid royalty surrounding him, delivered his house's message. A strategic alliance. Yes, what you want must be the blue coral crown, right? If don't have it, maybe you could one day lose the power of the great sea serpent and become subordinate to us again. We'll return it to you, so in exchange, let's forget the past grudges and cooperate. After all those years that Carmine had oppressed the mermaids, now they wanted those grudges to be forgotten just because they were returning that. While the surrounding mermaids screamed to tear the envoy's body apart and devour him, only the Mermaid King held them back. There was no way those people would propose something with only such simple conditions unless they were fools. Let's hear the details first. You know the House Parsha, right? We want your help dealing with them. In return, we'll provide you with humans every year. Use them as food or slaves, do with them as you wish. Had it been during the height of the war, it might have been dismissed as nonsense, but now it was not something that could be so easily ignored. Since becoming aware of Armenia's existence, the mermaids had also mobilized their pirate underlings to gather information about the human world, so they knew Turan's power was not to be taken lightly. Turan had planted his subordinate in the eastern house Varaha as head, formed an alliance with Lavidas in the south, and grown his power tremendously. If he were to gain even more strength and then demand accountability for the destruction of his port and the killing of his people. How do you plan to attack? After long deliberation, the Mermaid King accepted Carmine's proposal. Of course, the opponent had been their oppressor for generations, an unforgivable and unpardonable existence. However, if one had to choose between an old enemy who could be dealt with later and a growing threat that might someday consume them, the latter must be eliminated first. Judging by the way he mercilessly slaughtered members of their race, reconciliation with Turan was impossible. He would have already learned that Armenia planned to be hostile in the long term. Above all, by dealing with House Parsha, the mermaids would gain a significant advantage unknown to House Carmine. I must retrieve the jade mirror from Armenia somehow, before others discover what it truly is. The space transferability of the House Parsha had yet to be exposed for what it truly was, but given enough time, someone was bound to realize that it was the mermaid's ancient treasure, the jade mirror. Not only was it a practical treasure that enabled free movement between the North Sea and South Sea, but it also held immense religious symbolism as a legacy of the great sea serpent, once revered as a divine being. Upon the Mermaid King's acceptance, the Carmine envoy grinned slyly and said, "Before long, House Varaha will invade House Reuven. You can attack House Parsha to coincide with that. Their family head and most of their main forces will be deployed to the east and won't be able to respond." Of course, the absence of main forces also meant they wouldn't be able to inflict significant losses through the attack, but for a human great noble house, having their home base seized carried significance far beyond material damage. But don't they have the means to cross space? What if they return using that? The Mermaid King already knew that Turan had linked the pair of jade mirrors between House Parsha and House Varaha, making it easy to travel back and forth between the two. At his question, the House Carmine envoy clicked his tongue in annoyance. Of course, that's accounted for. We've already spoken with the House Reuven. They won't engage directly with House Varaha's army, just maintain a tense standoff at a close distance. If the enemy advances, they'll retreat, and if they retreat, they'll pursue. With an enemy right in front of them, there's no way they'd return so easily. It sounded plausible in theory. Even with the Jade Mirror, or rather, especially because of the Jade Mirror, it would be difficult to leave the battlefield in such a situation. And the vulnerability of the great sea serpents on land could be somewhat mitigated with help from the House Carmine. If powerful nobles with the Rapids bloodline worked together, they could transport large quantities of water inland. In summary, it was an offer the mermaids had no reason to refuse. As an advance gift, they could secure the troublesome blue coral crown and reinforce their dominance as the leader of the mermaid race, receive humans for food, recover the lost jade mirror, and eliminate the traitor as well. Even the other mermaids, who had initially reacted furiously in opposition, were now quietly listening with interest to the envoy's proposal. The only caveat was that the House Carmine might betray them in the middle of the war. Just as the Mermaid King wished to remove both House Parsha and House Carmine, so too did House Carmine likely desire to get rid of both House Parsha and the mermaids. Fine, but we won't deploy our full force. Like you said, if House Parsha's main force has already been dispatched, we shouldn't need overwhelming strength to take them down. The most decisive approach would be for both powers to deploy their full forces simultaneously and crush the enemy, but they had far too little trust in each other for that. In case the other side struck a blow from behind, they had to ensure any losses they sustained would be manageable. All right, our family head won't personally get involved either, but don't half-ass it and pretend to help. Understood. And one more thing, we need a hostage. A hostage, your successor, the one you plan to use as the next body for your head, bring him to us. Once House Parsha falls and it's confirmed you didn't betray us, we'll send him back. At the Mermaid King's demand, the envoy scowled. How dare this arrogant fish demand that? Though he fully understood the envoy's contempt, the Mermaid King maintained an expressionless face as if cast from metal. Before long, the envoy let out a sharp sigh and shook his head. Fine, fine, that condition is added too. The Mermaid King had expected a bit more resistance, so though surprised, he did not let the emotion show. After finalizing a few more adjustments and bringing the negotiation to a close, he posed a quiet question to the other party. Why are you going this far? As far as we know, you haven't even had a full-scale conflict with the House Parsha yet. At most, it's been nothing more than a battle of nerves. Is there really a reason to go to such lengths just to uproot them? Even as the Mermaid King asked, he didn't expect a straightforward answer. But contrary to his expectations, the envoy chuckled and nodded. I feel the same way, but it seems there's someone who doesn't agree. A friend from the West who's desperate to crush them no matter what. Chapter 167.2 The Great Sea Serpent Mermaids who landed at the port near Orphan City, along with the elite forces of the House Carmine, immediately advanced southwest at a swift pace. The key to this operation was speed. The objective was to inflict maximum damage before Turon and the elite of the House Parsha could detect the crisis at their main base and return. While on the move, the commander from the Carmine Wizards handed out several portraits to the Mermaid Royals. Here, memorize the faces of these bastards. They're from the House Burke. They're the core of the magic artifact production, so we need to eliminate them all. So these ones won't be the ones dispatched to the east. Right, no idiot would send their enchanters to a battlefield unless the entire family was on the verge of collapse. And here this woman, she's quite likely to remain behind, but she's as strong as a family head, so be especially careful. Gemel Carmine, was that his name? The Mermaid Royals exchanged glances as they looked at the portrait offered by Carmine's representative. Though it was in black and white and the colors wasn't there, the beautiful face with her voluminous hair was familiar. That's her, isn't it? Yeah, seems like it. She was damn strong, that's for sure. At the mermaid's reactions, Gemel twitched his eyebrows and asked, What? You already know who she is, have you met her before? Well, it's none of your business, stupid devil. The mermaids scoffed at Gemel's question. Even if they had formed a strategic alliance out of necessity, the accumulated grudges didn't simply vanish. More than anything, they had already been strictly warned by their father, the Mermaid King, before departing. Never let the House Carmine catch even a hint of anything that could become a weakness. From that standpoint, even letting slip the nuance that they had met Mesa before was already a mistake, but the mermaids decided on their own that it was acceptable enough. Gemel looked visibly irritated but soon forced his expression to relax and change the subject. Fine, whatever, you brought quite the army with you. They're the kind that breed and spawn endlessly even after being killed. They were already too many, so we needed to thin them out anyway. A mermaid royal replied to Gemel's comment with a casual yawn. Just as he said, behind them followed a mermaid army of well over several thousand strong. Most were of the commoner class and weak individually, but gathered in numbers, even a single knight could be taken down, making it a formidable force. At the front, there were over 100 Carmine wizards, 3 mermaid royals capable of transforming into great sea serpents, and dozens of mermaid nobles to command the army. With such power, it was a force capable of confronting even a fully intact Parsha, let alone one missing its main forces. Though winning might still be difficult. Thus, the army of mermaids mixed with Carmine wizards continued their rapid march southwest for the third day. Though their speed slowed somewhat since they had to avoid several cities and cross fully evacuated coastal zones, they managed to infiltrate deep into the gray zone with considerable stealth. This was thanks to Gemel having obtained maps of the House Parsha's territory. It wasn't just a terrain map, it was a military map that detailed major cities and villages as well as the watch range of beacons monitoring for foreign invasions. But no matter how well they knew the locations of every beacon, the reality was that their force was far too large to move completely undetected. Eventually, as they reached a point roughly a day's distance from Calamaf, someone noticed their presence and lit a beacon. Huh, is that a forest fire? No, that's a beacon. The news will be sent soon. We'd better pick up the pace. We're almost at Calamaf anyway. Unusual colored flames and smoke briefly flickered and disappeared, seemingly used to transmit coded signals, probably conveying the size or type of the approaching enemy. Move faster, the mermaids of the commoner class screeched, only to scream louder as their noble commanders whipped them. The hardest part over the past few days had been stopping these creatures from sniffing out the humans and trying to bite the Carmine wizards or straying from the formation to hunt other humans. Had Carmine not prepared a massive amount of food in advance, it would have been impossible to control the rampaging, starving creatures. After the beacon was lit, the Allied forces advanced even faster than before. There was no longer any need to avoid the beacon watcher's surveillance range or detour around cities and towns. Having devoured a small village along the way to satiate their hunger, the mermaid army reached the outskirts of Calamaf. There they saw a human army approaching, clearly intending to block their path. Their numbers were no more than about 300. Gemel looked at them with an incredulous smirk. What, they think they can stop us with that many? They would have been better off trying to defend the city or just fleeing. Coming out from the base to confront an enemy made sense only if their own side was stronger, if they wanted to avoid damage to the base by keeping the battle outside. If they were lacking in power, the best response would be to flee entirely, as was done during the Aravian attack, or to rely on the defensive advantages of their base's terrain. Yet here was Parsha, who should have deployed a large force to Varaha, taking this aggressive defensive stance. Just 3 days earlier, Gemel had received word via the fastest pigeon-type magical beast that Varaha's large force was facing off with Reuven. This made the current situation completely baffling. Attack, just trample them immediately. He was about to give the command casually when he paused in shock upon seeing the people standing in front of him. The first person who caught his eye was Mesa Aravian. It wasn't unexpected to leave behind one of the strongest wizards to defend the capital, so her presence wasn't outside the realm of expectation. With 3 great sea serpents and 4 possessed bodies including Gemel, they could certainly go head-to-head with her. What Gemel couldn't understand, however, was the presence of the young man standing next to Mesa. Short silver hair, a small but muscular frame clad in silver armor. Salif Varaha, have we met before? Ah, come to think of it, I do recall seeing you once. Salif answered nonchalantly, and a massive halo rose behind his back. From the sheer size and intensity of its energy, it was evident this was no decoy. This was truly the head of the house Varaha himself. How is this possible? Did Turon go east while he came here? As Gemel reeled in disbelief, halos of light suddenly appeared behind the nobles standing behind Salif. The nobles of Varaha, who were supposed to be facing off against Reuven in the east, were here. Don't tell me, the army in Varaha. As if to confirm the chilling thought that flashed through Gemel's mind, the mermaid royals behind her gasped in shock and immediately transformed into great sea serpents. In the scramble to avoid being crushed by the sudden transformation, Gemel hastily created an ice platform to leap into the air. At the same moment, a long silver flash cut through the allied army. Chapter 168.1 Wow, this is absolutely terrifying. Northern part of the Land of 5 Lakes, the Ebril River facing Frostwind Forest. A young man dressed in the attire of a house Varaha knight muttered as he looked at the camp stretched out across the river. Across the massive river, about 200 meters wide, were deployed the wizards of the great noble house Reuven. True to their reputation for specializing in melee combat, they were equipped with solid heavy armor and large weapons. If they were to storm this place, just a few of them would be enough to reduce it to rubble. As he imagined such terrifying scenarios, someone suddenly grabbed the young man from behind and scolded him in a harsh whisper. I told you all not to approach the riverbank. I'm sorry, you idiot. I've told you countless times, but wizards, especially nobles, have senses far sharper than we think. If you loiter around one more time, consider yourself sentenced to death. The middle-aged man glared at the young man who repeatedly bowed and stepped back, then soon turned his gaze to the Reuven camp. A few minutes later, he sighed softly, believing the other side hadn't noticed anything strange. Hugh, a few weeks ago, the nobles of House Varaha had received unusual orders from their family head. They were instructed to gather an army consisting of several nobles, about 50 knights, and around 1,000 commoners and march toward Reuven. No matter how one thought about it, it was a difficult order to understand. 50 wizards and 1,000 commoners, what meaning could such a composition have for an army? Even if they armed those powerless beings, just a few well-trained knights would slaughter them easily. And if it were nobles, ordinary iron weapons couldn't even pierce their skin. Moreover, they were so slow-moving that after walking 20 or 30 kilometers a day, they would be too exhausted to fight. To the House Varaha nobles who voiced their doubts, the family head calmly responded, "It's a fake army. Just move to threaten House Reuven, but don't engage in battle." In any case, the command of a family head, godlike in stature, had to be followed, and before long, House Varaha had assembled an army of commoners. The first-timers wearing wizard robes looked at each other with embarrassed expressions. Wow. Wearing these, we really do look like real wizards. They didn't just gather anyone from the streets, there were a few conditions. They must not be excessively ugly in appearance, and they had to be young enough, under 40, with sufficient physical strength. All of this was carried out under the leadership of the few trusted vassals of House Varaha. Thus, the secretly and meticulously selected group faced an incredibly grueling forced march toward House Reuven territory. A harsh schedule of 60 kilometers a day, something utterly impossible for ordinary people. It was only possible because they gathered young and strong individuals and continuously had healers treat them, but even that was slow compared to the march of a proper wizard army. Relatively speaking, it was about the speed at which a normal wizard army would stroll along leisurely. Since arriving, this fake army had been engaged in a standoff with the Reuven army across the river for over a week. In essence, it was like a cat growling at a tiger. Ark. Lost in thought for just a moment, the middle-aged man called Ark turned his head at the voice calling him. Standing there was a beautiful woman with black hair and green eyes, with fresh blood dripping from the long sword in her hand. Having once participated in the Lavida's Varaha War, Ark recognized that sword as the belonging of the head of House Parsha. "Did you call for me, Berit Nim?" I caught 11 spies who were trying to scout our situation. They're laid out to the west, so send someone to take care of them. Understood. Leading this army was his role as one of the few nobles of House Varaha, but the highest authority within the army was not him, it was the woman before his eyes. Barit Zahar, a noble of House Zahar, lover of Salif, head of House Varaha, and in truth, someone appointed to be his partner. She had been assigned the task of blocking any attempts to scout this fake army during its entire march and encampment. Exactly how it worked was unclear, but she seemed to be aided by a stone tablet she constantly kept her eyes on. Barit Nim. After scolding a young man earlier for acting rashly, he had now made a similar mistake himself. Sighing briefly over his own careless action, Ark decided he had already taken the step and asked the question. By any chance, do you know where the main force is while we're camouflaging ourselves here? This operation had been carried out with such secrecy that even he, a noble of fairly high standing, knew none of the detailed circumstances. To his question, Barit tilted her head with a crooked smile and asked, "Why do you want to know that? Who are you planning to tell? That's not it, it's just, the moment a secret leaves your mouth, the right to protect it passes not to you but to the one who hears it. That's the family motto of House Zahar. I apologize. But to reconfirm what I said before, if they launch a proper attack, surrender, I won't hold you responsible." So lightly crushing his curiosity, Barit pulled out a few cosmetics from her bosom and tapped them onto her face. Camping in a place like this is ruining my skin. I wish I had skin like my sisses that didn't need much care. Barit spoke in a tone of lament as her gaze soon turned to the left. More precisely, she turned westward where her lover was likely to be. By now, something should have happened. Barit had informed House Zahar that Varaha had assembled an army and was marching toward House Reuven. Her lover and his most trusted friend, who was also her sixth cousin, was convinced that other enemies would not miss the opportunity created by this opening. Whoever they were, those who dared to exploit the gap would face a horrifying calamity. Chapter 168.2 Using Turon's invisible railgun shot as the signal, the 300-strong allied army of House Parsha and House Varaha advanced toward the army of House Carmine and mermaids, which outnumbered them more than 10 to 1. Naturally, they weren't frightened just because they were outnumbered. Unlike the enemy, which consisted mostly of commoner-class mermaids and a few nobles of House Carmine and mermaid elites, the Parsha-Varaha alliance had deliberately filled about a third of their force with nobles. Above all, the most critical factor was the overwhelming difference in firepower. Spread it. With a shout amplified by wind magic, the wizards of Parsha simultaneously scattered the black powder they held in their hands. Spirits of fire, otherwise known as gunpowder, rode the fierce wind and rained down upon the mermaids, exploding all at once. Arg! What Turon had once done to a group of pirates on an island years ago now unfolded on a far greater scale. Just a few ignition magic spells, hardly burdensome even for the weakest knights, ripped hundreds of mermaids to shreds, drawing out blood-curdling screams. Nice. Then let's go one more. Perhaps displeased with their celebration, it suddenly began to rain heavily from the sky. Until just a moment ago, it had been a clear day with only some clouds. They did not yet realize that it was the effect of a rain invocation magic artifact prepared in advance by the Carmine side, but it wasn't difficult to recognize that the situation had worsened. Not only was the use of gunpowder rendered ineffective, but the water-wielding Carmine wizards would grow stronger, while the fire-wielding Varaha wizards would lose power. However, the balance between the two forces wasn't so weak as to be broken by something like this. Nothing has changed. Attack. At the signal, the wizards of the Parsha-Varaha alliance began launching every type of magic except fire. As the Carmine wizards tried to intercept them, and the commoner-class mermaids charged like hunting dogs, Gemel, who led the Carmine army, let out a groan while looking toward the Parsha camp in the distance. Turon Parsha, he, if no one else, could clearly understand why Turon had suddenly revealed himself. Through his spiritual perception awakened before the battle, he had seen Turon capture the soul of the possessed body that had just died from the railgun. Since one's soul is outside the body, one cannot maintain concealment magic in such a state. Can I kill him? He knew it intellectually, that this was not the time to burn with revenge but to flee. Against an enemy who could capture souls, his immortality would no longer serve its previous function. However, his heated mind, infuriated by the utterly one-sided beating he had suffered, and his bloated pride, accumulated over many long years, could not accept it. He had to at least land one blow to save face, and perhaps if the enemy was completely defenseless, this attack might end it easily. With that thought, three symbols mixed within him. A flowing river froze with a cracking sound, taking the shape of a dragon. Then 6 eyes formed beside his head, bringing it to life and motion. Rapids, Frost, Hunter. A skill usable only when combining these 3 symbols, Eternal Chaser, formed in his hand and immediately shot toward Turon. At a glance, it appeared to be no more than a turquoise shimmer, but it was a terrifying curse that instantly froze whatever it touched. No magic of the modern era could break it. If it hit the defenseless Turon, even one with the power of a family head would not escape unscathed. But Gemel's attack was blocked by a golden shield that appeared in front of the unguarded Turon. Did you think I was just standing around doing nothing? The one sneering while blocking the attack was none other than Salif, the family head of House Varaha, whom Gemel had seen just a moment ago. As white flames flared up from Salif's body, Gemel's expression darkened. He recognized it as a skill from an old game they once enjoyed, obtainable only through a combination of 3 specific classes. You've already mastered that. The reason why possessed beings of gods like him held an absolute advantage over modern wizards was precisely that skill. But conversely, if an ordinary modern human wizard became adept at using skills, that advantage disappeared. No, considering their bodies and souls were still young and tightly bound, they could even use skills more easily than the possessed, making them superior. At that moment, Gemel felt a chilling sensation and quickly formed an ice barrier around his body. A foreign navy-colored lightning bolt smashed into the barrier, brushing past him. Realizing that this attack came from Mesa Aravian, who was far off in the distance, and that she too could skillfully use a combined skill of Airbender and Thunderlord, Gemel lost his fighting spirit. Those two alone were formidable forces, and if Turon joined after stealing a soul, the battle would be unwinnable. Thanks to the presence of the great sea serpents, it might not be a total one-sided defeat, but wait a second, those bastards. Only then did Gemel notice that the massive figures who had been beside him just moments ago were gone. The 3 great sea serpents had already transformed into mermaid form without being noticed and were fleeing in different directions. Was it because of the torrential rain pouring down? Even on land, their speed was quite fast. You bastards! Even as Gemel raged, he could understand why they were acting that way. It was clearly a situation where they had no chance of gaining the upper hand. Rather than resist to the bitter end and die, wasn't it better to flee while using those who had been uneasy allies, original enemies, as shields, thereby preserving their strength? What was truly bitter was that, unlike them, he couldn't simply abandon his subordinates and comrades to escape. The Carmine wizards here were loyal enough to the house that they carried out even inhumane orders, such as cooperating with the mermaids. We'll escape while those mermaid bastards hold them back, retreat. Yes, everyone fall back. Fortunately, the thousands of commoner-class mermaids ended up serving as anvils, absorbing the enemy's attacks. No matter how elite the Parsha and Varaha wizards were, it would take time to cut down all the mermaids, whose ferocity had only increased under the torrential rain. Not long after fleeing while abandoning the mermaid army, Gemel realized why the enemy had deployed such an elite force composed largely of nobles. Could they have planned this far ahead? From a distance, several wizard forces approached them, surrounding and tightening their encirclement. Due to the limits in manpower, most of these units were likely just knights, but in a situation like this, even being delayed briefly could prove fatal. Gemel's face twisted like a demon as he saw the approaching enemy forces. The battle between the Parsha-Varaha alliance and the Carmine Mermaid coalition, though more aptly described as a chase rather than a battle, continued for nearly an entire day. As expected, the casualties on the side of House Parsha and House Varaha were almost negligible. Around 30 knights were sacrificed attempting to pin down Gemel and the other powerful nobles, and about 20 were killed by the ferocity of the charging mermaids. Among the nobles, 4 died attempting the reckless task of holding back the great sea serpents. By contrast, the toll paid by House Carmine and the mermaids was truly immense. Of Gemel and the 15 Carmine nobles who followed him, and about 80 knights, only 10 managed to escape intact. As for the mermaids, only one of the 3 capable of transforming into great sea serpents barely survived, while the noble and commoner classes were completely wiped out. In terms of exchange rate, it was effectively 100 to 1, perhaps even more, a completely overwhelming victory. Clicking his tongue as he received the flood of incoming reports, Salif remarked seriously, "I didn't think they'd fall for it this easily, just as you said. They already collaborated with Reuven once. On top of that, we knew it was Zahar who mediated between the two, so I figured if we showed any opening, someone would come for it. I didn't expect them to team up with the mermaids, though." In truth, Turon had even anticipated the worst-case scenario, an all-out assault from the enemy with every force at their disposal. He envisioned the armies of Aravian and Najin led by battle, along with the House Carmine family head known as the Lawyer, all the possessed beings, and even a dozen great sea serpents joining forces to wipe Parsha from the map. If that had happened, Turon planned to infiltrate them using the mimic god's mask and stir up internal strife. He would have attacked Aravian and the mermaids while impersonating the House Carmine family head, or snuck Armenia in to pit Aravian Najin against Carmine. Compared to that, the current situation, An assault by a force seemingly perfect for trampling House Parsha left without its main power was little more than a small prey falling into a grand trap. At the very least, it would have been better if the House Carmine family head or the Mermaid King had come in person. Still, even without them, it was a fact that Carmine and the mermaids had suffered enough of a blow to make rash movements impossible for the foreseeable future. But what if they hadn't taken the bait? Reuven could have attacked Varaha's fake army, or Carmine might not have attacked at all. At Mace's natural question, Turon went and took a moment to organize his thoughts. He had considered it in advance, but it took a bit of time to bring it to the front of his mind. First of all, Reuven absolutely won't attack. Why? Because their army would likely be as insubstantial as ours. Not long ago, through a series of repeated railgun assaults, Turon had proven that he was a threat no ordinary army could handle, someone who would only cause greater damage the more elite troops were thrown at him. If the enemy knew that such a presence was among the opposing forces, they wouldn't be foolish enough to risk sending in their elite troops. Even if they destroyed the main force with brute strength, it would still be difficult to capture Turon, and the assaults would just continue. This is only speculation, but they're probably waiting for me to strike again with the railgun, preparing a special unit to capture me. Of course, considering that the Varaha army stationed across the river had neither the ability nor the will to actually advance, it was all a pointless effort. And if nobody attacked, well, that would just be a bit disappointing. After all, the only resource expended in planning this operation was essentially Salif's prestige, so even if it failed, there wouldn't be any significant loss. Moreover, since Varaha had done Parsha a great favor in this operation, as long as they provided sufficient support in return, Salif's diminished prestige would quickly be restored. And there was one last important factor. Now that we've thrown in a deception once, from now on they won't be able to act with certainty. Just forcing them to hesitate and wonder if it's real or not is already a win. It would have been better if they had been able to completely wipe out one enemy faction as originally planned, but in any case, it was clear that both forces hostile to Turon had taken significant damage. In Turon's mind, the next plan was already being laid out step by step. If we target Reuven immediately while they're paralyzed after taking a hit, come to think of it, I need to have a chat with our new friends first. Turon lightly tapped the jewel box that still held traces of moisture from his recent use. He needed to cultivate camaraderie with the newly admitted friends as well. Chapter 169.1. By the time the aftermath of the war was more or less wrapped up, Salif promptly returned to Kalamaf with the Wizards of Varaha. Just like how the Wizards of Parsha had been handled before, they would be brought out again through a secret passage hidden somewhere in the Temple of the Sun under strict supervision. As for Turon, he had to focus himself to the follow-up work that was more bothersome and tedious than the war itself. Confirming and replenishing the supplies used in this battle, especially the gunpowder, which he managed personally, was not something he could easily delegate to others. Additionally, information regarding how many people were sacrificed among the Carmine wizards and the mermaids was also of importance. Even excluding the wizards who had died in direct combat, there were several villages damaged simply because they had been along the path of the enemy's advance. The civilian casualties are roughly between 400 and 500. I know it might sound a bit off, but considering it's a war, that's not a huge death toll. You can afford to be a little more pleased. Was it because Turon's face remained somber as he murmured? Ashes, flipping through documents across from him, spoke in a tone that sounded like an excuse. He was not one of those nobles who muttered that the deaths of commoners were worthless due to a rotten character. Still, he believed that given the scale of the victory, the sacrifices were acceptable. Perhaps anyone else in the world would have thought so too, anyone but this lord sitting in front of him. Those who fought with all their might down there can be happy, but I shouldn't be. These people died half because of me. If the plan had been more meticulously crafted, not this many would have died. Listening to Turon's words laced with regret and disappointment, Ashes replied to his friend with a serious tone. Turon, what you're saying isn't a human way of thinking. To perfectly coordinate and control everything, that's the way of a god. If you want to achieve your goals flawlessly without any mistakes or setbacks, that's the level you'd have to reach. Humans were not meant to bear such responsibility. Well, gods aren't all that great either. What you're talking about would have to be something far greater. For those devoted to the pre-faith, such words would be enough to send them into convulsions. But among the upper echelons of the allied forces with Turon, including Parsha, there was no one who still held onto their faith. They had come to understand just how petty and despicable those who claimed to be gods were in the ways they sustained themselves. While conversing, Turon suddenly had a thought. Just as Ashes said, it might have been nice if there truly was a god who could perfectly orchestrate and control the world. Even if not to the extent of monitoring every movement of everyone, if at least one shepherd existed who could govern this vast pasture called the world. Chapter 169.2. After some time, once all the documents were sorted, Turon left his office and headed to his residence. Not long after, a small golden eagle landed on his shoulder from high in the sky at a distance. "You're back, Bige?" "Yup, I dropped Salif off with the kid." After the war ended, Turon had sent Bige along with Salif for his return. It was time the other side began to suspect whether Varaha's army was fake or not. So the purpose was for Salif to ride Bige and quickly join the fake army to carry out a show of force. If the family head stepped forward and displayed strength a few times, no one would dare think that army was composed entirely of commoners. "Good job, you're not tired." "Not at all, but I am a little hungry." Even though she had exerted herself in the battle and had flown non-stop for hours to transport Salif, Bige bounced energetically on Turon's shoulder as if she weren't tired at all. Thanks to her affectionate energy, Turon was able to return to his residence with a smile despite his fatigue. Wondering what Mesa, who had returned earlier, was doing, he found her deeply immersed in a book in the study. "What are you reading?" "Nothing special." He was sure it was another romance novel, so instead of asking for the title, Turon sat right next to her and pulled her into a hug. From her faint scent, he sensed a vitality different from before. "You seem to be in a good mood." "Yeah, even though all I did was fire a few spells from the rear, going for a walk after a long time really helped lift my spirits." Ever since she became aware of her pregnancy, it had already been a month that she had stayed holed up in the family head's residence. The fact that even a brief outing could lift her mood spoke volumes about how suffocating it had been to remain shut inside this place. Turon, too, could somewhat understand Mesa's feelings. From the beginning, his residence wasn't all that spacious for a great noble house's family head. This was also a structural issue of the city of Kalamaf. Since the city itself originated as a small town, there simply wasn't enough space to build a grand residence like those of other great noble houses. Of course, the small size of the family's base made it easier to maintain secrecy, which was a definite advantage. "Maybe I should just build a new city from scratch later." "Build a city?" "Yeah. Design an entire metropolis from the ground up like Morgan. We can shape the terrain with some effort, but food supply is a problem. The fundamental issue is that the gray zone isn't exactly a fertile place." Of course, if they could import grain cheaply from the Taking Plains under Aravian's control in the northwest, then there would be no reason to worry about food. In terms of ingredient variety, it might lose slightly to the Land of Five Lakes, but in terms of sheer product output, it was arguably the richest place in the world. Come to think of it, I heard the Taking Plains haven't been doing so well recently. Why? Partly due to a shortage of wizards because of the war, but more than that, it seems they're flooded with too much grain. Too much of anything can be worse than too little. The most bountiful land in the world, which produced mountains of grain every year, naturally needed markets to consume it. But unlike in the past, when export destinations were plentiful, Aravian was now in no good position. Trade with Carmine, which was nearby, had soured since they were at war until just recently. And with Partia, which ruled the southeastern gray zone, also at war, maritime shipping through the North Sea was practically blocked. The transport route via the Emerald Desert was as good as shut down. If it weren't for the considerable food demand in the southern forest region, where displaced people were rebuilding cities, the economy might have already collapsed. "I see." Mesa listened to Turon's explanation with a slightly dazed expression. She had never really considered the idea that an overabundance of grain could lead to drastically low prices. If Aravian had any real intention of raising Mesa as a proper successor, they probably would have at least taught her such fundamental concepts. After chatting for a while about grain prices and market economies, Mesa finally brought up the topic that had been on her mind all along. "So are we heading straight to Reuven now?" "That was the original plan, but I think it's better to rest for a bit first, not for too long, maybe a few weeks." "Why?" "Last time you said it'd be better to push through right away." Mesa's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected answer. Turon sat down next to her with a slightly drained smile. "It's not just our house's wizards. The Varaha wizards, too, are mentally exhausted. It might be manageable to defend against an invasion like this time, but I don't think we're in shape for an offensive." On the way back after the battle, Turon realized this while observing the retreating Varaha army and his own subordinates. Even as they were basking in the joy of victory, their eyes, their movements, and even the sense that emanated from them were steeped in deep fatigue. Not physical fatigue, but the emotional exhaustion of those who had endured repeated kill-or-be-killed battles. It was a kind of weariness that even they themselves were likely unaware of, yet Turon, with his sharp senses, could perceive it. Come to think of it, we've fought in battles over the past few months that would take others years or even decades to go through. No wonder they're worn out. From Battle's Raid to the recent battle, there had been 3 large-scale battles, and if one counted all the smaller magical beast subjugations in between, it meant risking their lives over a dozen times in just the past year or two. Considering that under normal circumstances, those belonging to wizard families would only face such fights once every few months, or with some luck once every few decades, this was an exceedingly short span. Of course, not everyone had participated in such battles. Some joined the family midway or stayed back to protect the base during the war. But war exuded an atmosphere that wore down even those not directly involved. Especially among wizards, where most were distantly related if you trace the lines far enough. Now that I hear it, I think I understand what you mean. Mesa said she too had felt that kind of atmosphere in the past while leading the Dark Elf Suppression Squad. She recalled how some, worn out and exhausted from continuous battle, died helplessly without ever being able to display their full strength. And considering that most of the recent battles House Parsha had faced were human versus human, the mental fatigue must have been even worse. After all, hunting other races taught from a young age to be nothing more than animals to be killed could never be the same as killing fellow humans in slaughter. Of course, anomalies like Turon felt no such difference, and despite fighting more often and longer than others, he didn't tire. But that was only because he was the strange one. At the very least, he was self-aware enough to know that he was not normal. Besides, we also need to replenish our war supplies to some extent. Even if I feel impatient, I can't throw unprepared people into battle. When he thought about the child growing inside Mesa's belly, he wanted to go and wipe out all the other great noble houses right away. But he couldn't drive everyone who followed him into ruin for that. Before being the father of an unborn child, Turon was the head of a great noble house and the shepherd leading his flock. Mesa, quietly watching his face clouded with distress, waved her hand toward him. "Hey, want to see something?" Looking at the spot she pointed to, Turon let out a low groan. Mesa lifted her top slightly, and unlike before when her abdomen had been completely smooth, it was now slightly rounded. Until just recently it wasn't noticeable at all, but lately it feels like it's growing fast. I had to change my clothes because of it. Now that you mention it, I thought the one you're wearing looked a little different. Back when she was unable to eat properly due to mental stress, Mesa wore excessively loose clothing to hide her body, which had been little more than skin and bones. After resolving that and putting on a healthy amount of weight, she had preferred tight-fitting outfits that accentuated her slender yet curvy figure. But the clothes she wore now resembled those from before. "Honestly, I thought you'd notice sooner. Sorry, my attention's been all over the place lately. I'm joking, I know how busy you are. If anything, I feel worse that I can't be of much help in this condition." Mesa smiled and shook her head at Turon's quick apology. "Anyway, what I'm saying is, don't be in such a rush. I think I was a bit too scared when I talked about it before, and besides, that method the head of House Zahar mentioned, it's not exactly standard, right?" "That's true. It's only a problem because it's not impossible." Just like what Harun had done in the past, an attempt to massacre children of specific bloodlines would obviously require an enormous amount of resources. Specifically, large quantities of souls, such as those inside the soul prison magic artifact Turon currently possessed, the jewel box. While that resource could be used in many other useful ways, using it to kill Turon's child would be nothing short of an appallingly meaningless waste. But even knowing that, he still couldn't feel entirely at ease, because someone in the world, someone with terrifying malice toward Turon, might still attempt it. "Wanna try putting your ear here? I think you can hear something now." "Really?" At Mesa's words, Turon quietly brought his ear to her belly. As she said not long after, there came a soft thump-thump like something lightly bouncing. The sound was so faint that even a noble's keen hearing wouldn't catch it unless their ear was pressed directly against it. "It's real." He had seen many pregnant women before and had often heard the movements of babies in the womb, but this was, of course, the first time he had ever placed his ear directly on one. It was completely different from hearing it from a distance, a sensation that felt as if he was experiencing life itself up close. At that moment, a voice echoed within Turon's mind. "I want to hear it too, Turon and Mesa's baby." Bige, who had been resting quietly, suddenly jumped forward between the two and shouted mentally. Mesa, who had been startled and pulled back, pushed out her belly with a smile after hearing Turon's explanation. "Okay, Bige, you can listen too." However, despite the anticipation, unlike Turon, Bige couldn't hear anything even when she brought her head right up to Mesa's belly. Because it had not yet been 3 full months into the pregnancy, the fetus was still too small, and Bige's hearing wasn't sharp enough to detect such faint movement. If she had been a magical beast descended from an animal with exceptional hearing, she probably could have heard it, but golden eagles, while possessing extraordinary eyesight, didn't rank high in auditory perception. "I can't hear anything. It'll get louder as the baby grows, just wait a little longer." Turon smiled as he stroked the sulking Bige. Even just spending time like this made the gloom he'd been feeling during the post-war cleanup seem to fade away entirely. After such a sweet break to recover from mental fatigue, Turon decided to refocus on his duties. This time not as the head of House Parsha, but as an adversary to the gods. Specifically managing the souls of the two gods collected in the latest battle. It's good to see you, Gemel, or perhaps you have a real name. What should I call you? The young man standing in the middle of the cold prison looked to be in his early 20s. Though his features were quite different, his face resembled someone from the same region as Kadram who had been captured earlier. Most likely, this was Gemel's physical body from before he had possessed a player, his form from when he was still alive. What is it you wish of me, head of House Parsha? Gemel came forward in a lowly posture from the start, which made Turon smile, though inwardly he raised his guard. From his experience, those who knew how to bow were often more cunning behind the scenes than the ones who stood their ground up front. Excessive formality isn't necessary. If you work faithfully as a prisoner here, I can provide some conveniences. However, just as he had done with Ratian and the other half-elves before, Turon calmly issued a warning to Gemel. If he attempted any shallow tricks like separating his consciousness to avoid interrogation, he would be annihilated immediately. You might think lightly of my warning, so let me show you an example. What he brought out was a soul fragment of Kadram that had been placed in another prison. Though a small portion had been lost because Turon had consumed it, enough remained of the horribly shattered fragment to identify it as the soul of a former god. Gemel's eyes widened. Juncio. At Turon's question, Gemel closed his mouth for a moment before frankly revealing that he knew Kadram, who used the name Alt in the game, from the world outside the game. I see. From what Turon understood in the game, it was typical not to reveal your real identity to others. So if Gemel and Kadram, i.e. Juncio, knew each other, it might mean they were closer than expected. But to this, Gemel firmly shook his head and denied it. I knew him, but we weren't particularly close. We didn't meet for a good purpose. According to Gemel, the reason they had met was actually to settle things with their fists. There had been a quarrel in the game, and since neither side backed down, they ended up deciding to settle it face to face. Usually in such cases, at least one of them would fail to show up, and the whole thing would fall through. But somehow both of them came to the agreed location and actually saw each other in person. When they finally met, it turned out that Gemel was significantly larger and older, so Kadram got intimidated and just offered an apology, and that was the end of it. Well, that's a pretty amusing story, but let's save that for later. Do you have any information that might be useful to me? The conditions Turon laid out were the same ones he had previously offered to the half-elves. If the prisoner revealed something useful to him, they would receive favorable treatment. If not, they would simply rot in that cold stone prison. And if they failed to fully cooperate, they might end up just like Kadram, shattered into fragments and imprisoned for eternity. I'll answer anything, so please. Startled by the threat, Gemel immediately began to share everything he knew. Unfortunately, most of it wasn't very useful. The true nature of the gods or the secrets of this world had already been thoroughly divulged by Ratian and the other half-elves. Realizing that Turon knew more than he expected, and that superficial information wouldn't yield him anything, Gemel showed a flustered expression. That's not going to cut it. You'd be better off telling me something only you know, something like confidential information from within the House Carmen. Even without him saying so, it wasn't hard to guess why Gemel hesitated to spill secrets about the House Carmen. He was likely holding on to those in case he ever got out, so he could still explain himself to their leader, the lawyer. But unless he exposed those internal secrets, it would be difficult for him to offer Turon any information of real value, since Turon already knew so much. After a brief silence, as if trying to resolve his inner turmoil, Gemel finally spoke again. Then I'll tell you who's behind the recent attack. Behind it. Turon, who had been wearing a somewhat bored expression, narrowed his eyes and leaned forward at Gemel's words. Noticing Turon's growing interest, Gemel's face lit up with relief. Yes, the one behind it. We were merely hired. The task was to somehow keep the House Parsha from running rampant like it is now. Chapter 170.1, there was a hint of caution, no, even a tinge of fear, in Gemel's voice as he mentioned the one behind the ambush. Turon was well aware of when the fallen gods displayed such an attitude. The god behind it all, known as the biologist, puppet master, or by other names. Even the half-elves who had become no better than his slaves hesitated to utter his name out of discomfort. Monarch. Yes, that was the name he originally used. Among ourselves, we had other nicknames for him like the Swindler or such. Others seem reluctant to mention that name, but you're not. Seeing Gemel flinch, Turon could guess what his intention had been. For some reason, he wanted the monarch, the biologist, to realize that his name had been mentioned and to turn his gaze in this direction. Are you one of his accomplices? Hidden within Carmen? No, that's not it, you're lying. Inside the soul prison, where both existed in spiritual form, it was difficult to read emotions through body sense like in the real world. However, Turon now had another method of discerning truth from falsehood in speech. The eye of truth. Born from the fusion of the hunter and chaser bloodlines, it could be used even in spiritual form against other spirits, letting him know that the opponent was lying. So you're not particularly loyal, are you? Judging by the way you incited things from behind the scenes without acting directly, you probably didn't want to reveal the one behind it all. But seeing you do this for your own safety. And he seemed to have confidence that the biologist monarch would not harm him after being rescued this way. He probably had some hidden move related to him. More importantly, can he perceive conversations even within this soul prison? By what method exactly, that I don't really know either, but I thought maybe he might notice. He wasn't sure himself, but he was clinging to a faint hope just in case. This time it wasn't a lie. Just how much of his abilities had he hidden that even those who had lived alongside him for thousands of years didn't know his limits? Even Tail Eyes, the most paranoid person Turon had ever met, was nothing compared to this guy. Anyway, now that the topic's come up, I might as well ask more. What do you know about him? Well, when Turon saw him trailing off, he immediately created a torture device and placed it beside him. A triangular horse with a sharp-pointed saddle, something he'd briefly seen in Cadram's memories. Even without any specific knowledge, its appearance clearly conveyed its purpose, and Gemel's face turned pale. I'll tell you. Just please not that. Since Gemel was weak to violence, Turon figured that intimidation would be more effective than encouragement, and sure enough, Gemel quickly revealed what he had hidden. As far as I know, Monarch's current identity is the head of House Najin, so it is as I thought. Though he had already suspected it, having an insider confirm it wasn't a bad thing. Of course, he needed to consider the possibility of another level of deception, but there was little reason for someone to use another body when they already had the powerful body of a family head. Yes. And as for how the monarch notices when his name is mentioned, it's probably because he deals with taboos. Ah, so you already knew I knew that much. You're not the first prisoner to come here. As he said, the one who had informed Turon of this had been Reshin. Originally, even within the Soul Prison, Reshin had hesitated to mention the monarch's name. But in order to gain a chance to play a game of chess with his companion, he eventually let it slip. He sets rules such as forbidding mention of his name or certain information, and when someone violates them, he becomes aware of it, right? This was because one of the monarch's abilities was being a lawmaker who could establish specific rules. Bloodlines like Night Hunter's Alchemist and Shadow, or the Drowned God's Mimic and Wave Rider had gone extinct in the modern era. According to the old tales of the gods, during the days when the pre-god tribe still lived, the number of bloodline abilities they possessed was easily more than double what exists now. Their numbers had merely diminished because the descendants who inherited those powers were weeded out for various reasons. But what I don't understand is how he can wield such power targeting the entire world without even having a god's body. I once heard in passing that the essence of the ability is akin to manipulating souls. It's difficult to control after losing his strength, but he still retains the authority as the owner. Even in his lifetime, when Monarch had a god's body, he preferred not to show himself publicly, and was said to have obsessively erased any historical records that mentioned his existence. This explained why no lore about a god with such powers remained. The writings Turon had seen in library or in the Tomb of the Gods had also been in the form of diaries, lacking any direct accounts. Then the creation of the leash must be the result of combining that soul-controlling ability with his control over life, right? Yes, that's right, I didn't think you'd know even that. It must have been that same power which was used to re-engineer the dwarves into a more primitive form, or to create horrific monsters using the flesh and souls of dead giants. The creation of inherited leashes and similar artifacts was probably an application of skills from the ruler or tamer bloodlines that aided in soul magic. It was certainly understandable why he hadn't been highly regarded during the game era despite his abilities. It was a completely useless combination for combat purposes. However, once they arrived in this world in the bodies of game characters, his non-combat abilities played major roles in various fields. From crafting leashes embedded in the souls of wizards to modifying hostile races and even to reincarnation via soul magic. Let's go back to the previous topic. What did Monarch promise your leader? I heard they didn't have a very good relationship to begin with. It was a sacred relic called the King of Calamity. It originally belonged to our guild leader. The top-tier sacred relics that survived into the modern era were mostly relics left behind as the old pre-god tribe perished, ordinary items that had been empowered by their dying resentment. Just like the mimic relic that Turon possessed, naturally they not only served as powerful weapons but also held deep emotional attachment, even more so if the item's former owner had been close to the individual. Lawyer. I mean, Roder, the head of House Carmine, had been close with the owner of that item, but Monarch seized it amid the chaos which soured their relationship. Given that, it was a worthy price for attacking House Parsha. On top of that, it was said that Roder, the head of House Carmine, had already been somewhat displeased with Turon. He didn't like that a mere native dared to stand against them, the gods, and had been waiting for the right moment to eliminate him. The chance to do so in exchange for a significant reward had delighted him. Then does Roder have the King of Calamity relic now? No, if given up front, there's a risk he might just take it and feign ignorance, so a separate contract was made. There was a skill based on the lawmaker bloodline ability related to this. If the contract was violated, it didn't merely affect the physical body, it could cause serious damage to the soul. The condition was to raise Calamaf first, after which the item would be given, so it had not yet been received. Then House Carmine won't give up after just this one attack. They had too much at stake, retrieving the souls of Gemmel and the other, the contract, the sacred relic. There was no way they would let it go easily. Gemmel nodded with a slightly grim expression. Yes, that's likely. Also, to prepare for this ambush, we obtained internal information from House Parsha. It must have been Phoenix. Huh, how did you know? Gemmel cried out in shock at the completely unexpected reply. Ironically, it was Gemmel himself who had revealed that the name Phoenix had been the nickname used by his grandfather, Talais, in the game. He had heard it during the time he infiltrated the secret meeting inside House Carmine while disguised as Onel. Anyway, I think I've learned enough to give you your reward. Turon remodeled the interior in the style unique to House Carmine, as he had seen during his time as Onel. A level just slightly inferior to what the half-elves including Reshin were enjoying. Oh, though it was nothing compared to what Gemmel had enjoyed originally, being confined in a prison with nothing but stone seemed to have already lowered his standards. Turon spoke quietly to the awestruck Gemmel. This is just the beginning. If you give me more useful information, I'll give you even better treatment. Now speak, what else do you know? Chapter 170.2 Turon spent several more hours inside the soul prison afterward. He persistently interrogated Gemmel, questioned another Carmine god, compared their testimonies, and checked with the half-elves one by one, which took quite a bit of time. Still, he was able to uncover quite a lot. First, that the gods of Carmine once numbered 7 and now there were 5. Second, that unless the head of House Carmine was removed, there was essentially no turning back in their relationship. And finally, the third thing, they're up to something suspicious over there. Yeah, they don't know exactly what, but apparently they've seemed even busier lately. In response to Mesa's question, Turon replied as he put a bite of raspberry pie into his mouth, left behind by the maids. Now that she was pregnant, Mesa had come to prefer sour flavors, so their meals lately often included more fruit. He's been playing both sides for centuries, but it's only in recent decades that communication with the other side has noticeably decreased. He used to meet secretly in person, but at some point he started only sending agents or communicating via letters. Gemmel had said that Monarch seemed to be completely preoccupied with something. Otherwise, why would he offer up a sacred relic he'd kept for thousands of years just to deal with Turon's forces? And with what Battle said before, yeah, it does seem suspicious. I don't think he's just lying low because his power has weakened. Of course, even if Monarch was scheming something, it was hard to redirect their military focus toward him. Right now, the enemies geographically closer to Parsha Varaha were the invading Great Sea Serpent Mermaids, House Carmine and House Reuven. In that sense, there's something I'd like you to do, Mesa. What is it? A letter. Recently, Ashes finally succeeded in infiltrating a spy into House Aravian. That was only possible because House Burke had originally been one of House Aravian's vassals. Although the critical affairs at that time had been handled by the now-deceased Burke couple, the knights who had managed the practical work were still around. Through them, Turon planned to help Mesa build her own faction within House Aravian. Do you really think that's possible? I believe it is. House Aravian isn't what it used to be. House Aravian had originally been divided into 3 major factions based on age, but now the faction of middle-aged high nobles who had persecuted Mesa, the most powerful of the 3, was practically destroyed. One of the power centers, Cadram, was dead, and many other influential nobles had taken heavy losses in several battles with Turon. Currently, the mainstream of House Aravian consisted more of the younger faction, those who hadn't voiced opinions back then but had favorable feelings toward Mesa and viewed her persecution as unjust. Some among them had even gained stronger magic power through the corpses of their enemies and comrades, giving them a significantly stronger voice than before. Of course, that side isn't what it used to be either. Since we fought each other, there are still quite a few who consider you a traitor. I don't care about people like that. Those who did nothing but stand by with their arms crossed when she was struggling, only to curse her once she exploded. Why should she care about people like that? Turon shook his head as he looked into Mesa's sharp eyes. Anyway, our goal is to gather more useful information through the faction we want to persuade. If Monarch had even detected the conversation he'd had with Gemmel in the Soul Prison, he would have shown some kind of reaction. There had to be a reason he was so obsessively secretive about any information regarding himself. And if the other side did react, there would be no quicker way to detect it than through the spy planted inside Aravian. At the time Turon was busy handling post-war paperwork, Salif was embracing his lover tightly along the riverbank in the northern part of the Land of the Lakes, enjoying a moment of affection. "Was I too late? I missed you." Salif, Berit pressed her head against Salif's chest, tears welling in her brilliant green eyes. Even then, it was a careful, or bluntly speaking, calculated skinship to avoid smudging the makeup on her face. A moment later, Berit gently pushed him away, blushing slightly. "I might smell. I've been camping here for a while. I'm the one who probably stinks. I just came back from a fight. I'm not a Zahar. Only nice smells come from you." He had returned to Kalamaf and washed up quickly before coming, but someone with Zahar's sharp sense of smell wouldn't fail to catch the lingering sense of blood, entrails, and filth. Especially since Salif had pierced through the body of a great sea serpent and split it in two from the inside. At his words, Berit didn't lie and say he didn't smell, she simply smiled sweetly. A ladylike appearance completely different from her original personality. If it had been Turon, he would have grimaced and openly called it fox-like behavior, but to Salif's eyes it only looked good. And truly, Berit was only acting this way because she knew it suited his taste, so it couldn't be called wrong. "Anything happened while I was away?" "No, thanks to the magic artifacts Sister gave me, I killed all those who came snooping." She even mentioned that one of them had been a Zahar noble, which made Salif furrow his brow. Zahar, they probably wanted to gather intel on this side. Judging by the fact they only sent a minor noble from a branch family, it didn't seem like they considered it that important. Still, as they were of the same bloodline, she had initially warned him to reveal his identity by dropping his concealment. But when he ignored her, she said with a shy confession-like tone she just killed him. In this ruthless aspect, she was eerily similar to Turon. Maybe it was because they were sixth cousins. But starting a little while ago, their movements seem off. They used to be somewhat careless, but now it feels different. Maybe they figured out our bluff, that's why I came quickly. Carmine and the great sea serpent forces had been utterly defeated only a few hours earlier. Unless they had something like a spatial transfer artifact or communication magic artifacts with the help of a powerful enchanter like Mesa, there was no way such news could have traveled already. In other words, even if they'd sensed flaws in Varaha's forces, they had no solid evidence, only a hunch. In that situation, Salif's appearance would certainly serve to change their minds. Berit Nim. They've launched a raft onto the river, family head. At that moment, a Varaha noble who emerged from the bushes was startled to see Salif and immediately stood at attention. "Oh, brother Ark. You two are close." A bit. Not wanting to admit they were just gambling buddies, Salif gave a vague answer while Berit, who had been treating him like a subordinate without restraint, became visibly flustered. Watching the two of them, Ark Varaha urgently called out, "More importantly, it's an emergency. They've launched a raft this way and the heir of House Reuven is said to be on board." The heir of Reuven? If so, it must be Calais, whom he had met before. Meeting him again didn't seem like a bad idea. Though the chances were slim, just as him and Mesa had been persuaded by Turon to become allies, perhaps he could also be accepted as one of them. If he could normalize House Reuven that way, it would mean completely taking the eastern part of the world from the gods. "I'll go see. Don't come out, Berit. It's better to keep you hidden." "Okay. Be careful." Berit kissed her lover's lips, paying no mind to Ark standing beside them. Salif, momentarily smiling foolishly, quickly resumed a solemn expression and moved toward the riverside. No way. Everyone quiet. It's the family head. Show your respect. Don't kneel, just bow your heads." If everyone here bowed down completely, it would be obvious that this camp consisted solely of commoners. Following the Varaha knight's command, the commoners offered a clumsy greeting, bowing their heads awkwardly to Salif. Passing through them, Salif saw a raft floating near the riverbank, with 3 or 4 nobles standing atop it. "It's been a while, Salif." Calais, waving his hand cheerfully, looked no different from before. That enormous frame, nearly 2 meters tall, the muscular body and the cheerful expression were all the same. But Salif's face as he looked at him was heavy and sunken. "Oh, I'm already too late." "Too late for what? We didn't meet often, but Calais always called me Hyung. Not once did he use my name." Not just his way of speaking, his gaze towards Salif was different too. It wasn't difficult to notice the change from a somewhat sticky gaze to one that was plain and even bland. "Well, I've been caught. You're sharper than I thought." Calais, or more precisely, the former head of House Reuven who had taken over his body, smiled awkwardly. Chapter 171.1. Thanks to Turon, who relayed information from Rishon and the other half-elves, Salif had a rough idea of what kind of person the head of the House Reuven was. Someone obsessed with excessive muscles and masculinity, was it? The overly developed body of Calais must have reflected his own will. The more similar they were physically and mentally, the smoother the assimilation would be. When the raft touched the riverbank on the Varaha side, Kalei gestured to his subordinates behind him to stay still, then approached Salif. As the head of a great noble house and especially being specialized in close combat, the person approaching was considered one of the strongest in the world in hand-to-hand combat, and everyone visibly tensed up. What's with the expression, "Even if we weren't that close, hearing that someone I used to know has died, there's no way that would feel good"? In response to Salif's answer, Kalei smirked and said, "Died. That's rather rude when I'm here alive and breathing like this. Only people like your kind would consider that to be living. How could it be considered living when the spirit was being consumed from within, and when the body could do nothing unless it occasionally ceded control because the other one didn't feel like being active? It would be meaningless to get into such a moral debate with ancient body snatchers who were already thousands of years old." So Salif shook his head and changed the subject. "Anyway, I hadn't heard that the head of House Reuven was old enough to die. This body's in far better condition than the last one. Look at this, isn't this body beautiful? I did make efforts with the previous one, but the basic skeletal structure was bad. It's nice that we don't lose muscle mass if we have magic power, but in the end, talent matters here too." Kalei grinned as he showed off his biceps. His face definitely didn't carry the worn-out look of other long-term body snatchers, like the heads of the Aravian and Zahar houses, who had possessed their bodies for ages. It hadn't been long since he bonded body and soul, a time when the chain connecting the two was still most vibrant. Considering that their spirit form was likely half white elf, it wouldn't be as much capable as Salif, but he was probably still able to use his skills quite freely. In short, as a fight was anticipated, it meant he had swapped out the body he was just using to prolong life for one more suitable for combat. "But are you alone? I thought your friend would come with you." "You mean Turon? He's probably somewhere. If that guy decides to hide, even I wouldn't have a way to find him, so I don't know." "As expected, I figured, but so he's not here. The others are going to have a tough time dealing with him," Kalei asserted as if not allowing any objection. Salif wasn't as skilled an actor as his friend, but he thought he'd managed to cover well enough. Maybe it just wasn't sufficient to deceive such an ancient monster who had lived for thousands of years. Well, thinking about it, the very fact that he came here alone probably led Kalei to guess that Turon wasn't present. If he had been, and the Varaha forces were fully stationed, with Turon also supporting them, they could have simply captured and killed Kalei right then and there. Still, perhaps needing more certainty than his words suggested, Kalei suddenly pulled out a magic artifact in the form of a small staff and activated it. Salif tensed up, wondering what it was, but it turned out to be just a light-type magic artifact that brightened the surroundings. "Since it's just the two of us talking like this, there's something I'd like to propose." "What kind of proposal? I understand why you and your friends are causing all this fuss. You're not the first to learn our secret and try to bring us down, probably won't be the last either. That was exactly why those fallen gods kept their immortality a secret. Given that they held little advantage over human wizards aside from the privileges of soul magic and skills, if they went around hijacking the bodies of talented wizards among the many, rebellion would be inevitable. But even so, you don't want to just grow old and die like this, do you? 300 to 400 years might seem long at a glance, but once you live it, it's not that much. This damn world might seem boring on the surface, but once you live through it, there's actually quite a lot to enjoy." Kalei, who had been speaking with a smirk, brought up the real issue when Salif remained silent instead of responding. "Join our side, then I'll teach you the secret to refining your soul and becoming immortal. Just like the mechanic and his group once did, you can choose a few close people and rule over Varaha together. Once you try it, you'll see it's not as hard as you thought." The mechanic was a nickname the fallen gods used to refer to Ratian. Kalei was proposing that Salif take his place and, like the fallen ancient gods, reign from behind the scenes of Varaha. "You want me to betray Turon? Think about it. How long do you think this god-slaying game you and your friend enjoy will last? After you've killed us all, do you think he'll let you have immortality too? Comrades of equal rank are just rivals after the enemies are gone." Looking at how the gods who had once built a world-dominating nation together as comrades were now in opposition, it did sound like he was speaking from experience. And in the midst of it, he even tried to provoke the kind of inferiority complex one might feel toward a companion more talented than oneself, something Salif might have felt toward Turon. Listening quietly, Salif nodded and stepped closer. "I'd like to hear a bit more. What exactly is the method you're talking about?" "Well, first Kalei barely began to speak, grinning at Salif's apparent interest, when he let out a small groan as a flash of light silently extended from Salif's hand, prompting him to quickly raise his arm to block it. The metallic gloves covering both of Kalei's hands deflected the sharply pointed mass of light, which then transformed into the shape of a cloak and attached itself to Salif's back. Having attempted a surprise attack, Salif clicked his tongue, realizing his opponent had already anticipated it. There was no way such a quick response could have been made unless he had already merged a symbol with soul magic in advance. Not very tempted, huh? I thought it was a pretty good offer. How do you propose to share a method even you don't understand, you half-human bastard? Oh dear, one of the survivors from the mechanic group, is it? I didn't think they'd spill everything, not that far. Apparently not expecting Salif to have extracted information through interrogation in a soul prison, Calais clicked his tongue with disappointment and slammed his two fists together. The resulting shockwave pushed away the river behind him and swept through the Ruven camp located hundreds of meters away. Fall back, panicked voices could be faintly heard from the distance. In contrast, there was little reaction from the Varaha side, as Salif, anticipating such an event just before arriving here, had already ordered the troops to retreat. If ordinary people had been watching from a closer distance, they would have been seriously injured or killed by the shockwave alone. And, even if that weren't the case, I just don't like you. I only work with people I like. Though they had only met twice, Salif had clearly received goodwill from Calais, and that Calais had ended up being sacrificed to the monster before him. Even if, as Turon had said, the man had felt more than just friendship for him, Salif couldn't return those feelings. But at the very least, he could give him revenge. As Salif's consciousness turned inward, the three symbols he possessed intertwined. The sun formed by illusionist and pyromaniac and the guardian shield. Though it didn't reach the level of the silver sun formed with the addition of the healer, the fusion called Punisher created by those three was far stronger than the usual combination of just two bloodlines. As Salif's entire body ignited with pure white flames, Calais licked his lips and said, "All right, let's see what you've got." Chapter 171.2 House Varaha's capital, Helio City, Temple of the Sun. A few days after finishing basic cleanup, Turon, visiting his friend's home, rushed to Salif's place upon hearing he'd been seriously injured. Before long, what Turon saw was Salif lying on a bed, completely wrapped in bandages. Seeing Turon, he waved his hand, which looked as if it were in a mitten, and said, "You're here. How badly were you hurt to end up like this? Everyone's making a fuss and wrapped me up like this. And I'm not the only one who got hurt. I managed to stab that bastard a few times too." As Salif spoke boastfully, he suddenly let out a scream, "Og," from the pain in his ribs. Turon looked at him with an expression of disbelief, then immediately used a healing spell to assess his condition. "Your right arm is completely crushed, the left is at least cleanly snapped, but all the fingers are gone. 5 ribs are broken, 1 clavicle's fractured, and your left ankle and right shin are also. In addition, from the cheekbone to the nose and jaw, it was faster to list the undamaged areas than the damaged ones." The scary thing was that even this was the result of Varaha's entire group of healers pouring their effort into treating the returned Salif. Of course, since their magic power was far weaker, they couldn't deliver any significant healing, only slightly supporting natural recovery. By contrast, Turon's power showed clear results. As he channeled serious energy into his healing magic, the broken bones reset and fused back together with cracking sounds. Even the protruding pieces that had pierced through flesh slid back in and healed completely, looking nearly like a reversal of time. Normally, for efficient healing, I'd cut here and there for surgery, but I'll just use a bit more magic instead. You've been through enough pain anyway. Sure is convenient having a friend like you. I never imagined you'd fight the head of House Ruven. If I'd known, I would have come sooner to heal you. Or maybe even fought alongside you. If Salif hadn't trained enough to use his skills proficiently in real combat, it could have been dangerous. Calais Ruven, more precisely the drug fiend who had taken over that body, had ruled as the leader of the Ruven gods for ages and had mastered the use of the body. So none of the others interfered back there. Maybe they'd stationed them elsewhere wary of you, or maybe they died before that. Possibly. During the last repulsion of the Ruven invasion of Varaha, Turon hadn't managed to recover the souls of their possessed bodies. Even with spiritual perception activated, he'd sniped from too far away to perceive and draw in souls. Considering that it usually takes time to find and merge with a suitable new body for a possession, some of the House Ruven's possessed hosts might still be without a usable body. If not, perhaps they were just using temporary vessels they discard later, like Emir did. Hup Resurrection. Shortly after, the fully recovered Salif sparked a small flame to burn away his bandages and stood up. Turon recoiled at the sight of the now exposed naked body. "Could you at least cover up that flopping thing? Jealous, don't talk nonsense. Is it over?" At that moment, Berit walked in through the door and looked at Salif standing proudly with his shoulders squared. When she saw her green eyes sweep over his naked body, Salif cleared his throat awkwardly and reached for clothes beside him. Where did my clothes go?" After a moment, as the previously awkward air returned somewhat to normal, Berit gently patted Salif's body and said, "You've really healed completely. I told you once Turon shows up, everything gets fixed. More importantly, Turon, don't you think it's time to share things with Berit too? I think she's more than earned it by now." When Salif had returned gravely injured, if Berit had immediately informed Turan, he would have arrived and healed everything in less than half a day. She hadn't been able to do that because she didn't even know where the Jade Mirror was, let alone that it existed. The Jade Mirror's very existence was tied to Armenia, the Mermaid Royal, so not many even in Parsha knew about it or its location. At most, a few senior members from the old House Burke like Ashes, his brother Milo, and Haram. Compared to them, Varaha's side, still lacking built trust, had only Salif who knew everything. So when he was seriously injured like this, solving the situation became difficult, just like what happened this time. True, I also think Berit is someone we can trust now. Although Berit was technically a Zahar noble, a potential enemy, she had contributed no small achievements thus far. From leaking internal information about her family, to feeding false intelligence to lure the enemy's attack, maintaining the secrecy of the fake army, and even rescuing the injured Salif, she had done it all. If she had ever intended to betray them, she'd already had more than a few chances to do so. Just like how Mesa had earned Turan's trust by doing nothing even after seeing his vulnerable side in the past. With the others kept away for now, Turan sat beside the sickbed and began to share with Berit a few secrets she hadn't known. Starting with the identity and location of the Jade Mirror, he went on to speak about the hidden gods that ruled the world. At first, Berit was briefly shocked by the story of House Parsha cooperating with the merfolk, a different race, and using their treasure. But once the conversation reached the topic of the gods, she even forgot her usual pretenses and opened her mouth wide in disbelief. What? That's absolutely ridiculous. I know it's hard to believe, but it's all true, Berit. The power I use isn't some secret technique of a Varaha family head, it's truly the power the gods themselves used. The horrified expression left her face after just a few examples of the skills Salif demonstrated, and she silently nodded. After a moment, Berit's gaze turned to Turan. Then, is Zahar the same? As far as I know, only two, Harun, the head of the house, and my grandfather Talais, but I'm sure there are more. Considering that one of the nobles who followed Alma was also possessed, it wasn't necessarily true that only those with strong magic or high status could be used as hosts. Of course, it was better for a host to have a strong basic ability, but compatibility with the soul was just as important. Then my father will be possessed eventually, right? He's the heir, not immediately, but someday, yes. Harun Zahar's physical age was around 60. If he were a commoner, it wouldn't be surprising if he dropped dead at any moment from all sorts of illnesses, but with powerful nobles, the only thing that could truly weaken them was the natural deterioration caused by aging. Turan looked at Berit, who was holding her face in her hands as if dizzy, and said, "There's no need to pretend you're sad. You're not that upset, are you? You really are awful." It was likely that the reason she appeared to be grieving was because she calculated that such a reaction would win Salif's favor. Seeing the two of them, Salif laughed in disbelief. "You two are so alike whenever I see you together. That's something I don't want to hear." "Me neither." After a brief moment of glaring at each other, Turan shook his head to indicate they should drop that subject. Whether Berit had affection for her father or not didn't matter as long as she liked Salif. The conversation didn't last much longer, and soon Turan noticed Salif's eyes beginning to flutter. "Sleepy?" "Yeah." "Damn, what's going on all of a sudden? It's probably because you haven't slept properly from the broken bones. Just rest for now. Head of Parsha, let's step out for a bit." "All right. Wait." As Turan nodded at Berit's words and began to rise, Salif stopped him and turned to Berit. "Sorry, but can we talk alone for a second? It's not like I'm trying to hide anything, it's just personal." "Of course, I'll go wait outside." Despite the clear signal that he wanted to talk in private, Berit smiled brightly, nodded, and left the room. Watching her leave, Turan said to Salif, "She looks hurt, you should comfort her later." "I don't need your nose to know that much." "So why'd you ask me to stay?" "Hold on." Perhaps his fatigue was clouding his thoughts. Salif mumbled a few incoherent words before finally organizing his speech. "Calais, he offered me a deal, told me to betray you and become like the gods, to live forever. Is that really possible?" "It is possible." The souls of the ancient pre-god tribe and the souls of modern wizards, aside from the size and the types of symbols embedded in the spirit form, had no major differences. In other words, a human who cultivated a sufficiently powerful spirit form through soul magic was no different from a god. Then, after it's all over, what happens to us? What Salif was asking was simple. If after they had driven out all the ancient gods from this land and a long time had passed, when their physical bodies eventually reached the end of their lifespan, would they, like those fallen gods, transfer into new bodies? Or would they accept death peacefully? Looking at Salif, who was the first to voice a question others may have only pondered silently, Turan spoke honestly of what he had thought. "I want to live a long time. Until I reach a point where life itself feels utterly wearisome." To him, the world was nothing if not fierce and arduous, yet also filled with joy, the material happiness of good clothes and homes, delicious food. The emotional fulfillment of traveling new lands, seeing what he hadn't seen, learning what he hadn't known through books. and even the joy of building friendships and love through interactions with others, and the satisfaction of protecting those under his care. The thought of all these things vanishing with death was unbearably sad, even in imagination. But I won't sacrifice the innocent to get that. The way those people live now is exactly what I despise most. Unless there was a way, such as using the La Vida's sacred relic to permanently maintain a soul bond, he would never rely on soul-extracting reincarnation magic that demanded mass sacrifice. At Turon's words, Salif gave a faint smile. Yeah, that's the answer I wanted to hear. So that brutal fight with the drug fiend who had possessed Calais hadn't been in vain. Salif muttered softly and sank into a sleep as deep as death. Chapter 172.1. After completing the treatment and returning to Calamaf, Turon decided to once again devote his efforts to internal reorganization. It did not mean he intended to uncover spies from other houses as he had last time. Since such a sweep had already been done not long ago, there would be few to catch even if done again. Moreover, frequently conducting such crackdowns was akin to showing that he did not trust his vassals. This time, the core of the internal reorganization was to strengthen the unity of the members, relieve mental fatigue, and boost morale. One of the methods he came up with for that was theater, a medium he had enjoyed in the past. Here you go. These are the theater troops currently staying in Calamaf. There are 3 of considerable scale and about 5 that are more like mere acrobatic troops. Turon nodded as he skimmed through the list Ashes had compiled. Originally, Calamaf was too underdeveloped a city to enjoy sophisticated culture like theater, so having a resident troupe was unthinkable. But things were different now that it had become a base for the House Parsha. When a powerful wizard lives in a city, followers naturally gather, and as the region becomes safer due to their presence, people and resources concentrate and culture develops as well. In fact, considering that even cities ruled by vassal houses like House Burke in the land of Aravian had several theater troupes, one could say that Calamaf was still lacking. But what are you planning to have the troops do? Obviously a play. Here, read the script first. Ashes, who began reading the parchment Turon handed him with a somewhat uninterested expression, gradually opened his eyes wide. Even he, a theater fanatic who had immersed himself in countless plays for decades since becoming an adult, was amazed by how original and intriguing the plot structure was. What the? You didn't write this yourself, did you? The play is about the recent wars. Was there a playwright of this level in our area? I did write it, though if you ask whether I created it, that's a different matter. So what do you think worth watching, more than just worth watching? I'm itching to see it staged myself. I mean, how can someone be this good at playwriting? Like I said earlier, I didn't create it. Turon was a man of many talents, but to speak frankly, his abilities as a creator were third-rate. He wasn't particularly gifted at writing, nor had he practiced storytelling much, so it was only natural. The true identity of the script was a patchwork based on several famous modern plays and ancient classics found in the Library of Orem, especially those that, due to various issues, had not been passed down to the modern day. Of course, culture tends to evolve into something more stimulating and interesting over time, but among those lost ancient classics, many were actually superior to their modern counterparts. Not just in terms of plot, but in theatrical techniques as well. This was because the foundation of current human literature was based on the old stories the ancient pre-god tribe had passed on to their kin, and those were grounded in an era when their culture had reached its peak. In any case, using true events as the main plot and cramming in all the fun parts copied from other works, how could it not be interesting? Additionally, the literary talent of the librarian, who wove this together tirelessly without rest or sleep due to being a spirit, was a huge help. I honestly didn't expect it to be this good. Thousands of years spent in the library. It had been one of the librarian's amusements to mix existing stories and create new works, and remembering that offhand remark now paid off. Even ordinary people are called masters after repeating the same task for decades. How exceptional would the skills be of someone who had done the same for thousands of years? Of course, they couldn't be compared to genius playwrights who came up with stories no one else could imagine. But just being able to skillfully blend existing tales into an enjoyable piece was enough to call them a master chef. Anyway, it'd be great if we could stage this quickly. Is that possible? Of course. Even if it were said to be from an unknown playwright, they wouldn't be able to resist staging it right away. But with the head of House Parsha giving the order directly, Ashes's beaming face showed a rare glimpse of liveliness. Though he had suppressed much of his identity working as the butler of House Parsha after losing his parents, his love for theater had not disappeared. When theater company directors heard that a script had come down directly from a great noble house, and that it was based on their own war, all the troop leaders thought the same thing. Here we go again. It was hardly a novel tactic for wizard houses to use theater to flaunt their superiority. Even the once popular hero Kjorn from Aravian had been created to boast, "Look, our knights were strong enough to kill nobles." despite the war it depicted having ended with no clear victor or loser. But in Calamaf, where they lived off bread and crumbs, no one dared defy the command of House Parsha, a great noble family. They bowed deeply and said they would rehearse and stage it as quickly as possible. Then their eyes widened to the point of popping out as they read through the script. What in the world, where did this come from? After handing over the script that had shocked everyone, the knight briefly conveyed the intent of the main house. In 3 weeks, the troupe that performed the play most excellently would be granted the opportunity to perform it for the main house of Calamaf, and there would be an enormous reward. 3 weeks is too short. Then that opportunity will go to another troupe. No, not at all, we can do it. They didn't dare dream of becoming the official troupe of a great noble house. Even just being selected by the main house of Parsha and being able to claim they performed before mighty wizards would dramatically elevate their troupe's prestige. And though it was practically delusional, if by any chance the family head of House Parsha came to see the play and said it was good. This troupe's play is quite fine. Even ordinary knights would no longer be able to treat them lightly. If the head of a great noble house said he enjoyed their play, how could a mere knight dare to put on airs? For the next 3 weeks, all the major troops in Calamaf stopped their current performances and plunged into a bloody competition of rehearsals. Naturally, the actors were just as passionate. The content of the play alone was enough to ignite the souls of anyone with artistic spirit, and they had been promised immense rewards if they succeeded. When the time came, a young man introducing himself as the butler of House Parsha went around to the 3 troops, watched their performances, and selected one. Very well, I'll go with you. Ooh, yes, we are the greatest troupe not just in Calamaf but in the entire Grey Zone. Needless to say, there must be no mistakes. The head of Parsha will be watching in person. With the butler's calm admonition, the jubilant mood of the troupe members was doused like cold water. It finally sank in. They were going to perform in front of one of the most powerful wizards in the world, a ruler of a land where hundreds of thousands lived. Well, don't get too nervous. The family head isn't that picky. If you just perform as you did today, he'll be quite satisfied. Chapter 172.2 The house is putting on a play. This is a first. Are you going? They specifically asked us to come, so I must. It's an order for everyone to gather except those out on missions. In the early evening, the wizards of House Parsha gathered at one of the underground training grounds that had been closed off for some time, responding to the family head's summons. There, an impromptu theater had been set up. With just a tent, a platform, and rows of chairs below, it was easy to grasp what it was. Seated to one side, perhaps summoned earlier, were the upper executives of the house and prominent individuals of commoner origin. People like the owners of large merchant groups or heads of artisans' guilds. Although their social standing was lower than that of wizards, they were still not people ordinary knights could treat carelessly. Our seats are in the center. Please have a seat first, Lord Rodel. Thank you. To the eyes of ordinary people, all wizards looked the same, but within their ranks the hierarchy was strict. Knights yielded their seats to nobles, and nobles yielded theirs to higher-ranking nobles. A little later, as hundreds took their seats, a young man appeared at the front of the theater. Upon seeing him, everyone rose in unison to show their respect. Oh my, get up quickly, you idiot, Turon Parsha. In an era already spanning several centuries, nearly a millennium since a new great noble house had appeared, he was the founding monarch who had built an entirely new great house with his own power. That alone was enough to earn universal respect, but to the wizards who had fought alongside him, Turon's presence held even greater significance. There were many who had been saved by his touch in the midst of life-and-death battles. For those who would have died from grievous wounds if not for a healer like him, Turon's stature could only be seen as godlike. Thank you all for making time to come. This play is for the warriors who have fought hard for our house and this land, so please enjoy it. His voice, soft like a whisper from the person beside you, spread throughout the entire theater, seeping into the ears of everyone present. It was a mysterious sensation. After thus showcasing his own skill, Turon exited, and before long the play began. A young male singer shouted in a deep, melodic tone, "O God, sing of wrath." The overall storyline of the play was simple. It was a large-scale drama based on 3 recent battles of House Parsha, conflicts with Aravian Varaha and the Carmine Mermaid Alliance. However, this play was far from a one-dimensional tale merely boasting, "We won them all, House Parsha is the best." The core theme was the lives of Parsha's people in the time between wars. A young knight who had promised a commoner girl he'd return alive, only to meet a tragic death. Young nobles of Varaha who, under a deranged family head, dreamed of a new son but were suppressed. The vengeance of a noble who lost his family to mermaids raiding the coast. In any society with a developed media culture, this would have been called a melodrama, but as these short vignettes unfolded, the audience laughed and cried again and again. The strongest reactions came from the wizards seated in the center, those who had directly participated in some of those battles. To others, it may have seemed like events that happened elsewhere, but to them, it was what they themselves and their comrades had personally experienced. And during this, the theme the play sought to convey was unconsciously etched into their minds. Our wars have always been righteous, we have always been honorable. Other houses also tried similar propaganda through plays, but the difference here was how refined the approach was. A blunt, heavy-handed method only triggered resistance, while something subtle and unnoticeable had a way of sinking in without pushback. The play's exceptional quality also enhanced immersion. Although the actors' performances were slightly lacking due to the mere 3 weeks of practice time, their desperate dedication during that period ensured there were no major flaws. Furthermore, with Turon himself using wind magic to carry the actors' voices and various accompanying sounds across the entire theater, even seasoned theatergoers found it difficult to pull themselves out of the experience. After the final scene ended, thunderous applause filled the theater. "That was amazing. Long live House Parsha." As the propaganda play completely ensnared the audience and they erupted in excitement, the actors who came forward to bow were all beaming. Money played a significant role in the life of an actor, but the artistic satisfaction of successfully staging a new play was no less rewarding. Their emotional high reached its peak when a young man with ash-gray hair ascended the stage. Elor, the troop leader trying to say Lord, seemed unable to finish, as if breathless from awe. Turon placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke softly. "It was a good play. An honor. It's truly an honor beyond words. Just a simple word like good, said from far off, would have been more than enough, but to be treated with such honor and grandeur." At the unfamiliar sight of the old troop leader shedding tears in streams, the actors exchanged awkward glances. After that, with a light gesture, Turon dismissed the actors from the stage, then looked down at the audience below and spoke. "It seems everyone enjoyed the play." The loud response of yes was filled with sincerity. At first, many had wondered what it was all about when the family head suddenly summoned them to watch a play, but none had expected it to be this enjoyable. No, it wasn't just about being entertaining. For some who had lost close friends or family in the past few battles and had lived with a hole in their hearts ever since, this play brought deep comfort. As you can see, we have gone through particularly difficult times over the past few months. And more difficult times still lie ahead. Our enemies may be weaker than before, but they remain, holding deep grudges. Having thus calmed the atmosphere, Turon looked around with deep eyes. "But I swear this, I will lay down my life to protect this land and our family. I am not a king, but a family head, and you are not my subjects, but my family." With that pre-written speech, he drew another round of tears from the crowd. Then Turon began the next planned event. It was the awarding of medals. Medals? What are those? Originally, in some distant world, medals had arisen through complex social changes such as the fall of feudalism, but in this land the concept of medals simply hadn't appeared because no one had thought of it. None of the ancient pre-god tribe had ever conceived such a thing, and the people here had never imagined it either. Turon himself had only stumbled upon the idea while urging the half-elves to come up with a way to instill pride in their military unit. When he muttered something about giving out a commemorative token for the battles, one of the half-elves mentioned the concept of medals, allowing him to establish it. Naturally, the medals prepared this time were primitive compared to those of highly developed civilized nations. All he did was craft a symbol commemorating a specific battle in metal and attach it to clothing. There were no associated rewards, pensions, or special treatment. But for those encountering the concept of a medal for the first time, that alone was more than enough. Benor Samik for participation in the Aravian defense battle and the mermaid battle. Here, I award 2 medals. Rem Vijnal. For participation in the Varaha liberation battle, I award you 1 medal. Dacia Elsis participated in all 3 battles, so I award you 3 medals. How could one not be moved when the very family head, like a god above, personally called their name and pinned the badge onto their clothing? Seeing several people shed tears of emotion, Turon became confident that the plan he had devised over the past few weeks had worked perfectly. Now, the shepherd dogs who followed him were once again ready to tear into their enemies. Chapter 173.1. While Turon was melting down the family's wizards with the play and the medals ceremony, quite a lot was also happening across the sea in the east, in Varaha. "I believe the time has truly come for us to go." "I agree as well," Salif, who had recovered from serious injuries thanks to Turon's treatment. He quietly looked down at the nobles of the vassal houses shouting with bright eyes from below. Just as his friend had said before, their faces still bore the shadow of the war's fatigue, yet in their eyes was a form of energy that was far from positive. Hatred. It's not only joy that drives the weary to action, and if one were to ask which is the more powerful force, it would certainly be this one. It's been nearly a month since the last battle, and all the injured have recovered. In contrast, the new head of the house Reuven, who fought with the family head, has likely not yet healed. The opportunity is now. In the gazes fixed on him, Salif read both hatred and anticipation. Their expectations were probably tied to the overwhelming combat prowess Salif had shown in the last war. Though he had been severely wounded, he had still faced the head of the house Reuven and returned alive. Well, I wasn't planning on letting them be either, but since we've prepared a strategy for the attack, I'd prefer if you didn't act too hastily. A strategy? That's a secret. Just like before. At Salif's words, the nobles of Varaha looked at each other but made no complaints. They believed that, since the secret plan had not gone badly last time, it would work again. Though he hadn't yet built up as much presence in the house Parsha as Turon, Salif too was gradually shedding the negative image of being a runaway of the house, the usurper who killed his foster father, and the puppet of the house Parsha family head. In the end, what people sought in a leader was not how moral he was, but how capable he was, whether he could protect his own and deal with his enemies. Are preparations for war going steadily? Yes. We're currently replenishing the magic artifacts lost in the last battle. In response to Salif's question, the head of House Adiv, the enchanter house under House Varoha, bowed with a stiff expression. His house had suffered greatly when the city they governed was reduced to ruins by House Reuven's advance, so he harbored deep resentment. Good. I hear their discussions are also coming to an end. We'll strike Reuven tonight. Tonight, though they had just been pushing to attack the House Reuven, once the date was set unexpectedly fast, they looked somewhat taken aback. A war between houses wasn't child's play. Whoever heard of storming the neighbors out of spite? Even if a wizard army was faster than ordinary people, it would still take weeks to advance all the way to Reuven's capital. At the sight of their expressions, Salif let out a brief laugh. Just moments ago, they were acting like they couldn't wait to attack. It's not some whim, it's all part of the plan, so there's nothing to worry about. In that case, they had nothing more to say. They had no choice but to obey the words of the ruler of Varaha, a man who had proven his capabilities. That evening, the wizards of Varaha gathered in the hall beneath the Temple of the Sun, according to the head's instructions. Another war? I'm so sick of this. Shh, be quiet. Unlike those from a few families who had suffered damage due to Reuven's advance, most of the Varaha wizards, just as Turon had once foreseen, were feeling exhausted from the continued battles. But that didn't mean they could openly show it and rebel against their superiors. They had no choice but to jump. And surprisingly, waiting for those descending into the hall with such grim faces were around 300 wizards. What? Why you people? Good to see you. Was your name Robai? I think we met last time. The wizards of House Parsha, whose faces had become quite familiar to those who had participated in the past few battles. Who could have imagined that they were staying beneath the Temple of the Sun? If the relationship between the House Parsha and House Varaha hadn't been special, and if the senior members of the House Varaha standing calmly right beside them hadn't been there, someone would have surely shouted that it was an invasion force. But what brings you here? War, obviously. When a Varaha knight asked a relatively familiar Parsha knight, the response came with a faint sigh from the Varaha side. It was something he already knew, but hearing it confirmed again only worsened his mood. In contrast, the Parsha knight sitting opposite him was grinning from ear to ear as he tapped his foot, looking excited. To someone watching, he looked like a war-crazed maniac desperate to fight. What's got you so happy? And why wouldn't I be? We have to fight and win if we want to preserve our family, our house. To hear those cliché lines usually spoken by higher-ups during wartime coming from a fellow knight. Just as the Varaha knight looked at him like he was insane, he noticed several pieces of metal attached to the other's chest. What's that? Oh, this. As if waiting to be asked, the Parsha knight began rattling off explanations with a bright expression. This here is called a medal. It commemorates the past battles, and it's a symbol that only true warriors can receive, and the head of the house personally calls your name and attaches it. While the Varaha knight was growing dazed from this non-stop bragging, a sharp clap rang out from one side, catching everyone's attention. It was loud enough to draw the gaze of all 1,000 or so people inside the hall. Naturally, the one who made the sound was the head of the house Varaha, Salif. Good, you all found your way here just fine. From now on, we're going to fight. Amid the roaring cheers, the wizards of Varaha momentarily glanced around with blank expressions. Why did it feel like the Parsha guys who came to help were more excited than those fighting their own war? Originally, we planned to move in secret, but there are too many people this time, so we've decided to make it public. Besides, those who should know by now probably already do. The existence of the Jade Mirror had originally been kept secret because of the Great Sea Serpent faction, but since they'd already discovered it, there was no longer a reason to hide it. Thanks to that, before long, even the wizards of Varaha were able to witness the existence of the Jade Mirror for the first time. Wow, so this is what we've been using all along. The sight of the enormous mirror, over 5 meters tall, glowing brilliantly as it created a rift in space, was awe-inspiring even to wizards well accustomed to all sorts of mysteries. Watching them, Salif grinned and spoke. Now, as you all know, we won't be dragging things out like those other petty houses, fighting for days on end above ground. Beyond this lies Reuven's capital, Slan. Once we cross over, we advance immediately. Let's go. As they stepped into the world beyond the mirror, the wizards of Varaha shuddered, as they once again felt the familiar sensation that came whenever their sight was momentarily cut off. The razor-sharp air unique to Frostwind Forest licked their cheeks, completely different from the now warming land of the lake as early spring passed. We've arrived. This is Slan, it's that way. At someone's pointing, the wizards all turned their gaze westward and let out either gasps or sighs. In the depths of a dark night, a quiet city with black stone walls bathed in the soft glow of the moon came into view. You've arrived. We pay our respects to the family head. At the low voice that rang out then, the wizards of Parsha all bowed their heads in salute. Chapter 173.2 Turon, the head of the house Parsha, was perched on a tree, a golden eagle resting on his shoulder, looking down at them. Next to him stood a person in a pressed-down mask, with a somewhat small frame, unclear whether it was a man or woman. Though the Parsha wizards did not know Armenia's true identity, they were aware of his presence, and several of them glanced at him with expressions that seemed to ask, "Why are you here? It's noisy, so don't raise your voice." "Where is Salif? He'll be here soon." As if to confirm the words of a Varaha noble, Salif appeared from beyond the mirror not long after. With that, the Parsha-Varaha allied forces had perfectly assembled beside Slan, the capital of the House Reuven. "You're late, sorry, I was taking a dump. Spare me the filthy talk, anything unusual, nothing at all." It was an overly casual exchange for two heads of great noble houses, but that was just how it went between friends. Though in fairness, the age gap between the two was quite large to call them peers. Arn had a harder time than me. Bige doesn't like carrying him, so I had to carry him on my back. Seriously. The mermaid boy called Arn, Armenia, fidgeted as if he wanted to say something, but sensing the attention around him, he kept his mouth shut. Aware that his manner of speech was unusual, he avoided conversation when many unfamiliar people were around. "You did well, kid." This Reuven invasion was unfolding in the exact opposite way from the last time. Back then, Varaha had made all kinds of noise, announcing the offensive with a grand show. But this time, they hadn't even informed the family nobles until the night before the raid. Even on the Parsha side, who had received the news earlier, extreme confidentiality had been maintained. A few days ago, the wizards, fired up after receiving medals, had been gathered under the guise of joint training and kept in the underground of the Varaha residence for several days. During that time, Turon had ordered Armenia to retrieve Parsha's jade mirror, then flew directly on Bige to install a new mirror beside Slan, thus opening a direct spatial passage from Varaha to Reuven. This time we need to finish things once and for all. If the fight drags on, it'll reveal that our main house is in a vulnerable state. Of course, half the summonable army in Mesa remained at the main estate, but it was hard to confidently say they could hold off the enemy if attacked with full force. Turon had told Mesa to flee if things really became dangerous, but he wasn't sure if she would follow his instructions. Even though she lacked an innate protective instinct for ordinary people, she surely knew how much Turon would feel crushed if he failed to protect his flock. "I'll grow calluses on my ears listening to you, don't worry. Based on our last fight, if you and I coordinate, that bastard's nothing. Let's finish this fast and get back." Salif shook his head in exasperation at Turon's nagging. Of course, despite his words, there was no doubt he would carry out the mission with the same diligence as always. So Turon returned to the Parsha troops and gave them a brief explanation of the plan. In truth, it wasn't anything complicated enough to be called a grand strategy. From here on, we advance straight forward, scale the walls, break through, and raid their base. Those who surrender will be taken as prisoners, but if you don't have the hands to spare, kill them. Yes, family head. No one asked how they were supposed to scale the walls of Slan. That was naturally Turon's problem to solve. At the very least, their family head never overestimated his subordinates' abilities by assigning them impossible tasks. On the Varaha side, a few questions and answers were exchanged, and although they couldn't fully agree with Salif's "it'll work out somehow" assurance, they still nodded their heads. A short while later, the allied army of the Parsha and Varaha families emerged from the forest where the mirror was installed and began marching toward Slan. Though it was late at night, over 1,000 people moving across a field with only sparse alpine grass typical of cold climates could not go unnoticed. "The moon is too bright, damn it. At this rate we'll be spotted in no time, huh?" As a Varaha noble muttered softly, he suddenly noticed that the bright moonlight above was strangely dimming and let out a surprised gasp. Before long, they all realized that a semi-transparent black shroud was enveloping the entire army. The Varaha wizards, startled by the unfamiliar sight, tried to tear it apart with light or run away, but calmed down upon hearing a sharp command to stay still, and seeing the Parsha wizards watching them with amused expressions. At the front of the formation, Salif looked back and whistled. Is this one of the new skills you learned? It's my first time seeing it directly. That's right, Veil of the Night. This skill, born from the fusion of the Zahar bloodline in simple terms, cloaked a specific object and granted it the power of concealment. While it didn't prevent all traces from being inferred like the concealment of Zahar itself, it still blocked not only form but also sound, making detection through ordinary means extremely difficult. If there had been even one Zahar wizard capable of using this skill in the previous Carmine mermaid army, perhaps they wouldn't have realized their base at Kalamaf was being raided, until it was already too late. Of course, since the two families' armies were already stationed there, the difference would likely have only been in increased civilian casualties. As the armies of the two houses, under the protection of the Black Veil, arrived unnoticed before the walls, Turon manipulated the sacred relic hung on his chest to draw upon the power of the Carmine. Fortunately, in this cold region, even with spring, the snow had yet to fully melt, leaving plenty of usable resources. SRRK magic-infused snow gathered to form a tall ascending path reaching the several-meter-high wall. It was wide enough for dozens of people to cross simultaneously. While the wizards of the two houses crossed the wall in awe, Salif glanced to the side and murmured, "You're not using too much magic power, are you? This much is nothing. With all the snow here, it didn't use up any power at all, so don't worry." Had he tried to gather and freeze a large amount of water from nothing to create a path, even Turon would have had to prepare for major depletion. But creating a path using accumulated snow was a far more reasonable feat. Soon, having descended down a slope, the wizards of Parsha and Varaha looked around the silent city and murmured among themselves. "It's insanely quiet. Still, it's a major city. I thought at least some taverns would be open at night, probably because it's a cold region. I heard in hot places people stay in during the day and come out to party at night because of the heat. But not even a single guard patrolling." While one who had studied explained, the others responded with exclamations of understanding as the armies of the two families passed through the empty main street and safely arrived in front of the House Reuven's castle walls. This is it, though it wasn't surrounded by mines or built like a fortress of light like Aravians, this place had at least minimal countermeasures against stealth intrusions, which meant that even the Veil of the Night had fulfilled its purpose. Turon used wind magic to transmit his voice clearly to all wizards positioned behind him. "In 5 seconds, I'll dispel the veil and create an opening up front. We attack through there." As he mentioned 5 seconds, everyone immediately tensed up, and Turon pulled a familiar item from his coat, a magic-imbued slingshot and metal balls. As the two items, which had become virtually synonymous with the head of House Parsha, began to spin together. Then, with a crack, an invisible path of electricity burst forward, followed by a flash and thunderous roar. It was a sound familiar to those who had participated in previous battles and to the Reuven wizards who had recently retreated south toward Varaha. With the boom of the railgun, the massive front gate of the House Reuven shattered, marking the beginning of the war among the three noble houses.